It's 8 a.m. Do you know where your branching Evos are? Alright, so hopefully you can see and hear me. If you can see and hear me, please say... Victory! If we've achieved victory, then I'll know that this is working. Otherwise, I'll assume this is not working. Victory. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Victory!
Well, at least it's working. Okay, well, welcome to what will eventually be the Eeveelution tier list. I do have it loaded. I just have to make sure you can see it and that it's in the correct ratio. So give me a bit of time to set that up. All the windows are open and everything. I just need to make sure it's in the correct ratio. I also probably don't want to start saying things that'll get recorded for like an hour, because usually it takes time for people to trickle in. Let's see if we can get this to work. So usually you have to do a little bit of finagling to make sure that everything actually shows up correctly. It's very annoying. Let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet. It's probably too quiet at the moment, but that's just like the song. $2 microtransaction from level 5 Vaporeon. Am I going to the C tier? Well, you'll see soon enough. There is no C tier. Well, I can tell you're not going on the lowest, but also probably not the highest. I think there's only 4 tiers. Okay, this one says tier list. That's promising. Okay, but nothing shows up, so maybe it's not actually that promising. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. There's like a cheese barrier. That's what's happening. So I have to disable the cheese barrier. No, that's not what's happening. Hello? What in the world? Oh, it's below the cheese barrier. That's what it is. Visible. Okay. Only the most technically competent streams here. So if we just do this. Oh, there we go. And they all fit. Wonderful. Okay, you should be able to see all of them here. I think I need to move my camera a little bit. Not that way. There we go. Okay. I think I can move that out, because that's probably annoying some people. Perfect. Is there meant to be music at the moment? Yes. Is it too... I can make it louder. It's all getting cut out later, because it's on a separate track, so we don't have to worry too much. I just made it a lot louder. Okay, so you should see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? So it's all of the Eeveelutions, but we're also going to be talking about Eevee itself, because for some reason, they're trying to make you use base Eevee, even though the whole point of Eevee is to evolve it. What? And I also decided, let's just include the legendary beasts, because they're not even honorary Eeveelutions. They literally are Eeveelutions, right? Like, they died in a fire and then came back. Because Ho-Oh used mass resurrection So I figure we may as well talk about them. Otherwise, the list actually might be a little bit short, right? Because I think a lot of the things we have to say about the Eeveelutions are going to be consistent between them, right? Monotype, that sucks. Move pool, that sucks. But there's probably some gimmick they can do. And if not, they're bad. Right, that describes most of the Eeveelutions. So we're not actually, I mean, all of this is technically being recorded, but this isn't actually being put in the final video yet. We're just setting up here. We also have to set up we also have to make sure that our stat window is at the correct size. $10 macro transaction from Bro Duder Man. There are some unsavory characters here that aren't shaped like friends. Talking about some bandits.
More! More! No such thing as too much booty! We're gonna be eating like kings tonight!
The issue with a lot of Eeveelutions in comp is that half of them are stuck in OU because noobs use them, so they can't be in lower tiers and hence actually useful. This message written by Electivire. We'll see. We'll explain all the criteria. Like, we'll go over everything loosely as we're getting ready, and then we'll do it for real as we record things. And you can expect us to begin at, like, 9, like, for real, but we can just talk about stuff in the meantime. Why is Suicune there? I literally just explained this, right? Like, am I going crazy or no? Did I not just spend, like, a minute explaining exactly why we're ranking the legendary beasts? I did, right? It's endless.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renew, with endless options for renew, with endless options for renew. Hope is an illusion!
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you! Oh my goodness, this is awful!
It's endless. Anyway, we're ranking them because they are Eeveelutions, right? Like, the legendary beasts are Eeveelutions that were slain in a fire. But Ho-Oh gave them a second chance, and 2 of them used it well. Here's $2 as a story, as a sorry? Okay, well in that case, I forgive you. Seized. Thank you for the $2 microtransaction. Anyway, that's why we're also ranking the... That's why we're also ranking the, legendary beasts. Okay, let's make sure the stats also work, because I think at the moment they don't. So if I go to this... That is not correct. That is more correct, but the size is not right. And I just needed to... Oh my god, Adobe Acrobat, get out of here. Bro... Oh... Well, this is almost right, but I need the... Get out of here! This takes up so much of the screen! So what I wanna... All I want is... to be able to show their stats and their move pool. Actually, maybe I need to make this like a little bit smaller. And add like a little bit more here. Okay, that should maybe work, although it's not actually... Oh. Okay. I think that works. And if we go down... Yeah, here's the stats. That looks good, right? And... here's the moose. Okay, that works. And... I should be able to flip between them by doing this. It'll take me 2 clicks. So here the... Oh. It'll actually take me 1 click, right? This ratio is fine. Oh, no, this ratio is better, though. So remind me to click onto the correct ratio. Okay, that's all set up. Alright, so we're just gonna chill for like 15 minutes. We can maybe discuss our criteria and stuff, and then we'll actually start recording. Why does Buraki have a helm? Isn't it obvious? He's a defensive Pokemon, right? Give them nothing. So what do we actually need to talk about here? Let's see, I have... Oh, I guess how is my audio? Am I loud enough? What I'm worried about is, Oh, it looks like I do go into... No, not really. If my audio peaks... I can't fix it later. So we actually don't want peak. So if it's peak, then please tell me, because then I can change the settings. But I can't actually hear my own settings. Which is very annoying. So, you have to tell me if something sounds off. I promise I won't be mad if it's actually an error on my part. You think it's good? Okay. Well, thank you for your... Okay, now the music is loud. Okay, people were saying it was too quiet. Well, I'll just turn it down then. Right as a quieter song starts, so now people will say it's too quiet, but I turned it down a little bit. Okay, I did actually press record, which is important. So here's a question. Do we replace Espeon with... Here to add images. Oh. I didn't know you could do this. Here it is. We could add Effie. Do we replace Effie with Effie? They're both pink. They have the same, Espeon's Japanese name is Effie. I imagine people will just be really confused. But true fans wouldn't be confused. Replace it with Alakazam? Alakazam's better. Why is Suicune in there? I just explained this. I literally just explained this. It's endless. You can never escape. Don't ever try YouTube. You will go crazy. You will go crazy.
Can I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
Anyway, the legendary beasts are here because they are Eeveelutions. So we'll just talk about them. I hope that answers your question. Oh, now I have to fix the order again. Or click here to remove or reorder images. Oh, interesting. I think we're doing this in Dex order. I believe Vaporeon is first. I did look at this stuff beforehand, so I think it's that. And then I think it's Jolteon. And then Booster. I believe Espeon comes before Umbreon, and Leafeon comes before Glaceon, and Sylveon's obviously last. So there we go. Okay. 8:18. Yeah, we'll just chill for like 12 minutes. That's fine. This one might confuse some people. You can see my cursor, right? This one might confuse some people. Because it's not exactly a vanilla Eeveelution, but it is the strongest one of all.
You peasants, tinkering with stones like the children you are. Let me show you the pathway to true power.
The mighty Patreon. All you have to do is buy a 100,000 yen bill. Hope you can get one of those. That's a 10,000 yen bill. Thank you to the mighty Patreons for your support. I went ahead and I updated the list. So it should be completely accurate, I think. But you might notice that it looks very different than the last one in terms of like order and everything. But I went through and I culled those who weren't actually on the list. But I made sure that everybody who actually was on the list was on the list. So if you're not, please let me know. Were the beasts being dead Eeveelutions ever actually confirmed, or is that still just an old fan theory? I'm almost like, it has to be true, right? There's no reason that's not true. Like, there's no way. It's in Ekritique City. That's where the kimono girls are who use the Eevees. And then they, like, in-game, they talk about Ho-Oh, say, like, reviving things from the burned tower, right? I'm almost certain it's confirmed. I don't think it was back in Gen 2, but I think as of Heart Gold, Soul Silver, it's confirmed. So it's pretty confirmed, I think. I always wondered, are the bodysuits equally comfortable, or is one cozier than the rest? They're all pretty uncomfortable. But happy news for this stream. Compared to the last time I had to wear this for the Super Eevee Edition streams, it was really easy to put on, so lower constitution stat. I've been working very hard. I actually signed up for a half marathon that's in like 3 weeks, so I gotta get that con stat down. It's a lot of work. But at the same time, it's also no work, because you just eat less, so it's kind of easier. It's uncomfortable for everyone. Yeah, it's not exactly supposed to be fun. We do it for the show. Isn't Zangoose an Eeveelution as well? Bait used to be believable. Jeez, what do you think of the idea of Eeveelutions getting moves from their other forms via breeding? Imagine Espeon with Ice Beam or Glaceon with Surf. I mean, it would make them better, but as we'll talk about, it really wouldn't fix all of their issues. A lot of them are just really crippled by the fact that, by design, they have to be monotypes. Being a monotype it's not the end of the world, right? Some of these are legitimately very useful, but being a monotype is a pretty big disadvantage, and they're all stuck as monotypes. So while it would help alleviate their horrendous move pools, basically all of them have mediocre to bad move pools. That's only one of their issues. Hope you like Shadow Ball. Diet, yeah. Espeon is basically just Diet Alakazam, although Espeon is, spoilers, probably going to be the highest ranked on this list. I have to talk about what we're actually ranking. I did just wake up, so confirmed woke. Usually means I'm a little bleary-eyed. It's fine. Even though Eevee is the starter of XD, the game where everything gets refresh, takes me a little while to actually activate refresh. Oh, we can at least start. Cheers! Refreshed. So just really quickly, this is still not being recorded, but what I'm thinking about ranking these on is the same as all of the archetype lists. So we're going to give them credit for wherever they're the most useful. That could be in competitive or in in-game. We got 4 tiers here, which is probably enough, right? There's not that many to rank, so victory! I'm going to say that to be in here, you have to be good in both competitive and in-game. Or, like, really, really good in one of them, which, I mean, I don't think any of these are. So, basically, you have to be somewhat viable in at least both. So, for viable, it's probably good enough to be viable in one. So, if you're good in either competitive or in-game, that's probably enough. So, like, I'd probably put, like, Sylveon there, because it's pretty good in competitive. But you probably would never use it in-game. Maybe Eevile is a bit harsh, because I don't think the ones here are that bad. I think these are, like, very mediocre. You could maybe find a use for the Pokemon here, but it's, like, kind of gimmicky, kind of niche, probably not worth it. And Evicted is, like, legit useless. Like, actually bad. And I think that covers everything. You don't think we need Eevile? No, I think there's some I would put in Eevile that I don't think are truly useless. Kimono's finest. It would be Ecruteak's finest, right? Where's Finneon? Just remember that you said that, okay? I'll see you in like 6 hours. So is this like in-game or competitive based? It's endless. How many seconds has it been since I explained that? It's endless. It's endless.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
Anyway, it's both. We're giving them credit for whatever they're the best at. I think that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? It kind of seems like, oh no, 13, yeah. So, yeah, we're not necessarily aiming to have each tier have an equal number of Pokemon in it, but I think it'll about work that way. So I'm thinking, just looking at these, and without spoiling exactly which will go in which, so for E-Victory, well, I mean, like, this is obvious, right? No spoilers there. So, Patreon obviously is the best, like, blatant pay to win. And then I think I'd probably put 2 others there. E-Viable, I think I'd probably put 3, maybe? Oh, it might actually be 4. Evile, I'm thinking 3? Yeah. And Evicted, like, they're 2. You could probably guess which 2. Yeah, okay, so I think we'll do 4 tiers instead of 3. I think that'll work. I do have an idea for how to end, but I don't know how we should begin. So I don't actually know what our intro will be, because there'll be an intro that will then lead into the start of our tier list, but I don't know what we're doing in the intro. And whatever we're doing in the intro probably affects how we're going to start the list. Wall Eevee. I can't think of any other relations we could do with that, so probably vetoed idea. Poorly drawn Evo Boost graphic because the video is copyrighted. I missed a microtransaction? Did I? I can actually look. I have like a special list that shows me, but I don't think so. Maybe I did though. Oh, I did. Sorry. From Bro Duderman. $2 microtransaction. Is it considering OU or only tier they're good? I mean, any tier if they're good, I guess. But probably OU is better. If you want to actually be in, like, E-Victory. But I know a lot of these are at least somewhat viable in lower tiers. Like, it's not a complete joke. Now I see an AI chat summary. Okay. Viewers are discussing the history of Eeveelutions in Pokemon games, particularly Glaceon and Leafeon, and their... Okay, and then the chat summary disappeared. Okay, sure. 30 minutes in and no Eevees ranked. Can't trust this exported cheese guy. Oh, it is 8:30. Why are we tiering Eeveelution? Oh, we could do Eeveelution. Well, I mean, Eeveelution would be E-Victory, right? Eeveelution's super broken. I also remember that in Gen 2, Jolteon can't learn Thunderbolt until the post-game. You can in Crystal, right? It's like a tutor. Sylveon being actually good just shows how busted Fairy is. Oh, we'll talk about Sylveon. Oh, the tutor was post-league too. Disgusting. Why is Flareon being mocked? I mean, we'll talk about that, but I think that Flareon is overhated. Overhated and underrated. I mean, I don't think it's good, though. But I don't think Flareon is that bad. Sylveon is in E-Victory? I don't think so. I don't think Sylveon's that good. I would put it probably in E-Viable. Because you can use it in, like, VGC, I guess. Just shout at people with hyper voice. But you probably wouldn't use it in-game. I think to be an E-Victory, you have to be good in both. which is not many Pokemon. Evocation? I don't want to stand here and channel for 10 seconds, okay? Besides, we're not in combat anyway. Very clumsy transition into this graphic, which is not exactly a refresh graphic, but I think we can make it work.
So I can take what you would not give and transfer your unwanted
Experience points
to my body.
Surely you wouldn't deny an old man a replenishing drink. No, no, I thought not.
Refreshed. Surely you wouldn't deny an old man a chance for a refreshing drink. No, no, I thought not. If you hear that dialogue, it probably means that you're about to die, because that means you failed the major mechanic of the fight. I'm using Eviscerate. How many combo points? Why wouldn't you use Sylveon in-game? It's slow. Its best trait, Pixelate, is a hidden ability. It's monotype. Lots of reasons why you wouldn't use it. But you can ignore all of those for competitive, right? You don't have to deal with any of those. You just get a Pokemon that can just spam Pixelate Hyper Voice with Throat Spray. It's really annoying. The design is hideous, why no one wants Sylveon in-game? Oh, we'll talk about that, okay? Don't worry. I don't like Sylveon either. Whenever I hear Sylveon, I always think of Sylvan Learning Center. Any other Northeastern Americans here? I have to imagine. Maybe it's the entire country, but I don't particularly like... Or no, I don't know if anybody knows about Sylvan Learning Center. Is Sylveon is disadvantaged by being a Gen 6 mon? It sort of is, right? Because it is actually the only one that exists only in Universal Experience Share. So that kind of makes it worse. It's all over the US. Another disadvantage for Sylveon design-wise is that it's the only one that doesn't exist in a game with good animations. All of these other Eeveelutions did exist in Gen 4, which means they do get to appear in Battle Revolution, so you can actually see them in stunning 3D, with sick animations like how Umbreon's rings actually glow in the dark. But Sylveon never got that. We only ever got Sylveon with the horrible washed out palette and like the creepy dead alien eyes. So that probably makes Sylveon, to me, a lot less appealing than it would be if I'd known it in an earlier game with actually good animations. And like, Sylveon really creeps me out. I don't like this thing at all. Oh, MJDXP, welcome back to the YTC Institute. Nice volcano badge. My sister went to Sylvan for a time? Okay, so it is a real thing. I never went to Sylvan Learning Center, but I always saw the ads for it. What about Partner Eevee? We're going to talk about Partner Eevee when we talk about normal Eevee. So when we talk about normal Eevee, we have to talk about Partner Eevee. We have to talk about Gigantamax Eevee. That should be really easy, right? It's useless. You would never use it. And we have to talk about Extreme Evo Boost. Because those are the three... I think the three gimmicks you're supposed to use with normal Eevee, aside from just like instantly evolving it. And I think that's everything we'd have to say about normal Eevee. Spoilers, I guess. I don't think that normal Eevee is in Evicted, just because of all of those gimmicks. Good morning, Kamu. Eeveed guy. Oh, it is Monday. Yeah, good morning. How's your essay? Did you finish it? Done. This guy's got a work ethic. Adaptability to return spam for normal Eevee. Things could be worse. You would never do that, right? That sounds horrible. Have you seen Eevee stats? They're atrocious. I mean, as you would expect, right? We'll talk about this again later, but Eevee, it is actually the only Pokemon in Gen 1 you're supposed to insta-evolve with a stone. Back in my day, stone evolution was a downside, or a trade-off is probably more accurate. The whole point of stone evos was that you could instantly do it, right? Stones themselves weren't rare, you just pick them up, or buy them. But the downside was that you then stopped learning moves. So you could instantly turn Execute into Executor for insane stats, but you no longer got level up moves. So you had to weigh that balance, except for Eevee. Eevee, you were supposed to evolve instantly, because then your move pool actually got better. And then in the modern games, it's just completely flipped, where stone evolution is just strict upside because you instantly get way, way, way better stats. And with move relearning, you actually get a better move pool. It's like wild. It's insanely imbalanced. So that's maybe something we'll talk about either with Vaporeon, the first Eeveelution, or we'll talk about it when we do... because we have to do a little bit about, like, shared traits of the Eeveelution, so we don't have to talk about it for each and every one. But the only Stone Evos are... it's just the first three, right? Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon. Because Espeon's friendship, Umbreon's friendship, Leafeon and Glaceon, in modern times, they're Stone Evos. They used to be, like, proximity Stone Evos. You had to be near, like, a stone in the overworld. But I think nowadays, it's literally, like, Leaf Stone, Ice Stone. And Sylveon is Affection and a Fairy move? Although maybe now it's just a Fairy move, and, like, a certain level. Tented Pin Missile from Metagrave. Nice Tented Pin Missile. Hey, that's a move Jolteon can use. Nowadays, it's Happiness and Fairy move? Okay. These Evo criterias keep changing. $2 microtransaction from Hoity Man. Vaporeon evicted tier in the copy pasta tier list. I mean, I'm pretty sick of hearing that copy pasta, and I don't think it's very funny. But of course, we'll be talking about it. I mean, it's literally in the description. $8.41. Other things we need to talk about in preparation? I don't think so. Halberdier V2. Where's the pincer attack? Do card prices matter? No, they don't. Are we ready to start? I think we are. I'll give you my entire Lunchable for that card. Did you see the Magikarp video? Hopefully you guys enjoyed the Magikarp video. That took a lot of time. It's also been a very long time since the last edited Pokemon video. Like, that's not just a premium. It was good. The Umbreon cards. Are Umbreon cards valuable? What song you use in that video? You're gonna need to be more specific. There's a lot of them. I enjoyed... It was a stealth dig video at Modern Pokemon. It was originally supposed to be an overarching video about outdated mechanics in Pokemon, of which I think the Magikarp Evo level is one of them, but it ended up just being entirely about Magikarp and the EXP share, 'cause I think there was enough to say about that. Alyo says very good vid. She might be biased, though. She made the thumbnails! The very sad-looking thumbnails, which is a good thing, because it is supposed to look sad. Subscribe to Alyo if you like Pokemon videos. I think specifically if you like Pokemon TCG videos. Maybe she'll talk about Umbreon cards. You can click on, I think, Alyo's name, it'll take you to their channel. Thank you to everybody as well who participated in the anime video premiere yesterday as well. The video's actually doing very well, so at my weekly meeting as a YouTube professional, I'll actually have very happy things to report, thanks to you guys. What are the chances of spending 2 hours per Eevee? I think some are going to be longer than others. Like, there's probably going to be a whole lot. I think probably the one we're going to say that might actually have the most to say about it actually might be Eevee. Base form Eevee. Because there's a lot of things to say about base form Eevee because of all the, like, weird gimmicks they shove on it. And then there's really not that much to say about, like, Leafeon. It's just horrible. What do you want me to say about Leafeon? Horrendous type, horrendous moves, zero viability in any format. God awful. There you go, there's Leafeon. Oh, but what about Leaf Guard? Leafeon arguably has the best in-game stats if you disregard everything else. That's true, its stat spread is actually really good. The AI chat summary is accusing you of transphobia? Sure, whatever. It's probably not just the AI, right? You can't say anything. About anything. Booster is pretty close to actually having a really, really good stat spread. Could you imagine if, with Booster, they swap the special defense and the speed? 130 attack, 95 special attack, 110 speed. That would be so good. But no, you get 65 speed instead. Enjoy. Why? Why did they do that? Booster would still have terrible moves? We're gonna rehash this again when we talk about Booster. It's had Flare Blitz since like Gen 6, right? It's had Flare Blitz for over a decade. When are people gonna leave Booster alone? He's been fine for a decade. When will the scars of the past heal? Leave Booster alone. Stop being jerky-ons. Thank you for the 575 microtransaction from Smash Hero 75. Jerked. We can seize.
Come here, booty!
Jerked. I do think Flareon is overhated, but of course I don't really think it's that good, but I think that the Flareon has no moves is just an ancient, decrepit meme that is occasionally resurrected by casuals who like don't even play the game. They just heard 15 years ago that Flareon has no moves. They just keep saying it. Like, it's got Flare Blitz, like that's enough. I don't think its move pool is appreciably worse at the moment than the other Eeveelutions, who all have horrible move pools. Flare Blitz isn't good on Flareon because of the bad HP, which means it dies after hitting one Pokemon. It's not that bad. I mean, it's not good. But it's really not that bad. Magical Girl Sylveon for E-Victory tier. I'm not quite sure what the right half of that says. It's something positive about Japan. But thank you for the $2 microtransaction. I will say this. I won't play the whole thing, but we do... There is, if you were here for Super Eevee version, we had one for all the Eeveelutions, and we do have one.
I wish I had an overpowered type.
For Sylveon. So when we get to Sylveon, we do have an Eeveelution graphic for it, which is brand new. Made it just for this list. It says, I miss being in Japan. Is that supposed to be natsukashi? No, not natsukashi. Sabishi? No. I'm just embarrassing myself. Koishi? That's not a real word, is it? I might just be dumb. I've never seen this. Yearning or longing? I'm just wrong then. Sad. Who's my favorite Eeveelution? Oh, that's easy. It's Patreon. No contest. But if I can't pick Patreon, then maybe Jolteon. I like Jolteon. If I have the choice, I usually go Jolteon. And if not Jolteon, then Flareon, even though it's not very good. The other Eeveelutions, I like them pretty much equally, except for Sylveon. Sylveon is my least favorite by far. But as we'll talk about later, it's not really Sylveon's fault. It's more because Sylveon is, like, the poster child of the fairy type. I just hate fairies. Umbreon is my favorite. It was as it was on my first Pokemon team by complete accident in Pokemon Gold. Your Eevee loved you! I'm unique and original. My favorite is Umbreon. I wonder which Eeveelution is the most popular. I don't know if there's enough. We could, like, run a poll, but I don't know if there's enough poll options, because we would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think we can do 8. I could try. Let me see how many options we can do. I don't think we can do 8. What's a straw poll? Is that like a website? The first 3, then the next 2, then the last 3? It's a polling website, okay. It's when you put a bunch of straws end to end to make a big poll. Does anybody have Lance rank? If I click this, does it show up? On the... Oh, it does. Oh. Well, this could be dangerous. Hang on. Clicked. Create a poll in seconds. Okay. Straw. Yeah, sure. Let's create a poll. Oh! Okay, type your question here. What's your favorite evolution? Multiple choice? And we'll just go in dex order here, right? Jolteon is actually second, so it's great dex order. Vaporeon. Oh, they already made one. Well, I'm already here. If I click this one, is it already complete? Just in case. Oh. So let's see, if I do this and paste it, I can do this. Eeveelution poll. I think this should work. Can I pin it? Pinned! Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah, very cool. Yeah, so there's now an Eeveelution poll pinned, and you can just vote on this one. Who made this? Was it MJDXP? Thank you. Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, Sylveon. Yeah, there's all of them. Okay, I'm gonna vote for Jolteon. I like Jolteon. Actually, I'm gonna vote for Flareon. I like Flareon. Vote successful! Okay, what are the results now? Oh! Wow, Jolteon in the lead by a lot. No! I threw my vote away. Well, we'll check this out at the end. Refresh the results! So I can just leave this up then, right? And then just refresh it at the end. Perfect. Do I actually like Booster? Probably with how much we've used Booster and how often he's been featured. Yeah, I probably like Booster the most. I also like Booster's design. It's very, very fluffy. Alright, 4 minutes, and then I promise we'll start. I think we're sufficiently warmed up. Also, more importantly, I think my neighbor leaves for work at 9. I hear them leaving at 9. So, once they're out of here, we can go ahead and be a little bit more animated. So we're able to just chill out for a little bit. We can refresh again. We can maybe even use the slacking refresh.
While wine vinegar doesn't actually hydrate you, in fact in large amounts it can do the exact opposite, it does slake your thirst. In Roman history, it was always seen as a refreshing thing to drink.
Slaked. Is Umbreon armored because it's only useful in Colosseum? No, it's armored because it's unironically useful in PvP. Like, we make fun of Umbreon a lot because we mostly talk about in-game performance, but, like, Umbreon's stat spread is like, incredible. It's like 95, 110, 130, right? For defenses? That's crazy. This is like one of the best in the entire game. It's just the way we normally play, it's totally useless because it has like 65 attack. But if the goal is to not die, Umbreon is really good at that. It even has healing, right? Moonlight? And it has stab foul play, which is disgusting. Turns out you don't actually need an attack stat if you can just use your opponents. Is being monotype less bad for a defensive Pokemon? We'll talk about that when we talk about the traits shared between all Eevees, because I do think it's less bad for a defensive Pokemon. Pretty much every Pokemon wants to be a dual type, but offensive Pokemon really want to be dual types, because then you get 2 stab types. And for an offensive Pokemon, getting blown up by a quadruple weakness attack, usually, like, it's not really a downside, because you're probably gonna die to a double effective attack as well, right? Whereas for monotype defensive Pokemon, you don't really care about having 2 stabs, because you might not even use the 1 stab you do have, right? Maybe you just run a zillion support moves. And normally, it's also a defensive bonus to have a dual typing, but it does come with a very legit downside of having, sometimes, a quadruple weakness you can get sniped by. Like, imagine if Ferrothorn wasn't 4x weak to fire. How would you ever kill this thing? It would just be impossible. So I would say it's less of a downside for defensive Pokemon to be monotypes. Is Murkrow and Kanto in GSC? Yes. Ground attacks? Ferrothorn's neutral to ground. What do you think would be the best secondary type for each Eeveelution? I have no idea. You'd kill it with Earthquake, but it's neutral to ground. Earthquake's like 30%. Do you think Ferrothorn benefits from the grass dual typing? Yes, it's undeniable. It's undeniable that Ferrothorn benefits immensely from grass typing. I don't think grass typing is useless. And in the case of Ferrothorn, it's extremely useful. I just think it's normally bad. I can't think of another Pokemon that benefits as much from grass typing as Ferrothorn. Rillaboom? Be real, Rillaboom would be way better if it had the same tools but wasn't a grass type. Imagine if its stab wasn't resisted by everything. It'd be like banned. Breloom? For Breloom, it's basically like it has Spore because it's a grass type, right? That's what the grass type actually does. But I think my argument for just because Ferrothorn is good with grass doesn't mean grass is good is the exact same as just because Scizor and Fortress are good with Bug doesn't mean Bug is good, right? Everybody admits that Bug is god-awful on average, but it goes well with Steel. And I think it's the same for Grass. I mean, I don't think Grass is as bad as Bug, but I don't think Ferrothorn being good because of the Grass type, which it is, means that Grass is good. I would still say that overall Grass is very below average. Alright, 902. Shall we start? I think we've dilly-dallied enough. I feel like grass is okay, but like sometimes get away with highway robbery. People only like grass because it's a starter type. If grass wasn't a starter type, nobody would ever use it or defend it. Well, not ever, but there would be a lot less defenders. I think it's almost entirely because it's a starter type. It's just that the difference is that fire and water are actually really good. So you would assume that grass is also really good, but no, it's not. Do you feel the same with fire type? Fire type is actually good, so no, I don't feel the same. But yes, it's true. Fire used to be bad. Gen 1 fire was legit trash. It was horrible. But fire got an insane buff in Gen 2 called Steel type. So because Steel types are the best, and Fire types beat Steel types, that also makes Fire types good. I don't understand why Fire resists Fairy, but I won't complain. Sure, I'll take it. Fire got another buff in Gen 2, the Ice Resistance. I guess that's also a buff, but maybe it's more of an Ice nerf. Justice for Ice. Why doesn't Ice resist Fairy? I mean, we'll talk about it when we get to Sylveon, but I think Fairy type is just disgustingly overpowered. I think Fairy should be weak to normal. That's how much I think they should nerf Fairy. Huge buff for normal types, too. I think one of the issues with Fairy is that even though it has anti-meta strengths, it doesn't have, like, anti-meta weaknesses, right? Like, it gets crazy offensive and defensive bonuses. It just beats the best types. So it needs to be balanced by absolutely brutal weaknesses, and it just doesn't. It's weak to poison, lol. And it's weak to steel. But, like, steel types don't even use steel attacks. Often. They sometimes do. It depends. There's also, like, the blatant favoritism with, like, Moonblast. In the same generation that they nerfed the other staple special moves, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, you for some reason get Moonblast, which has a often better secondary effect at a higher proc chance and higher base power. Like, why? I know why. Steel basically only gets used now because of Fairy. You're talking about steel attacks, right? Yeah, steel attacks. Alright. Enough dilly-dallying, let's start. Almost. I think Steel is more disgusting than Fairy, but that's just me. It's definitely stronger, but I don't mind because Steel types are cool, and Fairy types are not. Okay, so the only thing we need to decide before we actually start is how the intro links into what we're doing here. So, pretty soon we're actually going to start, like, recording. So whatever our intro is, we'll have to connect to what we're doing here. So for our intro, I mean, obviously it has to do with Eevee, right? We could do like a branch of fate thing, right? where it's Eevee being asked to evolve into the other Eeveelutions, like in Fates. Then you get the option menu, like you use a Fire Stone, use a Thunderstone, use a Water Stone, and then maybe we could have the fourth option, right? Where it's remain unevolved, and then it just gets killed by the other Eeveelutions because it's terrible. What do we think of that? Big brother! TF2. We also have to consider, right? Can I literally make this? And I think this is something I could make. We still need the join smash option. We could also just have an intro from here, like that we're recording, that just links to anything. So, like, we could pretend to be an Eevee, right? Eevee! V! Welcome to the Eeveelution tier list. Something like that. We could just do that, right? And then it doesn't matter what our intro is, we can link to it. Eevee! Eevee! Buy my merch! Eevee! The Eevee Industrial Complex. That could also be the intro. Eevee is the backup Pikachu? Oh, we'll talk about that. Could be visiting the Kimono Girl's house. Fourth could be evolve into Patreon. I don't want to put that in the actual intro, though. Because there's probably going to be people watching it that they don't know what I'm talking about, so... I mean, there will be an early Patreon Evo, but probably not in the intro. I got a lot of time to decide this, so you don't have to worry too much about this. Eevee merch sweatshop? Yeah, maybe, if I can find a way to actually make that. We can just start with, like, an Eevee. We could make an ad footage with Eevee merch. Why does Eevee say, yeah, boy, in more recent episodes? I imagine it's because they're using the Japanese voice. And then, like, the voice actress does this very weird, like, mixed V and B sound for Eevee. That's why. Alright, we'll start a new music track, and then we'll start. If I do this, can you actually see the... I don't think so. Eevee in super training? Let's see. Let's just do this. Alright, so the music gets replaced later, so don't worry about that. Is Eevee just named Eevee in Japanese? Yes, but the Eeveelutions are not. They have different names. Okay. I think we're all ready. Raytheon is literally the Eevee industrial complex. That's pretty funny. Eevee getting Eevee trained? Maybe. Okay, so we're going to be actually recording now. So for those of you whose first live experience this is, or at least a live that will eventually be made into an edited video, I'm only going to explain this once, so pay attention. If you've seen the premiums, then it might look like I just say everything correctly the first time, but I definitely don't. So very often I'm going to repeat the same thing that I just said. Either because I realized I made a mistake, or because I thought I made a mistake. So I'm going to be supposedly, or like apparently, repeating things. That's why I'm going to do it. I might just say a line, the exact same line, 2 or 3 times. Don't worry. Nothing's really going wrong. I am doing that on purpose, because one time I made a tier list, I didn't do that, and it was really, really annoying. There were certain lines I just couldn't use at all, because they were, like, inaudible, or they had, like, a serious error in them. So that's why, from this point on, where we're actually going to be on camera, I am going to be just repeating things, even if I didn't actually make a mistake. I might have just thought I made a mistake, so I'm sure people are going to ask that again later, but here's the explanation now for everyone who's here. Why is Suicune in here? Bait used to be believable. Got all my Eevee graphics ready. Okay. Are we? Yeah, we're on camera here.
Eevee! Eevee!
Welcome to the Eeveelution tier list. I don't like Eevee, but you probably do, so thanks for joining.
What are we? Some kind of Eeveelution team?
That'll probably be our intro, right? The Eeveelutions, they are insanely popular, and as a Pokemon content creator, these things are utterly inescapable. If you go on any sort of fan discussion forum, not just for Eeveelution, just for Pokemon at large, the entire thing has been infested by non-stop Eeveelution fan art. Me and my favorite Eeveelution. What Eeveelution are you? Something like that, right? The Eeveelutions are insanely popular, as if you needed me to tell you that. The Eeveelutions are insanely popular. If you go on any sort of Pokemon discussion group, you will be assailed by endless ambush reinforcements of Eeveelution discussion. Eeveelution fan art. Fakemon Eeveelutions. What's your favorite Eeveelution? What Eeveelution are you? Eevee. I'm sick of it. So if you like the Eeveelutions, you're in the right video, and I picked the wrong career. That being said, I don't actually dislike the Eeveelutions. I actually think a lot of them are quite cute, quite cool. I don't mind using them. It's just that I think that they're overrated and underrated. That's probably enough for, like, the lead into talking about the Eeveelutions, right? Onto criteria? Sure. Are there other Eeveelution behind Bad Apple, All Out, Small Dangerously, Fly Now? No, there's nothing we have to do here. What are the criteria we're going to be using for today's Eeveelution archetype tier list? Well, we've crafted 1, 2, 3, 4 tiers. We're going to be giving each Eeveelution credit. We're going to be giving each Eeveelution credit for whatever they do that's valuable. Whether that's in-game, meaning going from your mom's house to the Hall of Fame, or whether it's in competitive. So we're being very generous here with our holistic evaluation process. At the very top, we have Victory. At the very top, we have Victory. There's an exclamation point there, but I recorded this so that I never actually have to say it myself again.
Victory!
Only had to embarrass myself once, and then I can embarrass myself endless times with the click of a button. To be in Victory tier, I'm gonna say that you need to be viable. To be in Victory tier, I'm gonna say you need to be good both in-game and in competitive. Not necessarily a superstar in either, but maybe like the upper end of viability in both. And then you'll be allowed into the top tier of Victory. Next we have Viable. And I'll say that to be in Viable, you need to be good in either in-game or competitive. And then you can go ahead and saunter into Viable. Do quadrupeds saunter? Below that, we have Evile. This might actually be a bit too harsh of a tier name. Maybe it should be like Eeveelution. Beneath Viable, we have. Below that, we have Evile, which might actually be a bit too harsh of a name, but these would be Eeveelutions that I guess you could use. You've probably got better options. I mean, that sort of applies to all of these, but those in Evile are acceptable. You could do worse. There is a non-meme, possibly like gimmick reason that you would use the Eeveelutions in Evile. And at the very bottom, we have Evicted. get these guys off my team, out of my boxes. We're talking evolve them for the Dex entry and release them. And at the very bottom, we've got evicted. Get these things off my team, out of my boxes. We are talking evolve them for the Dex entry data, and then evict them from your game safe. Utterly useless. Other things we have to talk about before we actually start ranking. Probably just more hate about Eevee fans. I think I look completely bonkers. I think from your perspective, I probably look completely bonkers spewing this much vitriol about people who like cute Eeveelutions, but in my line of work, I just have to interact with all of these people with Eevee PFPs. There's like dozens of them. I think I probably look kind of unhinged from your perspective, spewing this much vitriol at fans of, very cute, very lovable, friend-shaped Eeveelutions. But in my line of work, I gotta deal with these Eeveelution PFP freaks non-stop. Anybody would go absolutely bonkers. These are the people who will look at Penny from Gen 9 and say, oh, she's just like me, for real, whereas I think she's just a psycho who has never interacted with another human in her life. It's not relatable. She's got serious issues. I'm aware of the irony of saying all of this while wearing an Eevee costume, but gotta get that bread. It's a job, okay? What do we say? Oh, we can relate it to Penny. I'm aware of the irony of saying this while being dressed up in a full-body Eevee costume, but gotta earn those pennies. There we go. We'll actually probably splice that in before we even talk about the criteria. Looking forward to base Eevee being more viable than most Eeveelutions. I wouldn't say most, but spoilers, definitely some. What do we have to say? We just go ahead and rank Patreon, right? Or we can discuss what all of the Eeveelutions we're going to be ranking today. As if you didn't know who the Eeveelutions were, this is probably the most famous evolution line in Pokemon. We're going to be doing actually vanilla unevolved Eevee. We'll also be doing... These are all in Dex order. We're actually going to be doing vanilla unevolved Eevee. Then Vaporeon. You've probably also noticed that the legendary beasts are here, and that's because they are Eeveelutions, right? They're Eeveelutions that died in a fire, and then Ho-Oh used Mass Resurrect, but he added some like extra seasoning when he did it. So since the legendary beasts are honorary Eeveelutions, ascended Eeveelutions, I think it's fair enough to talk about them here. And hey, it pads out the video. And if there's anything my videos need, it's more padding. We got Jolteon. We got Raikou. We've got Booster, everyone's favorite. We've got Entei. We've got Espeon, we've got Umbreon, we've got Leafeon, we've got Glaceon, and we've got Sylveon. You probably did recognize all of those, even though Umbreon here is kitted out in his endgame armor. Probably didn't recognize this Eeveelution, even though it's the most powerful of all. How do you evolve into this mighty Eeveelution?
You peasants, tinkering with stones like the children you are. Let me show you the pathway to true power.
Check out the link in the description. And pay to win today with Patreon. Thank you to the Patreons for making operations like this possible. How do you think I justified buying an Eevee onesie? Before we rank any of the legit Eeveelutions, I'd like to review some traits that are shared between all of the Eeveelutions, just so we don't have to talk about it again for each and every single one. Before we rank the Eeveelutions themselves, let's actually talk about some shared traits between all of them. Just so that we don't have to repeat ourselves every single... Just so we don't have to repeat ourselves every single entry. Get this ad out of here. Oh. No! Stop seeing this ad. Ad covered content. We'll try not to show that ad again. I don't care what ad you showed. Stellar Idol Project. Okay, what if I do this? I think I can do it this way. Where I completely change the window. So annoying. Here we go. Yeah, I can do it this way. Oh, hey, it's Extra Sleazy. Welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. Nice to see you again. Where's the Eeveelution chart? There's like a chart that shows all of them. I mean, this is probably good enough. I think there's one, like, at the bottom? No, it's, let's do it. Here, I guess. I guess the free ad for, Stellar Idol Project. All of the Eeveelutions have the exact same base stat total of 525, which is fairly high. It's just below what most fully evolved starters are. But more than just having the same BST, they actually have the same stat allocations. It's just their allocated. They actually have the same stat allocations. It's just that each Eeveelution has that allocation in a different arrangement. So every Eeveelution has their stats distributed in 60, 65, 65, 95, 110, 130. But which stats those values correlate with differ depending on the Eeveelution, and some distributions are better than others. Each Eeveelution. The Eeveelutions were each added to showcase a mechanic of their debut generations. The first three, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, were added in Generation 1, and they're actually a tutorial for the Evolution Stone mechanic. There's actually a truck outside, so I hope I can catch a Mew. There we go. Each Eeveelution is actually a propaganda machine, where they're meant to showcase one of the mechanics of their debut generation. The first three Eeveelutions, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, were all added in the OG Gen 1, and they're actually tutorials for Evolution Stones. You get your Eevee in Celadon City, which is also... You get your Eevee in Celadon City, which is also where you can just buy the Evolution Stones. The Evolution Stones themselves aren't rare, they're very easy to get. But in Gen 1, there is a trade-off for Stone Evos. The whole point of Stone Evos is that you can evolve instantly for much better stats, but does come at a cost. Stone Evos no longer learn level up moves. So you can evolve your Guardy into a Windy immediately. It is the legendary Pokemon, so of course it's got very good stats, but you're never going to get Flamethrower if you do that too early. The Eeveelutions are an exception to this because the Eeveelutions are the only Gen 1 Pokemon that strictly get better with an Evolution Stone. You're actually supposed to evolve Eevee immediately because you then get a massive BST boost. Eevee stats are trash. You're never supposed to use them. You're supposed to instantly evolve. And for these Gen 1 Stone Evolutions, their move pools actually get better. And of course, nowadays, this aspect of the Stone Evos, is kind of irrelevant because all Stone Evos are insanely busted. What used to be a downside is now an upside because of free move relearning. In modern games, if you have a Stone Evo, just evolve right away, you get way better stats, and you actually get better moves because you can just move relearn everything. In modern generations, you should just Stone Evo immediately with every Pokemon, because you instantly get way better stats, all the better traits of the evolved Pokemon, and you get better moves because of free move relearning, which now also draws from your new evolved move pool. And we test this? Espeon and Umbreon were added in Generation 2, and they showcase friendship and time. Espeon evolves from Eevee with high friendship. Espeon evolves from your best friend Eevee in the day, and Umbreon evolves from your best friend Eevee at night. You could also consider Umbreon a bit of a showcase for the Dark type. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's the Dark-type mascot. For some reason, these two are... It is a bit strange that these two are not Stone Evos, despite there literally being a Sunstone and a Moonstone, but... Some powers you can only unlock with friendship. But some powers you can only unlock. But some paths you can only walk with the power of friendship. Leafeon and Glaceon were both added in Gen 4, and they're a showcase of how the Sinnoh region sucks ass. So of course, Leafeon and Glaceon are also the worst Eeveelutions. Spoilers. Both of them are Stone Evos, but it's not a stone you can actually pick up and apply at your own convenience. They're overworld stones that you have to be in close proximity to. For Leafeon, that's a mossy rock. And then, for Glaceon, it's an icy rock. And eventually, they just sort of ditched this mechanic and made Leafeon a Leafstone Evo and made Glaceon an Ice Stone Evo. Even though they didn't apply this treatment to Espeon and Umbreon, who could potentially use the Sunstone and the Moonstone. And the final Eeveelution added very recently in X and Y, 12 years ago. Is it 13 years ago? It was, what is it? I was a sophomore in college. It'd be 2013. So, 12 years ago. And the final Eeveelution, Sylveon, added very recently, 12 years ago. And the final evolution, Sylveon, was added in Pokemon X and Y very recent. And the final evolution, Sylveon, was added in Pokemon X and Y very recently, 12 years ago. And Sylveon is a showcase of the affection mechanic. Affection, of course, is not friendship, the same way that Avoid is not dodge. And Sylveon is also the mascot. And Sylveon is also the ambassador of the fairy type. All of the Eeveelutions embody their type. All of the Eeveelutions embody their type, and only their type. And only their You you can consider all of the Eeveelutions an embodiment of their typing. Singular, because all of the Eeveelutions are filthy pure types, which is a massive disadvantage for all of them. In general, you want to be a dual type. Dual typing is way better. In general, you really want to be a dual typing. Dual typing has a zillion advantages. Most obvious one is that you get a secondary stab typing, because you have two types. A second typing almost always correlates to a deeper move pool that allows you to draw not only from moves of that type, but moves adjacent to that type. So if you're a water type, you can almost certainly also learn ice moves. If you're a ground type, you can almost certainly also learn rock moves. None of the Eeveelutions get to benefit from the dual type double dip. None of the Eeveelutions get to benefit from the dual type double dip, which has disastrous consequences because all of the Eeveelutions, without exception, have horrendous move pools. You want to talk about move puddles? That's what Vaporeon is melting into when it uses acid armor. $25 Hong Kong dollar microtransaction from Nazono Heroine P, Mysterious Heroine P. We can seize. Where's the seize?
Come here, booty!
Seized. You can evolve your Eevee by beating up an Onix when leveling up in Gen 1. Can you? You get Eevee in Celadon City. There's not much Onix after that. Also, Otachi are the best Eeveelution. They do love Otachi. Otachi is Ferret. Or Furret. Unfortunately, when we do the Vermin tier list, Furret might actually be one of the worst. It is very cute, but it's very bad. And then we have a 1999 macro transaction from Hummus is Yummus. I do like hummus. Although I thought that I didn't when I was younger, but what they were actually feeding me was tahini, which I don't like. And they say, appreciate you, thank you. Thank you very much for the macro transaction. However, I did notice. 99? Uh-oh. It's been a while. It's been a while.
One of the keys to Apple is Apple's an incredibly collaborative company.
I mean, you've really put a big investment in our country. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple.
Applejack's 30% of your donation. Wake up, Mareeple!
We've got to have money.
Applejacked. Thank you for the macro transaction. I do really appreciate it, but if you guys didn't know, Apple is nefarious. So if you donate to a live streamer from an Apple iOS device, so like from the YouTube app on an iPhone, Apple steals 30% of your donation. And I'm gonna use the word steal because I think that is what they do. So 30% of your very generous $20 macro transaction was just stolen by Apple. They don't tell you this, of course. But they get to Applejack 30% of your money for no reason. So if it's possible, please don't donate from the iOS YouTube app. You can do it from a web browser, you can do it from an Android device, no problem. But if you ever donate from the YouTube app of an iPhone, they just steal your donation. Now that's a dark type move for sure. This also actually applies if you sign up with the Patreon app, unfortunately. But what they do is they charge the person who signs up more so that the creator gets the same amount, which is just really painful. So say, for example, you evolved into a Patreon at like the $10 tier. if you sign up on the Patreon app, they will charge you $13 so that I still get 10. But you just have to pay more for the Apple tax. It's ridiculous. So please, like, don't support these incredibly scummy practices. YouTube used Thief? I don't think so. I think that YouTube, I don't want to be a corporate simp too much, but I think YouTube is actually fine. The cut they take, I think, is perfectly reasonable. YouTube also takes 30%, but think about what YouTube is providing. YouTube actually provides a whole lot. I know I complain about YouTube, but think about what they actually do. They're providing live stream hosting, which is insanely expensive. Not only do they provide the live stream hosting, they host the VOD indefinitely, which is crazy. And that's actually a significant portion of my livelihood. The fact that these VODs continue to get views after they get saved. It's actually really, really important. And YouTube does that. They also, I think this is kind of like underappreciated, they negotiate all of the ads for monetization. How monetization works, I know this is kind of a break from the Eeveelution talk, but I think this is fun to talk about. How monetization works is a video is shown, and then when there's an ad break, like there is right now for some of you, just a moment. Inserted. How that ad actually gets decided is there's basically a bunch of bots from advertisers. YouTube says, hey, here's a video about Eeveelutions. And maybe a company that sells like dog food or something would be like, yeah, Eeveelution is kind of like a dog. I would like to run a dog food ad there. And if you are somebody who maybe like has a dog, you would see a dog food ad. YouTube's back-end system automatically negotiates all of this. I don't have to think about this at all, right? I don't have to actually send emails to Purina. And YouTube takes, I think, 45% of that ad, and I get 55%. So it's kind of just symbolic that they give the creator a little bit more. But YouTube negotiates all of that, and, of course, they also promote the video for me, right? The only reason you're watching me right now is because YouTube, within its internal system and algorithm, said, hey, here's something you might enjoy watching, Eeveelution tier list, and pushed it to you. For all of this work that YouTube does, I think it's perfectly fine that when you donate to YouTube, they take 30% of it. I think that's fine. What did Apple do? Why do they get 30%? They didn't do anything. So that's why I think it's fine that YouTube takes their cut, but I don't think it's fine that Apple takes 30. Eevee gets a Gigantamax, but it never actually gets a Mega, right? If it doesn't get a Mega... Yeah, it doesn't get a Mega. Did I drop this? Where's my graphic? Oh, I do have it. If it doesn't get a Mega, then why did I record this graphic?
Master, forgive me. I have to go all out. Just this once!
Forgive me. But with these 50 gifted subs from Extra Sleazy, I have to go all out. Nice 50 hit pin muscle. Did you evolve into Jolteon? Thank you for the very generous 50 hit pin missile. I was talking about the monotypes, right? So the last thing I said that's actually going to be in the video we're recording is, I talked about them having very bad move pools, right? Move puddle. I also want to talk about how... monotyping affects offensive and defensive Pokemon. So I'm going to talk about that now. For offensive Pokemon, dual typing is almost a strict advantage because of the double stab options. Of course, offensive Pokemon also have to reckon with the defensive implications of double typing, which are overall, I would say, positive because of immunity interactions. So, normal types are weak to fighting, immune to ghost. Ghost types are weak to ghost, immune to... Normal types are weak to fighting, immune to ghost. Ghost types are weak to ghost, immune to fighting, but if you combine them, you get a Pokemon that is immune to both ghost and fighting, even though some of their constituent types are actually weak to those types. For the most part, an offensive dual type gaining a quadruple weakness really doesn't matter that much. Because a double damage super effective hit probably also would have killed you, right? The fact that a quadruple weakness super kills you doesn't really matter, right? You don't get put on a different level of the Pokemon Tower, right? It's all the same graves. For defensive Pokemon, even though they usually appreciate dual typing as well, it's not really that bad. For defensive Pokemon, even though they normally appreciate dual typing as well, I would say it's not as grievous to be a monotype. Defensive Pokemon tend to run a lot of utility moves. They might not even run a stab move. Forget about 2. And the major advantage of being a defensive Pokemon without a quadruple weakness is that that quadruple weakness can never be sniped. Could you imagine Ferrothorn without a quadruple fire weakness? You don't really have to imagine. It's called Ferrothorn in Rain, right? So for the more defensive among the Eeveelutions, they don't quite suffer as much from the monotype curse that affects their entire bloodline. Okay. Anything else we have to say about shared Eeveelution traits? We talked about the fact that they all have the same BST, just rearranged differently. We talked about the fact that they're all monotypes, which means they have horrible move pools. And we talked about the fact that dual typing has different implications for offensive and defensive Pokemon. That's all of them, right? They print money in sales. We're going to talk about that with Eevee. Oh yeah, they all get Shadow Ball. But that's just like a TM thing, right? You didn't explain what stab is in like one sentence. I'm just expecting people to know what stab is. Okay, Nazuno Heroin P with another 25 Hong Kong dollar microtransaction with a correction, apparently. That's what they said. It's you need to have Onyx to beat up someone when your Eevee are level upping. After that, Eevee will evolve into a Vaporeon. Ayana-san Banzai. Who's Ayana? Well, glory to Ayana, whoever that is. Thank you for the microtransaction. They're all marketable. We're going to talk about that with Eevee. So we don't have to talk about that here. Oh, it's a glitch that allows you to evolve Eevee into Vaporeon. With the index numbers being shared with the Stone Evos. Okay. We can maybe talk about that with, when we get to Vaporeon. So remind me for that. It's going to be a while till we get to Vaporeon, because we have a lot to say about Eevee. Copycat Baton Pass. Since all of the Eeveelutions evolve from base Eevee, they all can access the moves that base Eevee could get, either through level up or through beating. Either through level up or through breeding. This one, Baton Pass, we're going to be seeing a lot of this. This one, Baton Pass. We're going to be seeing a lot of this one, so pay attention. Got it memorized? And it's a TM, but for some reason, all of them can learn Shadow Ball, so we're probably going to be talking about Shadow. And it's a TM, but all of them are in the NBA. They are all ballin'. All of them get Shadow Ball. And the move pools are so dire that pretty much all of them elect to equip the B-Ball just because there's nothing else they're proficient with. Alright. I don't think I need this tab anymore, because I'm just going to be looking at the individual Eeveelution, so I think I can get rid of this. Okay. There's also a pinned comment where you guys can actually vote in a straw poll for your favorite Eeveelution. I guess we can reveal it early in the video, right? I can't imagine there's going to be that many more votes from this point forward, so you guys can get your votes in now as I prepare Eevee. So please vote now if you haven't yet. Just click on Eevee here. Oh, it's actually... Yeah, no, it is Eevee. Anything else I need to say? If you're here in the live, then you actually... If you were there in the live, then you actually had the opportunity to vote on your favorite Eeveelution, which I will showcase now! But I can't click. Unfortunately, I can't actually click to move the screen while my hands are presenting like this. With 207 votes at the time, of tallying, Jolteon is the decisive winner with 22% of the vote. Then we have Espeon at 14%, Umbreon at 12%, Sylveon at 12%, Leafeon at 10%, ooh, poor Booster at under 10%. Then Glaceon and, wow, actually Dead last is Vaporeon. Huh, I thought Vaporeon was pretty popular. For each Eeveelution, we probably are going to be discussing their designs, but I don't actually think that it's going to affect their rankings at all. We're going to try and be pretty objective, but for full transparency, my favorite Eeveelution is probably Flareon. And then after that, I would probably say Jolteon would be my pick for my favorites. Alright, gotta go finish my last responsibility for my job. Thanks for joining, Shiki. Good luck at your job. First up is Eevee in its vanilla unevolved form. It's a bit strange to actually be ranking this thing. The whole point of Eevee is to evolve into one of its zillion branching Evos, right? But for some reason, especially since the Switch era with Let's Go Eevee, unevolved Eevee has been treated as a sort of secondary mascot, and they've been giving gimmicks specifically to unevolved Eevee as if you're supposed to use it in its base form. So should you? Here's Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. If you ever hear the voice actress... Here's Eevee, the evolution Pokemon, so there's sort of a hint here. Maybe you want to actually evolve this thing. Japanese name is also Eevee, but if you hear the voice actress, she kind of does this weird B and V sound. It's like, Eevee. I don't know why. This says Eevee. If you want an alternate Eevee cry, here you go. Eevee. Adorable, right? Oh! Oh, Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Very smart of the developers to encourage you to evolve this thing immediately by giving it absolute trash can stats. .325 BST. Highest stat, special defense. Pure normal typing, awful. Pure normal typing, awful. 325 BST. Highest stat? Highest stat? Special defense.
Your magic shall not save you.
If there's an upside to vanilla Eevee, you won't find it here. Partner Eevee. Partner Eevee from Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee actually has buffed stats. Partner Eevee from Let's Go Eevee is actually a superior breed. It has better stats, although still far, far inferior to any of the Eeveelutions. I just think it's so bizarre to have an Eevee whose entire thing is that it doesn't evolve. If anything, they should have done what the fan game Super Eevee Edition does, which is have an Eevee that can't stop evolving. It's actually really cool. It's like a Final Fantasy-inspired fan game with an Eevee that can shift between any of its Eeveelutions at any time. It's actually really fun. You should give it a try. Partner Eevee's stats are better than vanilla Eevee's, but not by... Partner Pikachu being locked out of Eeveelution kind of makes sense, because Pikachu is an iconic Pokemon that doesn't evolve in the anime, right? Raichu Erasure is nothing new. It's so bizarre to me that Partner Eevee is a Pokemon... It's so bizarre to me that Partner Eevee is an Eevee that is all about not evolving. It's so bizarre to me that Partner Eevee is all about not evolving, even though it's Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Partner Eevee's stats are better than vanilla Eevee. They're still bad. I would call these worse than any of the actual Eeveelutions. But also, Partner Eevee is in a game where stats don't really matter, because the best strategy for every Pokemon is to give them Terra Type 2 diabetes. You just grind their brothers and sisters into a fine paste that you then shove down their throat in the form of species candies. You can beat the game with Caterpie, because you can just buff their stats to an insane amount by forcing them to become cannibals. How do you actually get Eevee candies? Is that even possible? You can kill Eevee on Cycling Road? Okay, so it is possible.
May the gods protect you.
NPCs give them out too? Okay. Where's the Let's Go move pool? Do I have to go to Gen 7? Ah, here it is. It's just in a different space. So if I go back... Is it over here? No, I would have to go to Gen 7. Here it is, yeah. Even though Partner Eevee is locked in its vanilla unevolved form, it does actually get some even though Partner Eevee is locked in its vanilla form, Even though Partner Eevee is locked in its unevolved vanilla form, it does actually get some toppings from its evolutions. Even though Partner Eevee is locked in its unevolved vanilla form, it does actually get some toppings from its evolved forms. Oh, I got it. Even though Partner Eevee is locked in its unevolved vanilla form, it does actually get some toppings that are flavored after its potential Eeveelutions. In the form of these special moves that are incredibly powerful. In the form of these special moves that are incredibly powerful. In the form of these special tutor moves that are equal parts powerful and embarrassing. Bouncy Bubble. Buzzy Buzz. Sizzly Slide. Oh, Glitzy Glow. Oh, Batty Bad. Oh, Sappy Seed. Freezy Frost. Sparkly Swirl. And VV Volley. I actually didn't know this one existed. I'm aware this is a game for kids. I'm aware this is a game for kids, but I never really felt like the game was talking down or condescending to me in the original games. I'm aware these are games for kids. But I never really felt like the game condescended to you or babied you. If anything, they maybe gave you too much responsibility. You're a 10-year-old kid going out on an adventure, and usually most of the trainers you beat are amazed at your strength for your age. But in Let's Go, a game explicitly aimed at disgusting Let's Go casuals who have, of course, since completely infested and made Pokemon even worse than it was before. These people, if you can even call them such, they need Baby Talk, they need Bouncy Bubble, oh, they need Buzzy Buzz, oh, they need Sizzly Slide. So what do all of these do? This is 50% and a suck effect. Buzzy Buzz is paralysis, right? Is it 50%? Oh, it's guaranteed. We'll talk about their Japanese names as well. All of these moves, all of these special Eeveelution gene moves, all of these special Eeveelution gene moves have 90 base power. They alternate between special and... All of these special Eeveelution moves, all of these special awakened Eeveelution gene moves have 90 base power. They can be either special or physical, and they all have a guaranteed chance of their secondary effect. And yet these secondary effects are, you know, pretty modest. Bouncy Bubble, known in Japanese as Iki Iki Bubble, lively bubble. 90 base power special water remove, and it sucks the opponent dry, so you leech 50% of the damage you deal as healing. It's not a very watery effect. I thought this would be like a status cleanse. Buzzy Buzz, the electric move. Buzzy Buzz is a 90 base power special electric move known in Japanese as Bidi Bidi Eriki. And it's a guaranteed paralysis, so it's Thunder Wave, but it actually has 90 base power. Very fair. Sizzly Slide is a fire-type move, 90 base power physical, known in Japanese as Mera Mera Ban! And it's a guaranteed burn. Remember Sacred Fire, one of the best moves in the franchise? 100 base power physical, 50% burn. Not sizzly enough. People talk about the slippery slope to power creep. What about the sizzly slide to power creep? Glitzy Glow, which you can only learn by bringing Eevee to the Glitz Pits. I think that's what it was called in Paper Mario. Glitzy Glow, 90 base power, 100 accuracy psychic move. Known in Japanese as Doba Doba Aura. The Gushing Aura. I thought Gush was a water move. It's psychic, except you also get light screen. Cool. Maybe they should have reflected on how strong this was. Hope you've enjoyed the upbeat commentary so far, because there's nothing to be happy about here with Baddie Bad. It's a dark type move. Ooh. 90 base power special. Known in Japanese as Waru Waru Zone. The Bad Bad Zone. 90 base power, and here's your reflect. When you're lost in the dark type, look for the light screen. You won't find it because this move sets up reflect. From your Leafeon gene, you get Sappy Seed. 90 base power, 100 accuracy. From your Leafeon gene, you get Sappy Seed. 90 base power, physical. From your Leafeon gene, you get Sappy Seed. 90 base power, physical grass. Known in Japanese as Sukusuku Bomba. The fast-growing bomber. H-Bomber's third channel. H-Bomber's alternate channel. H-Bomber's alternate Eeveelution fan channel. Sappy Seed deals damage and plants a seed on the target. Main article. Seeding. I ain't clicking this. It applies Leech Seed. Your Glaceon gene grants you Freezy Frost. 90 base power. Your Glaceon gene grants you Freezy Frost, 90 base power, special ice move. Known in Japanese as Kochi Kochi Frost. Kochi Kochi Frost. The Frozen Stiff Frost. Does not actually insta-freeze your opponent. It just has a clear smog or mist effect of negating all stat changes. Remember clear smog? Well, here's Freezy Frost. You know how clear smog is a really good move, even though it's maybe the worst? Oh, it's Haze. Does not insta-freeze your opponent. Instead, it negates all stat changes that have happened, so it's a Haze effect. Remember Clear Smog? How it's a really good move even though it has 60 base power and is arguably the worst attacking type in the game in Poison? What if it had more power and it was one of the best attacking types in the game? What about that? Pretty cool, right? Sylveon gene grants you Sparkly Swirl. 90 base power special fairy move. Known in Japanese as Kira Kira Storm. Fun fact, they just banned something called Kira Kira names in Japan. So Kira Kira names are sort of like intentionally annoying and flashy names. They do this sometimes in English as well, where you just take a common name, but you spell it in kind of a ridiculous way. It's that same thing, but in Japanese, with Japanese characters, so you can imagine how annoying this is from an administrative standpoint. I understand why they banned it. Sparkly Swirl apparently smells really good because it's a 90 base power aromatherapy. Just cures all status from you and your team, in addition to probably killing your opponent because it's a 90 base power fairy move. And finally, Vivi's Limit Break? And finally, partner Eevee's Limit Break, the Eevee Volley. I thought Eevee was a black mage. Eevee Volley... When I said Limit Break, I guess I wasn't really kidding, because in Japanese it's called Bureku. The Eevee Break. Always, Eevee Volley deals damage and bypasses accuracy checks to always hit. The base power of Eevee Volley is dependent on the friendship of the user. The greater the user's friendship, the greater the power. And the power is just friendship divided by 2.5. The base power of Eevee Volley varies between 1 at the minimum friendship value of 0 and 102 at the maximum friendship value of 255. So this is just return. It's literally just return. But they gave it a special animation. Did you guys know that Eevee gets insane favoritism in all of its forms? This is also a This is also while I wouldn't really consider this worth a move slot, this is one of the very rare instances It's return with perfect accuracy. Return already has perfect accuracy. You never get your accuracy lowered. While just return isn't that exciting, oh, copyrighted music? Probably not, but we can skip this. Give me a second. Let's go. Different song. While just return isn't that exciting, I guess you would... You might consider this move an example of artificial scarcity because they removed return, but then gave it to only Eevee as a special move. I maybe can't even call it a move because it doesn't take up one of your 4 move slots. It's just a bonus action. 5th move that you can use because Eevee is just so special. Yeah, this really is basically a limit break. This literally breaks the limit on 4 move slot syndrome. The VV volley. Unfortunately, you can only access this by sacrificing your dignity and waggling your Joy-Con vigorously on camera. I'll never be doing that, so I basically cannot ever use this move. Unfortunately, you can only access this move by sacrificing your dignity and waggling your Joy-Con vigorously. I never intend to do that on camera, so for me this move may as well be inaccessible. Luckily for us, all of these moves are quarantined. Luckily for us, all of these moves are quarantined to only partner Eevee, only in Gen 7, so even though we spent a lot of time talking about them, you will basically never encounter these ever. Luckily for us, all of these moves are quarantined to not only Gen 7, but specifically to partner Eevee in Gen 7, which exists in its own meta very far away, where I never have to look. So you could sort of just consider this move overview a history lesson, because you will never encounter these moves again. Good riddance. Good riddance. Really glad that... Good riddance. Really glad that Smeargle doesn't have the artistic chops to... Good riddance. Really glad that Smeargle doesn't have the artistic chops to sketch up these moves, because they would be pretty oppressive. Hang on, there's a dog outside. It's also really hot. I'm gonna turn the air conditioner on. Hold on. In the meantime, well, you're not missing much. Advertised. I'm back. Hey, it's that dog. Okay, we're back. It's been really muggy recently? What are you talking about? This isn't a bottle, not a mug. Refreshed. Back in reality. Back in reality with... Are we in reality? Vanilla timeline. Back in the vanilla timeline, where Eevee is not our dear partner, what in the world are we supposed... Back in reality, where Eevee is not our dear partner, we've got these god-awful stats to work with. What kind of bonuses... What kind of bonus gimmicks could possibly make this stat template worth it? Start with Dynamax. Gigantamax Eevee. Well, the worst gimmick in Pokemon, Dynamax, was given not to an Eeveelution, but to Eevee itself. There is a Dynamax Eevee form. Keep in mind that Dynamax doesn't change your stats, it only doubles your HP. And Eevee has horrendous HP, in addition to horrendous everything else, so... Stats-wise, this is not gonna save you. But you do get a special move. You get G Max Cuddle. Kyodai Hoyo. Huge hug. Does Hoyo mean hug? You can tell how lonely I am. Apparently I don't know the Japanese word for hug. gshow.org. Discarded tiles? What in the world? What is Hoyo? Isn't that the company that makes a bunch of, like, gacha slop? MiHoYo? But they're, like, Chinese. I'm serious, I don't know what Hoyo means. I don't know why this is called hug. So what does this move actually do? G-Max Cuddle inflicts damage on a target, not much because you're an Eevee, and makes all opponents of opposite gender of the user become infatuated with it. So this actually has no effect on more than half of Pokemon. So what does this move actually do? G-Max Cuddle inflicts damage based on a... So what does this move actually do? G-Max Cuddle inflicts damage on a target. So let's see. So what does this move actually do? G-Max Cuddle inflicts damage on a target and makes all opponents of the opposite gender of the user become infatuated with it. So on more than half of targets, this will not have a bonus effect. Because there's a greater than 50% chance that the enemy is either the same gender or genderless. And whether it's physical or special depends on what normal move you use to transform into. And whether it's normal or special depends on which normal move you use as the base for your Gmax Cuddle. Alright, so I think I can pretty... Alright, so I think I can pretty safely call this completely useless. There is no reason you would ever spend your Dynamax on Eevee just to use Gmax Cuddle. You would never use this, ever. It actually might be a good idea not to even attempt it, because the Gmax cry of Eevee is like anti-ASMR. It's like they shout in your ear while also whispering. I guess they used a Boom Burst as the base for Gmax Cuddle. Terrible stats. Terrible typing. Terrible stats. It's starting to sound like you would only ever send out base Eevee as a last resort. Wait a minute. Where are the moves? Eevee has access to a move, Last Resort. Very funny Japanese name. Totteoki. The best. Is it the best? Well, the move itself is not. It's a 140 base power normal move that you can only use if you've used your other moves. So you could either delete all of your other moves, in which case you can just immediately Last Resort. Very funny Japanese name. Totteoki. The best. Is it the best? Well, you save the best for last, so the way that... Well, you save the best for last, so it's a 140 base powered normal move, physical. But the gimmick is that... Well, you save the best for last, so... It's a 100 accuracy, 140 base power physical normal move. That's really good. But you can't just select it. You have to use all of your other moves first. So you could either delete all of your other moves. So you could strategically delete your other moves to make it easier to use Last Resort. Last Resort is kind of a strange name because if you're using this move, it's really not your last resort. It's the opposite of that. It's your first plan. It fails if it's your only move. That's what I thought. Very funny Japanese name. Totteoki. The best. Well, you save the best for last. So, Last Resort is 100 accuracy, 140 base power, physical, normal move. That really, really solid stats. But the gimmick is that you can't just select this move. But the gimmick is that you can't just select this move. You have to use all of your other moves first, and you can't just cheese it by deleting your other 3 moves and leaving only Last Resort. You have to use at least one other move. So you could combo it with Fake Out, and then you can access your Last Resort. This is a very ironic name, because if you're using Last Resort, you planned for it, right? This isn't your last resort. This is your first... Last Resort is a very ironic name, because if you're using this move, this is part of your plan, right? It's not a last resort. This is a pretty ironic move name, because if you're using this move, it's not your last resort. Right? It's part of Plan A. It's the opposite. Eevee, of course, as we've discussed at length by now, has horrendous stats. So you would never actually use the attack. Eevee, as we've discussed at length, has horrendous stats, so you would never actually try to attack with... Luckily, Eevee is not the only one lodging at the Last Resort. There's plenty of other Pokemon that can access this. Luckily, Eevee is not the only one who booked a stay at the Last Resort. There's tons of other Pokemon that can also access this move, so that's where you would actually use it as an attack. As we've discussed at length, Vanilla Eevee has horrendous stats, so even though 140 power... As we've discussed at length, Vanilla Eevee has horrendous stats. So even though 100 accuracy, 140 power, not only with stab, with actually adaptability stab, because Eevee actually gets adaptability as an ability. Even though those are very good numbers, they're all multiplied by trash can stats, so forget about actually using this to attack your opponent. You've got to apply the Z factor. The Z Crystal has a unique interaction with Last Resort on unevolved Eevee. It allows you to access Extreme Evo Boost, known in Japanese as 9 Eboru Boosto. Eboru? Where's Kane? Did I say Eevinium or no? What did I say? Was that a Bible joke? No, Fire Emblem. I've never read the Bible. I just said Z Crystal. That's good enough. Now, unfortunately, I can't actually show you the Extreme Evo Boost animation, because it also has a unique interaction with YouTube videos. You will almost guaranteed get copyright claimed, which is very, very strange, because that doesn't happen with most gameplay footage. But for some reason, they're really, really strict about protecting extreme Evo boosts. All that really happens in the animation is it's sort of like a Super Sentai thing where all of the Eeveelutions pour their power into Eevee. So we do have a non-copyright. All you're missing in the animation is sort of a Super Sentai thing where the 9 Eeveelutions pour their power into young Eevee. And we do actually have a custom non-copyright claimable version of Eevee gaining the power of all of its forms at once.
What's happening? It's like all the life on Earth is flowing inside me.
Now you die. Can't control the changes! What have you done to me?
He's absorbing all the DNA! We have to stop him!
Ugh. Well, Eevee's evolutions are considered mutations, and sometimes you can mutate a little too vigorously, I guess. Ugh. You definitely don't want to use an unlicensed Extreme Evo boost, because if you actually use the legit one with the Eevinium crystal, you actually get an insane effect. Yeah, Eevee's stats are horrible, but you actually get a guaranteed double Omni boost. Wow, I think this is actually the most stats you can possibly gain in a single turn in the entire series. There is no doubt that the actual effect of Extreme Evo Boost is insane. The issue is that this crazy stat boost is on Eevee. And doubling all of these stats is still not actually any good. There's a lot of obstacles to making... So it's not as simple as just clicking 9 Evo boost and pulling off a... So it's not as simple as just clicking 9 Evo boost, getting your super stats, and pulling off a sweep. Keep in mind that to use 9 Evo boost, you have to hold the Eevinium Z, which means that you cannot hold a Focus Sash, which means that you somehow have to survive a turn with 55 speed and a defensive spread of 55, 50, 65. That is not happening. At the very least, it's not happening solo. This gimmick, and I do think it is a gimmick, has actually seen some success. The way you use it is you do a double battle, you have the diversion Pokemon, which I think is normally a Friend Guard, Eviolite, Follow Me, Clefairy. You draw the fire away from Eevee for one turn, you get the crazy 9 Evo boost, and Eevee still can't really use it, like, look at this. So what you then do is you either Baton Touch, the boost out to another Pokemon, or you have another Pokemon copy it. So what you then do is you either have another Pokemon psych themselves up to copy all of your crazy boosts, or you use Baton Pass, first time we're mentioning it, to go ahead and Baton Touch out your incredible boosts to another Pokemon. The most common recipient of this was actually Crocodile. Definitely a friend of the channel. We talk about Crocodile a lot, and you would use Crocodile for this because Crocodile gets Power Trip, which is the Dark-type version of Stored Power, and because you've gotten +2, +4, +6, and because you've gotten +2, +4, +6, +8, +10 total stats, your Power Trip absolutely shreds everything. I don't even think it matters if you're unaware of it, because the base power is completely absurd. I don't even think it matters if you're unaware of the +2 to attack, because the base power is just absurd, and you want to use Power Trip for this because nothing is immune to Dark, whereas some things are immune to Psychic. I don't think it really matters if you're unaware of the +2 attack boost, just because the attack... I don't think it actually matters if you're unaware of the +2 attack portion, because the base power is really absurd. Crocodile, of course, gets Stab on Dark because he's a criminal. And he has Moxie. So the Power Trip gets crazier and crazier every single turn. Not that the battle's gonna last that much longer if you pull this off. I think that's everything we have to say for base form Eevee. I think that's everything we have to say for vanilla Eevee. Despite being a Pokemon whose entire gimmick is to evolve, I think that's everything we have to say for base Eevee. I think that's about everything we have to say for vanilla Eevee. Despite being a Pokemon whose entire gimmick is that it's supposed to evolve immediately and into whatever flavor aligns with you as a player. I actually don't think that vanilla Eevee is even in the evicted tier, almost purely because of the 9 Evo boost cheese. I actually don't think that vanilla Eevee goes in evicted. I think it does actually have a place. Partner Eevee has some pretty crazy options. And the 9 Evo boost cheese did actually unironically see use, even though you never actually use it with Eevee itself. I think we can award vanilla Eevee an Eevile placement. You would never actually use unevolved Eevee in your in-game playthrough. Just evolve it, bro. What are you doing? But in competitive, there's some kind of zany stuff you can do with the vanilla Eevee exclusive gimmicks. We can talk about Eevee's design a bit. It's very plain, which I think is good, because Eevee is supposed to be just the base template that all of the Eeveelutions then grow from. I think it's a really clean, simple, I think it's a really simple and clean design. Hope that doesn't get copyright claimed. It's a cute little fennec fox. It almost looks like a real animal. It almost looks like a real animal, just with a little touch of fantasy. Very, very cute. I liked its appearance in Palworld. You might say that it's a little bit generic. There's a generic brand Eevee in Palworld. Let's go, Cremis! But I like how ordinary it looks. It's literally a normal type. Overall though, outside of very specific gimmick contexts, you should evolve Eevee as soon as possible. I thought the anime episode about the Eeveelution brothers was completely ridiculous. I think the message at the end of the day was that you're fine the way you are, no need to change. What a ridiculous message. You're just gonna sit there and stagnate. Hell no. Not everything is valid, okay, as the kids would say. Sometimes you need to grow up. Ignore the fact that I'm wearing an Eevee costume. Anything else we want to say about the Eeveelution brothers? Despite the fact man in Eevee costume tells people on internet to grow up, we can make that like a news segment. Although vanilla Eevee does have very specific gimmick uses, in 99% of cases, you should just evolve Eevee immediately. You are not meant to use this thing in its base form. I thought the anime episode about the Eeveelution brothers peer pressuring their youngest sibling to walk the path that they had chosen. I think the end moral ended up being that, no, Eevee, you're just fine the way you are. Get real. Incoming truth nuke that is gonna cause this to evolve into one of the zillion fan poison type Eeveelutions. Maybe you're not okay in your current form. Maybe you do need to improve. Maybe you're not actually the way you should be. Maybe, dare I say it, in this current climate, maybe you're not valid. Get real and grow up. Can't just play pretend forever. And then in the edit, we can go ahead and have all of that be in like a fake news studio where it says man in Eevee costume tells viewers to grow up. And hopefully that's lampooning that enough. Okay, I think that's actually it for Eevee, right? Would it be on the Quill Pill podcast? And I think it's just gonna be a like a news thing with like the scrolling banner. Alright, Vaporeon time, right? First actual Eeveelution, it's Vaporeon. Let's apply that water stone.
The tides swell and the oceans churn. Evolve to
Showers. Showers, unfortunately, never going to be added to Smash. We know Smash players never shower. We know Smash players never showers. We know that Smash players never true combo shower. We know that Smash players never true combo water into soap. There we go, that'll work. Vaporeon. Vaporeon, the Bubble Jet Pokemon. We don't need to talk about the Japanese name, because we already talked about it. First true Eeveelution, which means, hey, we get some real stats here. 130 HP. This is actually not shared by any other of the Eeveelutions. So this is the thickest Eeveelution confirmed. .65 attack is terrible, but you would never use physical attacks with this anyway. 60 defense is not great, but 130 HP is a really big buffer, and a sort of signature pseudo... 60 defense is not great, but 130 HP is a really big buffer, and Vaporeon has a pseudo signature move of Acid Armor, allowing it to gain +2 defense at the cost of a turn and a move slot. Is that worth it? Probably not. In Generation 1, it had a special stat of 110. In Generation 1, Vaporeon had a special stat of 110, which was split in Gen 2, and it gained 110 special... In Generation 1, Vaporeon had a special... In Generation 1, Vaporeon had a unified special stat of 110. But this was split in Gen 2, and the 110 was actually retained in its special attack. even though Vaporeon is typically thought of as a bulky defensive Pokemon, 110 special attack is a lot. This thing hits really, really hard. It actually hits harder than Charizard. .95 special defense is pretty good, especially paired with 130 special... 95 special defense is actually pretty good. 95 special defense is actually pretty good, especially paired with that huge 130 HP buffer. So this is very, very bulky on special. And 65 speed is bad. ...20-hit Pin Missile from Red Chaos Emerald. Where are the other ones? Well, nice 20-hit Pin Missile. I thought only Jolteon learned Pin Missile. In terms of moves, it's an Eeveelution, so don't get your hopes up too high. You get water moves? In terms of moves, it's an Eeveelution, so don't get your hopes up too high. You get water moves, and you get the water-adjacent moves, which means ice moves? And I guess you could also Shadow Ball. In terms of moves, don't get your hopes up too high, because it's an Eeveelution. You're gonna get water moves, and you're gonna get water-adjacent moves, which means ice moves. You do have 110 special attack, so you might actually consider ballin' and joining the NBA. You do have 110 special attack, so you might consider... You do have 110 special attack, so you might actually consider Shadow Ballin' in the NBA. TMs and tutor moves, not really anything notable here. In terms of TMs and tutoring moves, like, there's not really anything notable here. Could potentially use this in a Baton Pass chain, but there are much better Eeveelutions at that. It is a bulky water, and of course that means you can scald things. If you can scald, you're probably not that bad, right? Please nerf this move. You actually get flip turns. You can actually... You actually get flip turn, so... As a bulky water, Vaporeon really wishes it had some sort of direct self-healing. Like Recover, that would be great. Unfortunately, it doesn't have Recover, but it does have Recovery. The entire Eeveelution line is part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Not only can Vaporeon wish, it can actually make someone else's wish come true. With the addition... Not only can Vaporeon wish, it can actually make somebody else's wish come true. With Flip Turn, in which case the 65 speed is actually kind of an upside, because you can make a wish, get hit, then Flip Turn, and have your partner's wish come true. That's actually pretty useful. $2 microtransaction from Bro Duderman who says, gotta mention Gen 2 growth for V and E. Bases are better than growths. I'm afraid I don't know what V and E means. It gets alluring voice. Oh, Vaporeon and Effie? Would you ever use this? I don't think so, right? Does it not get life dew? I don't think so. And you get Calm Mind as early as Gen 3, right? Unfortunately, Vaporeon needs to get a life. No life dew. Does get alluring voice. Because it's a siren, right? Does get alluring voice. Kind of like a siren. Do you think that our modern use of the word siren, like a police siren, like a warning, actually has to do with the actual creature, the siren? I never thought about that. They've got to be related, right? Am I on the right size? I actually don't think I am. No, I'm not. There we go. It's not a big deal. I should talk about the abilities, so I think we should probably do that at the beginning. So we'll just cut this in earlier. Vaporeon, the Bubble Jet Pokemon. Abilities are baseline, Water Absorb. When you get hit by a water move, instead of taking damage, you actually heal 25% of your HP, and you have a lot of HP, so you actually get a lot of healing. And hidden ability is Hydration. So if you're in rain, your status heals at the end of each turn. Hidden ability is Hydration, so if you are in rain, then your status condition gets cured at the end of each turn. This means you can do things like rain rest, just fall asleep, and then the rain wakes you up from your nap. Keep this in mind for when we talk about Leaf Guard later. Keep this in mind for when we talk about Leaf Guard later. I should just do refresh now. I think I could use some hydration myself. Refreshed. Keep the functionality of hydration in mind for when we talk about Leaf Guard later. I think that's actually everything we have to say about Vaporeon, right? Before we actually rank it. Although Vaporeon is... Although Vaporeon... Although Vaporeon is theoretically... Although Vaporeon is okay in-game... Although Vaporeon is okay in-game, 110 special attack is a lot. You're probably not going to use it because one of the draws of the Eeveelutions is that they're very flexible, right? You can choose whichever Eeveelution fits your team the best, and that will actually almost never be Vaporeon. A strike against adding Vaporeon to your team is that water is a starter type. So if you picked the water starter, there's really no reason you would then also pick Vaporeon. And of course, Vaporeon is a water type, which is literally the most common type in the game. There's no drought when it comes to water type options. So even though Vaporeon itself is actually quite strong even among water types, you just have so many options. And this does apply to all of the Eeveelutions, but by picking one Eeveelution, you are not getting the other ones, right? There is that opportunity cost. And I think that applies most strongly to Vaporeon, just because there are so many other options for a water type, some of which are... I think this applies very strongly to Vaporeon, because there are just so many options for a water-type Pokemon. And there are some very common water types, like, say, Magikarp and Gyarados, that are very easy to pick up and outclass Vaporeon. So I don't actually think you would use Vaporeon in-game, even though it's not bad. In terms of competitive viability, Vaporeon, again, quite solid, even though one of its gimmicks is melting into liquid. Bulky water is an archetype for a reason. Just being a water type with a lot of HP. Bulky water is an archetype for a reason. Just being a water type blob that sits there and is very difficult to flush down the drain, that's pretty useful. I think there's bulky waters that do it better than Vaporeon. More on that very soon. But Vaporeon is perfectly fine. I would say it is viable. But Vaporeon is perfectly usable. I would say that it's viable. Anything else to say about Vaporeon? I think that's probably it, right? It's viable. It's fine. It was OU in Gen 5 at least. Talk about the stupid copy pasta. I mean, we'll reference it in the premium. I think we've done enough. Suicune, the first of the legendary beasts. I guess this is technically a cover legendary, right? Suicune, the first of the legendary beasts. I think this is technically the... We can end our Vaporeon review with a $5 microtransaction from Level 5 Vaporeon. A drink to that, boss. I've been watching every Pokemon game you've played and you've never used me ever. It's great. Don't talk about the copy pasta. Well, we won't. Cheers.
While wine vinegar doesn't actually hydrate you, in fact, in large amounts it can do the exact opposite, it does slake your thirst. In Roman history, it was always seen as a refreshing thing to drink.
Refreshed. Suicune. Suicune. I guess that fire resist wasn't enough to save Vaporeon from the fire, because it died, and then it got that battle res from Ho-Oh. I think this is actually the very first cover legendary? I think this is the first archetype tier list Pokemon that is technically a cover legendary. Hang on. Just had to fix something. I think this is actually the first archetype tier list Pokemon we're talking about. That's technically a cover legendary. This is the mascot of Pokemon Crystal, and the special thing about that game is that one of Pokemon's zillion fancy water guys, like Wallace or Sigmund or Siegfried, whatever his name is totally obsessed with Suicune. You'd think he'd be obsessed with Vaporeon, right? Suicune, known in Japanese as Suicune. Sui means, Sui is one of the readings of water, and kun. Suicune, known in Japanese as Suicune. Sui is one of the readings of water, and kun in this context is like royalty. So it's like Prince of Water or Prince of Tides. Has the pressure ability, also known as nothing. Has the pressure ability, which normally is the same as having no ability, but for Suicune, you actually do get pressured, as we'll talk about. And you could get Inner Focus, which prevents... and as a hidden ability, you could get Inner Focus, which prevents being flinched, and it also prevents Intimidate, which doesn't really matter, because you're not going to be using physical attacks. Base stat total of 580, so the Resurrection spell did give them a bit of a boost. Base stat total of 580, so Ho-Oh's Resurrection recipe did give them a bit of a boost here. I thought Resurrection Sickness made you weaker. 100 HP, so actually less thick. 100 HP, so actually some of the thickness got burnt off by the fire. 75 attack, who cares? 115 defense, that's pretty good. 90 special attack. So it also had some of its special attack evaporated. 90's not bad though. 115 special defense? And 85 speed, so it is a little bit swifter after burning off some of the bulk. Pretty obvious what you're supposed to do with Suicune, right? 100 HP, 115 defense, 115 special defense. That is a pretty obvious what you're supposed to do with Suicune, right? Mono Water, which is a very solid defensive type, and 100 HP, 115 defense, 115 special defense. That is some serious beef. Move pool is, not the greatest. It is based on an Eeveelution. You've got water moves. You've got ice moves. But very importantly, you've got Calm Mind. Any Crocoon fans here? Suicune's most infamous set, Crocoon. Calm Mind, Rest, Sleep Talk. Well, how do you kill things? Well, with your one attack, Surf. Crocoon has no weak. How can they allow this thing? Oh, we never talked about Showers' design. Guess we can talk about that here and we can splice it in earlier. In terms of design, I think Vaporeon is okay. In terms of design, I would say I'm overall okay. I'm sorry, there's like a dump truck outside. I gotta wait. I like the funny fish dog. In terms of design, I think Vaporeon is okay. I don't really think this is what Eevee would look like if you took it to a vape shop. I don't really understand why. In terms of design, I think Vaporeon is okay. If you took Eevee to a vape shop, most people I've seen, if you took Eevee to a vape shop, I think it would actually turn out looking very different than Vaporeon. I would say I definitely do get amphibious vibes from Vaporeon. I would say I do get amphibious vibes from Vaporeon. The idea of Eevee is that it's mutating to match its environment. So if you threw Eevee in a pool, put it in a real sink or swim situation. Definitely looks like Vaporeon could swim. I like the gill frill. I like the gill frill. Anybody remember Gil from Kim Possible? Definitely not as cute as Vaporeon. But Vaporeon is a friendly enough design that it's an official ambassador here in Japan. But Vaporeon is a certified friend-shaped design. It's actually part of a water promotion program here in Japan. Look how official it looks. I do think it has, and even though we know that Showers is not viable in Smash, and even though we know that Showers will never be in Smash, it somehow still managed to spam Nair, because it lost all of its fur, right? It has this sleek, fishy sheen. Okay, I think that's enough for Vaporeon's design. So back to Suicune. Suicune's design is cool. Suicune's design is cool. We call them legendary beasts as kind of just a categorization. I think it's a spotted leopard? It's got the big crystal. It's got that crystal crown. It's got that crystal crown on its forehead. Gotta put that on the cover. And it's got these flowing aurora ribbons. It's very, very elegant. And it can even walk on water. Who does he think he is? A shaman? That's the famous water walker, right? For in-game, as a legendary, it's got a bit of a disadvantage because it's locked away until a somewhat later. For in-game, Suicune isn't really that great. It's story-gated in Crystal, but that's actually still better than the other legendary beasts. At least you're guaranteed to encounter Suicune. Not the greatest in-game for exactly the same reasons we mentioned with Vaporeon. You've got so many other water-type options that are easier to access and probably better. Suicune also does less damage than Vaporeon, even though it does that damage with a better... Suicune also does less damage than Vaporeon because it has less special attack, but it is faster, and a 95 base special attack surf is probably still enough. It's just not something I would call exceptional. In terms of competitive, I would say that Suicune does the bulky water thing just better than Vaporeon overall, not strictly better. But Crocoon was a menace back in the day. Crocoon has no weak. Balance disaster. final placement for Suicune, the Prince of Water. I'm gonna say it's... viable. If you're going into the pool, make sure to... We use the buddy system in the pool, okay? Safety first. Everybody okay with Vaporeon and Suicune just adjacent in E-viable? They're fine. Speak now or forever hold your peace. How high is the bar for E-Victor? You have to be good in both competitive and in-game. Put Suicune above? I think Vaporeon's better because it's in more games. But, I mean, you could swap these. Like, these are fine. Suicune probably above Vaporeon. I don't think Vaporeon's top tier. It's too slow. You wouldn't use it in-game. It's, like, okay. And it's not like it was ever a competitive superstar. It's just good. So, we could mention swapping these around. You could use Flip Turn and arrange it this way. I think in Gen 2, Vaporeon was better because it was a growth unit. You could use growth on Vaporeon, whereas Suicune had no boosting option. But then as early as Gen 3, you got Calm Mind, the birth of Crocoon, and from then on, Suicune was definitely the better booster. And spoilers, both of these are actually better than booster. Ah, there we go. That's everything for the water ones. Alright, I think that's everything. Jolteon time?
Your future is bright.
Your future is bright, apparently, is what the music says.
You're in good form. You're doing quite well. You're quite adept. Someone worth following. You won't outpace me.
Jolteon! Jolteon, the most popular Eeveelution according to our ongoing straw poll. What's the forecast tonight? What's the forecast today?
The heavens roar, and the skies shatter. Evolve 2.
Sanders!
Great help. You'll be repaid. Now, I will do all I can.
Thunderstruck.
No obstacle will stand. I will prevail.
Jolteon. Oh, we gotta change the aspect ratio, right?
Let's keep up the pace.
Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon. Known in Japanese as Sandazu. Not the Colonel, and not Thunder. Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon. Known in Japanese as Sandazu. Oh, sorry. Jolteon, known in Japanese as Sandasu, not the Colonel, and notably also not Zapdos. Zapdos is Sanda, not Sandasu. Alright? Don't get it wrong. Abilities are either Volt Absorb. Which is the electronic version. Abilities are Volt Absorb, which is the electronic version of Water Absorb. If you get hit by an electric move, you don't take damage. Instead, you recover 25% of your HP. Hidden ability is Quick Feet, which is if you get statused, you then get a 50% boost to your speed. This also, I think, negates the speed drop of paralysis, but you're an electric type, so you can't actually get paralyzed. When was electric immunity to paralysis added? 6 or 5? 6, right? Six, okay, but Quick Feet was 5. Quick Feet as your hidden ability is a little bit weird. If you get statused, your feet become quick, and then you gain a 50% boost to your speed. Was the ability also Gen 6? Let's see. Oh, Pokemon with Quick Feet. Say which gen they got it. Hidden ability Quick Feet. But here it says 6+. So it was Gen 5. So you would actually... You did have this while you weren't immune to paralysis. Yeah. Quick Feet as a hidden ability is a little weird. So if you get statused, your feet become quick, and then you gain 50% speed. This also negates the speed drop of paralysis. This is mostly irrelevant. This was only ever relevant for one generation because your feet could first quicken in Gen 5, and it was only in Gen 6 that all electric types gained an innate immunity to paralysis. But all that being said, Quick Feet is not very useful overall on Jolteon. Because you're already sprinting. No shock here. The 130 stat for Jolteon isn't its speed. Literally lightning quick here. 65 HP. 65 HP. 65 HP is very low. 65 attack is very low, so do not try and use physical attacks. 60 defense is horrible. So physical bulk is a joke. 110 special attack, really good. And 95 special defense is fine. Unified special stat of 110 in Gen 1, but in the Gen 2 split, it got 110 special attack, which it really appreciates, and 95 special defense is fine. Big draw of Jolteon. This combo of very high special attack, 110 special, this combo of very high special attack with really good speed was definitely the selling point of Jolteon. Especially in Gens 1 to 3 before the advent of Choice Scarf. Before you could accessorize before any Pokemon could gain breakneck speed by accessorizing with a scarf, you used to be able to just know that you were going to be faster. There was no guesswork. I'd say Jolteon was even stronger in that environment. For moves, you get electric attacks. For moves, you get electric attacks. And I guess you're qualified to Shadow Ball it up in the NBA. You do get Volt Switch, in case you need to. You do get Volt Switch. You do get Volt Switch, and you are very, very fast. You do get Volt Switch, and you are very, very fast, so could potentially zip-zap around the battlefield with Volt Switch. I guess we could talk about Pin Missile. Gets Double Kick? Gets Double Kick, which you could theoretically use against the rock grounds that wall you, but, like, come on. Gets Double Kick, which you could theoretically use against the rock grounds that would wall you, but, like, come on. That's the last resort, right? Just switch out. It also gets Pin Missile, which pre-buff... It also gets Pin Missile, which pre-base power buff, you would basically never use. Maybe you would Pin Missile Exeggutor. And now Pin Missile actually does have pretty good base power. But you have 65 attack, so you're probably not gonna be... But you have 65 attack, so I wouldn't exactly follow Jolteon's Pinterest page. What is this ominous music? Upside of Pin Missile on Jolteon is when you mention it, generous viewers hit you with... Gotta find the graphic. Upside of Pin Missile on Jolteon is that when you mention it, sometimes generous viewers also use Pin Missile. Thank you to Gundy Nepbait for the 10 gifted subs. Nice 10-hit Pin Missile. For TM moves, I mean, you're an Eeveelution, right? You can Volt Switch it up, and you are very fast. In terms of TM moves, I mean, you're an Eeveelution, right? You do have a very fast stab, fairly strong Volt Switch. So you could zip-zap around the battlefield. So you could zip-zap between the battlefield and the bench with Volt Switch. And that's about it. And that's about it if you intend on actually attacking with Jolteon. Gotta make sure I'm in the right ratio. I am, here we go. Luckily for Jolteon, although it is sort of a specialist. Luckily for Jolteon, although it does have narrow roles, it is very good at those roles. What in the world? Luckily for Jolteon, although it does have very narrow applications, it's certainly qualified for the roles it fulfills. It's very fast and fairly strong, which are traits that you really like for in-game. Although it basically only has electric attacks. If you're gonna be locked to only one type of attack, electric is pretty good for in-game because there's a zillion fish you can fry. And you can also make a lot of Kentucky Fried Pidgey. There also tend to be a lot of flying types. You are, of course, completely hopeless against ground types, but hey, you have 5 other Pokemon, right? Electric types aren't that common. It's not a starter type. So Jolteon is an option you might actually consider. It's way better than Pikachu. Lol. I would be remiss not to mention that Jolteon kind of struggles to actually access Thunderbolt in-game in many of its runs, but it is a very good user of the Thunderbolt TM. And 110 special attack is pretty good. You can make do with, like, Shockwave and Discharge. It doesn't really count for this list, but I do want to mention that Jolteon is by far the best Eeveelution in Super Eevee Edition. Because speed stat in that game fills up your ATB, your turn basically. It doesn't affect the rating here, but I do want to mention that... It doesn't affect the rating, but I do want to mention that Jolteon is by far the best Eeveelution in Super Eevee Edition, a game all about the Eeveelutions. Because Jolteon has crazy speed, it gets more actions because speed is what affects the rate at which you get turns. So Jolteon's wild speed means that you get double or triple the actions of the other Eeveelutions. It's crazy. And not only is Jolteon itself a competent attacker, but a turn also lets you use items and other meta support factors, so Jolteon is just the best by a lot. Who's the best Eeveelution for Conquest? It might actually be Jolteon as well. Jolteon is also pretty good in Conquest, a game where Eevee is your starter. Best Conquest Eeveelution is probably either Jolteon or Vaporeon. Vaporeon's also really good because it gets Hydro Pump. Back to mainline, but another aspect of it, competitive. Jolteon's actually really good in competitive as well. Second best Eevee in XD? Sure, but I think we're just going to talk about XD with Espeon, because Espeon gets a ton of credit from its in-game appearances. Back to mainline games, but another aspect of it, competitive. Jolteon's actually pretty good in competitive as well. In Gen 1, even though it had a really sick crit rate of just about 25%, it was mostly outclassed by Zapdos. But in Gen 2, but from Gens 2 to 5, I think it was actually OU or BL, like, really good. Super fast and decently strong, with actually useful utility options. You actually get a very, very fast reflector light screen. Jolteon betweens... Oh yeah, Jolteon is also OU in Gen 1, right? It was worse than Zapdos, but still really good. Jolteon gets a lot of competitive utility out of the fact that it is a really, really fast Pokemon. Jolteon gets a lot of competitive mileage out of the fact that it's a really fast support Pokemon. Yeah, your only real attack... Yeah, You have access to quite a few stat-boosting moves, growth in Gen 2, but you can also agility, and you can give those boosts to someone else with Baton Pass. And your 110 special attack doesn't go to waste, even though it's primarily a support Pokemon. That's a 110 special attack stab Thunderbolt. You can't just ignore that. Baton Pass nerf has significantly hurt Jolteon, but Baton Pass nerf has significantly hurt Jolteon, but back when you could actually touch the baton, Jolteon was one of the best at it. Lightning strikes the highest tier. Where does lightning strike? The highest tier.
Victory!
Hooray. Pretty hard to replicate. Has fallen off. Jolteon's successes a bit hard to replicate. You could say it was lightning in a bottle, or maybe lightning in a stone. Jolteon definitely buoyed by its past performance in an environment that no longer exists in the modern games. You could say that its successes were lightning in a bottle, or maybe that lightning was in a stone that you then rubbed on your Eevee to forcefully mutate it. Design-wise, I'm gonna say that Jolteon is my personal favorite. I really like how it looks like an Eevee that actually just got struck by a lightning bolt. And then maybe its fur sort of flared up and it just froze that way. I also like how its visual design does actually have gameplay implications. The reason why this thing has access to Pin Missile, even though it wouldn't really use it, is that it is so spiky. Big Jolteon fan. And the viewers agree. Big Jolteon fan. And a majority of the viewers agree. It's the top Eeveelution for a reason. Fun fact, you can build static charge between amber and cloth. The Greek word for amber is where the word static comes from. Fossil tier list when we gotta talk about the old amber. What do we talk? We can maybe talk about like the static, right? Manages to be super friendly and French. Jolteon somehow manages to be super personable and some might say friend-shaped. Even though spikes in a design are generally considered, what is it? How do we say it? Aggressive, right? Even though Jolteon has kind of an aggressive, spiky design, I think, oh, hostile, yeah. Even though Jolteon has kind of a hostile, spiky design, I think a majority of the viewers agree. It's still friend-shaped, even though you probably don't want to actually touch it, right? You're gonna poke yourself? Even though you probably don't want to touch it, right? You're gonna, like, impale yourself? Or you might get a little static shock. Oh, ouch! Oh, we gotta say the word prickly, right? So pokey, let's say that. Even though Jolteon has kind of a hostile, prickly design, a majority of the viewers agree it is in fact friend-shaped. So pokey. So pokey. Is that why they call it a Pokemon? But if Jolteon were real, you probably don't want to touch it, right? You could just impale yourself? Or you might get even a little... But if Jolteon were real, this is probably one... But if Jolteon were real, this is probably one you don't want to touch, right? You're gonna, like, impale yourself? Or... But if Jolteon were real... This is probably not one you want to touch, right? You're either gonna straight up impale yourself, or you might get a little static shock. Oh, ouch! Ooh. Oh, we can do that. But if Jolteon were real, this is probably not one you would want to touch, right? You might just impale yourself? Is that what they meant by stab electric? Oh, there's a lot of stuff we could say for this. But if Jolteon were real, this is probably one that you don't want to touch, right? You'll probably just impale yourself? Is that what they meant by stab damage? Maybe he's using lightning spear. High faith. And even if you're careful, you're probably gonna end up giving yourself a little static shock, right? Oh! Okay, I think that's everything for Jolteon, right? Everybody okay with Jolteon? It's probably going to be one of the top two. We talked about how limited it is in its move pool, but those limitations don't really hurt it, because it's very good at what it does. It just can't do very much. Let me see if I missed anything. I did miss a microtransaction, hang on. We did mention how good it is in Super Eevee version. And we'll talk about the XD Eeveelution. We talk about Espeon. So remind me to talk about Espeon in XD, because it's, like, really good. I mean, I can't see how I would forget, but just in case. What are we seizing?
Come here, booty!
$5 microtransaction from Perilous Paradigm. It says, let's touching batons. First gay joke of Pride Month. Oh yeah, it's Pride Month. Sorry, that's not a thing that's in Japan. I haven't been in America for like 8 years. So I'm totally disconnected from this stuff. Mashallah! Hey, that's Arabic. Happy Eeveelutions, happy Pride, when free Palestine. They speak Arabic there, too. Well, thank you for the microtransaction. And Coliseum Umbreon? Well, it's not good news for Umbreon there. Alright, Raikou time? Does lightning strike twice? Well, it strikes the... Was it the Tin Tower? Which one's the burned one? The Tin Tower and then the Gold Tower? One of them is... What was the burned tower before it was burned? Tin Tower is the burned tower, okay. They say that lightning doesn't strike twice. But it definitely strikes at least one specific... They say that lightning doesn't strike twice. But it definitely strikes at least once, specifically on the Tin Tower, which then burns down and kills your Jolteon. But it's not all bad news. Might get resurrected as Raikou. I spelled that wrong. Raikou. There it is. Here it is. Raikou, the Thunder Pokemon. Very creative. Known in Japanese as Raikou. So, Rai means thunder. This is the same thunder that's in Raichu and Raiden. And the Mortal Kombat guy. I think he's also Raiden. Oh, we can do this again to be more clear. Raikou, the Thunder Pokemon. Very creative. Known in Japanese as Raikou. So, Rai means thunder. It's the same thunder that's in Raichu. It's also in, I think, both the Metal Gear and Mortal Kombat characters, Raiden. Den also means electricity, so Raiden's name is like Electric. It's like Mario. So Rai means thunder, and Ko in this case is an honorific, so this is the Thunder Lord. There's also a Raiden in King of Fighters? They need to get some new names. What? They're really riding that naming convention. Is the official pronunciation of the Mortal Kombat character Raiden? That's just wrong. It's definitely Raiden. I know the real pronunciation. That's how you know that we're not sponsored by Raycon. Okay, apparently there's also a Raiden in Genshin Impact, but I don't play mobile slop, so I've never heard of them. Rhydon is a great Pokemon. Raging Bolt's Japanese name is Take... Hang on, I gotta look at the characters. Takeru Daiko. I guess Takeru because it's really tall. It's gotta be Takeru, like, climbing. It's Kirin from Naruto. Furious Thunderclap. Ah, Takeru Daiko, I see. Apparently the Japanese name of Raging Bolt, the Paradox form, is Takeru Daiko? It's the Raging Thunderclap. The dragon typing made it outrageous. We're not talking about the paradoxes, by the way, because, well, two reasons. One, I don't really know that much about them, so I can't really speak about them. And also, I just don't like them, so... Perhaps a bit unfair, but that's why they're not actually on the list. What's Walking Wake's name? Where is it? Uneru Minamo. I just don't know enough. The Swaying Water's Surface. Minamo as in, like, the ripples, yeah. I mean, we might just talk about the paradoxes themselves later. Uneru Minamo. Undulating water's surface, yeah. Suimen. Yeah, Minamo. Translation stuff at the bottom. I guess we can at least mention the paradox names at least. So, here's Walking Wake. It's Uneru Minamo, which is a rippling water's surface. So Walking Wake is a pretty good... So Walking Wake is a pretty good translation of that. Although personally I prefer the Crasher Wake. There we go. Alright, back to Raikou, right? Again, we see that Ho-Oh's resurrection spell does give you a stat buff. He truly is Phoenix. Once again, we can see that Ho-Oh's res spell gives you a stat buff. He really is Phoenix. What is Bahamut gonna do? The bulk buffs for Raikou are actually massive. We go up to 90 HP, who cares about 85 attack, and 75 defense, so it's no longer a complete toothpick in terms of physical durability. You can actually take a hit. You do gain a slight amount of charge. You get 5 more special attack, and 5 more special defense. But you do get a bit slower. But all of that extra bulk does weigh you down a bit. But you are encumbered by that extra bulk. you do lose 15 points of speed, so you're definitely slower, but 115 is still quite fast. Raikou does have access to some extra tricks. Raikou does not have as many support options as Jolteon does, but it is significantly better at just mauling the opponent to death, because it has some extra tricks that let it do that. Despite the fact that it got slower, it is actually extremely speedy. You can get extreme speed. And I think there's also an event Raikou that has Aura Sphere. Vanilla Jolteon would love Aura Sphere. Unfortunately, I think the event Raikou is locked to Adamant Nature, which is very strange because it then nerfs your better special attacking stat, but I guess it makes extreme speed better? Perhaps more importantly, the more relevant downside of the Adamant lock is it's not plus speed. And you would much rather be plus speed. Oh, event Raikou is Rash? Oh, okay. That actually is plus speed, right? It is minus special attack. But it's plus... Rash is plus speed, right? It's plus special attack, okay. But it's not plus speed. And you would want plus speed. Okay, oh, the music's done. Oh, it's minus speed. No, it's minus... What is it? Oh my god. What are the symptoms of a rash? I'm getting a bunch of different diagnoses. All of you should have your licenses revoked. What is the symptom of a rash? It's plus special attack minus special defense. Okay. Oh, minus res. What are you going to do? The event Raikou is locked to Rash, right? That's not wrong? I gotta get the music back. We can actually play Pokemon music. Only lasts for an hour though, so we gotta refresh this eventually. In current era, it doesn't matter. Okay. And the event Raikou had Aura Sphere, right? Oh, you can just change its nature now. And in Gen 9, Raikou gets Aura Sphere via TM. Okay. In Gens 4 to 5. In Gens 4 to 5, there was actually a special event Raikou that, as the kids would say, was farming aura. Because it actually had Aura Sphere, which Jolteon would love. Unfortunately, the price of cultivating aura back in the day was you did develop a rash. The Raikou was locked to the rash nature, which is plus special attack, minus special defense, watch out. The downside of that was that it wasn't plus speed, and you probably wanted to be running plus speed. And nowadays this doesn't actually matter because even if you had a rash in Gens 4 and 5, you can just treat the rash with, Nowadays this doesn't matter. Because even if you have the Gen 4 to 5 event Raikou, you can just treat the rash with an herbal remedy. Just use a nature herb to completely change your personality. That's not creepy at all. get a different nature that's actually plus speed. Or you know what? Where's the Aura Sphere TM? There it is. You can just download Aura off the internet. Because you could just use the Aura Sphere TM. Not sponsored by Aura, by the way. Apparently, you can use electrolysis? Why does this thing have Scald? The Thunderlord PRF. Why do you get to use Scald? Thunderlord Privilege. Thunderlord PRF. Why does this thing get Scald? Anything else we have to say? The moves? I don't really think so. Gen 2 Roar, we'll talk about that. There we go. Although Raikou doesn't quite have the lightning legs support option of Jolteon, unlike Jolteon, who runs away and makes its teammates fight, Raikou itself kills you. The extra bulk is actually very relevant, especially when it comes to using Calm Mind for some extra charge before he starts zapping you into the Shadow Realm. Raikou, a very legit competitive force, especially in the earlier generations. Raikou, actually a very legit competitive force, especially in the earlier generations, when you had fewer options. Raikou, actually a pretty legit competitive force, especially in the earlier generations, and the nightmare of trying to actually track down Raikou, as it either runs away or forces you to run away with Roar. Some of that trauma, it actually carries into competitive, because in Gen 2, you can actually roar out Snorlax. I would say that in-game, I would probably rather have Raikou than Jolteon, because 115 speed is actually still fast enough. to outspeed everything. And you have more coverage, which is what you really care about. Unfortunately, you're not actually getting Raikou in your game. It's a legendary, so it's much harder to actually access, and the Gen 2 roaming legendaries are maybe the most obnoxious catches in the entire series. So although theoretically, as early as the Burn Tower event, you could lottery luck your way into a level 40 Raikou that then destroys the rest of the game, that's not happening. So Raikou basically does not exist in-game, even though it would actually be very useful there. I think Raikou is very good, but on the basis of it not really being available for in-game. I think Raikou is very good, but unfortunately based on it being... I think Raikou is very good, but unfortunately on the basis of it not really being usable in-game. I think Raikou is very good, but unfortunately on account of how obnoxious... I think Raikou is very good, but unfortunately on the basis of how obnoxious it is to access in-game, I can't quite say it scores an E victory, so we're not quite going to be having a complete circuit here. But I think we can say it is definitely E viable. It's really good. I'd bump it up a tier. We defined that it has to be good in both in-game and... It has to be good in both in-game and in competitive. And it doesn't exist in-game. So, I don't think we can give it the E-victory. But probably top of E-viable. It's good. It's also better if you get it in-game than Suicune. It's great in Gen 2 speedruns, but like that's cheating, right? Like, you have to manipulate that. You are never doing that naturally. I don't think we count, like, a very specific manip for one game. It's great in Coliseum. It's okay. It's the last one you get in Coliseum. The game's basically over. It's definitely the best Eeveelution. It's definitely the best of the legendary beasts in Pokemon Coliseum, but unfortunately it's also the latest of them. By the time you're able to access the Thunderlord, the game is basically over. I think there's 5 battles remaining. We can actually, we'll put that before we rank it. There is one game where the legendary beasts are all guaranteed, Pokemon Coliseum, and although Raikou is by far the best of the legendary beasts in that game, it's also the latest. By the time you actually access the Thunderlord, there's like 5 story battles remaining, or close to that. You only have Realgam Coliseum left, which is a couple story battles and then the final gauntlet. We'll just splice that in. In terms of design, Raikou's maybe my least favorite of the legendary beasts. I think it's okay. It's this specific beast type is a saber-toothed tiger, right? It's got those fierce fangs. And I like the jagged lightning tail, but I'd say I definitely prefer the thunderstruck aesthetic of Jolteon. I would say that Raikou does do a better job of appearing like a natural electric type, and not just one that had to adaptively mutate into one. The thunderclouds on its back? Oh yeah. It's kind of neat that its mane sort of looks like a thundercloud. Alright. Kind of looks like a goofy cape. Alright, here we go. I'd say we're about halfway done, probably, maybe even more than halfway done. We talked about a lot of administrative stuff we had to do. Mostly just going to be... And once we get through the Gen 1 Eevees, it's only one for each entry. We don't have to talk about their resurrected form. I've just got to finish this because it's past noon here, so pretty soon this stuff's going to be keeping me up at night. Refreshed. The final of the OG Eeveelution trio. It's Flareon.
The embers of hope shall never fade. Evolve to
Booster. Is Booster. Would the kids describe Flareon as lit? Here we go. Flareon, the flame Pokemon. Known in Japanese as Booster. Flareon, the flame Pokemon. Abilities are Flash Fire, so if you get hit by a Fire-type move, you take no damage, and your Fire-type moves then gain a 50% boost. This is probably worse than just gaining an attack or a special attack boost, because it only applies to your Fire moves. But it's not bad. As a hidden ability, it's got Guts. Now, Guts actually is a very good ability. It ups attack when suffering, which in English means that if you get a status condition, you then gain 50% more attack. This also negates the attack drop from the burn status. It used to be that most Guts Pokemon actually want to status themselves to take advantage. Most Guts Pokemon actually want to status themselves for two reasons. One, you actually get to take advantage of the Guts boost, but two, if you're statused, you can't be statused by something else. So you want to purposefully inflict yourself with either poison through the Toxic Orb or burn through the Flame Orb. You can go ahead and burn yourself if you're gutsy, because Guts actually negates the attack drop from burn. It used to be an actual choice between Toxic Orb and Flame Orb, because burn used to deal 12.5% of your health a turn, whereas Toxic did 6%, then 12%, then 18%. So if you were in for 3 turns or less, you would want to use Flame Orb, and if you were in there for... Wait, is that the opposite? Yes. This meant that if you were in there for more than 3 turns, which was the breakpoint between the burn or toxic damage, you would want to use the Flame Orb. But if you intended to switch out... But if you intended to stay in for 3 turns or less, you would then use the Toxic Orb. But in modern times, burn damage has actually been nerfed. Burn damage is now a constant 6%, which means that for Guts Pokemon, you always want to use the Flame Orb. Unless you're a fire type that's immune to burn. Here's Booster's stats. Here's Booster's stats, and they're actually pretty good. Here's Booster's stats, and Here's Booster's stats, and in Gen 1 in particular, they were actually pretty good. 65 HP is not good, but 130 attack is massive. That is the same as Machamp. 65 HP is terrible. 130 attack is actually insane. It was tied with Machamp for the most in Gen 1. This thing packs a serious punch. 60 defense is awful. In Generation 1, with the unified special stat of 110, and the... Oh, behind Dragonite, because Dragonite has 135, right? Yeah, because Dragonite's 135, so it's tied for second highest with Machamp. $134 on Dragonite, oh, okay. Booster's stats, especially in its debut generation, were actually pretty impressive. $65 HP is not good, but 130 attack is massive. The highest in the game was Dragonite. Oh, sorry, I'm blocking that. 65 HP is bad, but 130 attack is massive. The highest in the game was Dragonite at 134, but 130 is actually tied for second highest with Machamp. This Furball's got some This furball's got some fire in its heart, okay? It hits hard. 60 defense sucks. In Gen 1, with the unified special stat, it had 110 special. With the Gen 2 special split, even though fire has always been a hyper offense type, for some reason, we got 95 special attack, and we got 110 special defense.
Your magic shall not save you.
And 65 speed. And despite being named Booster, 65 speed is horrendous. What did I want to say? I know what I wanted to say. I think what makes Flareon even though 130, 110, even though 130 physical, 110 special in Gen 1 is outrageously good. It's like Mewtwo tier. Even though in Gen 1, 130 physical attack, 110 special is... Even though in Gen 1, 130 physical attack, 110 special is the best mixed attacking... Oh yeah, I know what I can do. To put it in context how good these stats would be in Gen 1, 130 attack, 110 special defense, that's strictly better than Gyarados. You know, the famously overpowered Pokemon? That's 5 more attack, 10 more special, then Gyarados. Flareon is better than Gyarados, guys! It's probably a critical overdose.
What have you done? The human body can't handle that much tropium. We're losing him. I need 2 lava cookies, a full restore, 3 raspberries. He's gone.
He's gone. Burned to cinders. Of course, there is far more to a Pokemon than just their stats. In Generation 1, Fire is actually a really bad type. It gets a lot better later on. But of course, the fatal flaw with Flareon that everyone mocks. Flareon has no moves. Even though they added Flare Blitz as a physical fire option with the physical special split in Gen 4, Flareon had to Fire Fang it up Until Gen 6, when they finally gave it Flare Blitz, which it's not particularly good at using. Because it has 65 HP. So it kills itself about as fast as it kills you. Outside of your fire attacking option, what do you get? Nothing. Nothing! How poetic is it that it gets... How poetic is it that it gets stab on burning jealousy? $5 microtransaction from Sir Sandwich with a Blastoise PFP. Thank you for the microtransaction. Hey, it's a water-type Pokemon, so I guess we'll use this one. Haven't used it yet.
Thanks for the payment, pal. I'll send your Magikarp to you in the mail, alright? When's it gonna arrive? I don't worry about it. Alright, next customer, please.
Be sure to check your mail. Would it be better if Flareon had a better move pool or swapping its physical and special attack? It's actually perfect because I wanted to talk about this. One of the things that makes Flareon so tragic is that it's so close to being... One of the things that makes Flareon so tragic is that it's so close to being so much better. Could you imagine... Could you imagine 130 attack, 110 special attack, 95 speed? Just do that. And it would be... Just do that, and you get bad Blaziken. Just do that, and you would get what's essentially bad Blaziken. Just do that, and you would essentially get undercooked Blaziken, right? Now, you might get sick by eating raw chicken, but they do it in Japan. There is a thing. Just do that, and you would essentially get undercooked Blaziken, right? Now, raw chicken is a little bit dangerous, but you can still consume it. It is a thing in Japan. It's called chicken tataki. Well, they wouldn't say chicken. What do they call it? It's not toriniku tataki. I think they actually call it chicken tataki. If you did that, if you remixed its stats that way, you would basically get undercooked Blaziken. Now, raw chicken is a bit dangerous, but it's not fatal. We actually do eat... In Japan, we do actually eat chicken that's a little bit rare in the center. We call it chicken tataki. Booster is a fire type, so I think I'm gonna... Where is it? Sorry, there's just too many graphics. Okay. Booster is a fire type, and he even has flash fire, so he's not going to be affected by my hot take here. I'm going to be brutally honest. I think that Flareon is overhated and underrated. Yeah, it should have 110 special attack instead of 95, but 95 special attack is fine. For context, a 95 special attack Fire Blast, that's actually stronger than a Nidoking Earthquake before Nidoking got its attack buff. And nobody would call a Nidoking Earthquake weak, right? And nobody was calling a Nidoking Earthquake weak. And yet people were making fun of Flareon because it can't use its better attacking stat for fire. Even though it was fine. And I think this means a lot coming from me, somebody who non-stop... And I think this does mean a lot coming from me, somebody who beats... And I think this does mean a lot coming from somebody who specializes in beating Ponyta until well beyond it's gone into Terra Ghost typing. And I think this means a lot coming from me, somebody who repeats jokes non-stop and tends to stress points until it's well beyond the point. Oh, okay. And I think this means a lot coming from me, somebody who repeats the same stale jokes. And I think this means a lot coming from me, somebody who repeats jokes non-stop until we've got the maximum stale moves penalty. And also as somebody who belabors points well past, and somebody who belabors things well past the point where Ponyta, and somebody who belabors things well past the point that Ponyta has passed into Ghost Terra typing. The joke about Flareon having no moves? Let it go. It's had Flare Blitz since Gen 6. 12 years ago. Flareon has been fine for longer than most of the kids complaining about it have been alive. I really don't think Flareon is that bad. The reason why Flareon gets mocked so much is because it's one of the OG Eeveelutions. I don't think Flareon is that bad. The reason why Flareon is subject to such insane scrutiny is because it's a member of the illustrious Eeveelution bloodline. In this family, we expect everyone to be a winner. And Flareon is the only one that doesn't benefit from this insane Eevee nepotism that affects all of the other Eeveelutions. It's sort of become Flareon's identity that it's the target of mockery, even though it's really not that bad. When you deny Flareon the same privileges afforded to the rest of its family,
the embers of hope.
When you deny Flareon the same privileges that have been unfairly afforded... When you deny Flareon the same privileges that have been unfairly afforded to the rest of its family. Can you really blame it when it maybe tries to strike out on its own and make its own name in the world?
Hey you, trainer! Has this ever happened to you? Your friends are all enjoying modern gaming while you're stuck in the past, grinding the finest teammates the game has to offer. There's got to be a better way. Great news, trainers! Hi, my name's Boosta. You may remember me as the false prophet, but hear me out. There's nothing false about my next promise to you, but it'll certainly be profitable. Introducing Booster's Tower, a premium level boosting service available for a limited time only. Why should you boost? Our services at Booster's Tower are fast, friendly, reliable, and safe. Stop grinding and start playing. So what are you waiting for? Climb Booster's Tower today with the number on your screen. 1-800-BOOSTA. That's 1-800-BOOSTA. But that's not all. If you boost within the next 30 minutes, we'll throw in 2 booster packs absolutely free. Don't delay. Call today. 1-800-BOOSTA. For when you need the boost to get through.
To all the Flareon haters out there, take a look in the mirror. Why do you hate small business owners? They're the backbone of the economy. All that being said, I mean, I don't think Booster's that good. All that being said, I don't think Flareon's that good. I think it actually is a member of the... All that being said, I don't actually think that Flareon's that good. I would say that is... All that being said, I don't think Flareon is that good. I would say that it's... vile. You could definitely do way worse than Flareon. Would you use it in-game? Probably not. It does share a typing with the starters, so if you picked your fire starter, you're definitely not gonna boost. But unlike Vaporeon, who has a zillion alternatives, fire types are actually quite rare. So if you wanted a fire type, you might actually use the boost to get through. And with 130 base attack, even in the generations where you don't have fire type stab, you can just use random physical moves and do a zillion damage. 130 attack is a lot. And 95 special attack is still fine. In terms of competitive, yeah, it's not good for... In terms of competitive, yeah. In terms of competitive, yeah, Booster is a complete non-starter. It's... In terms of competitive, the flame does not burn bright. This thing has never been good. Way too slow, way too frail. Way too slow, way too frail. But even with all of its flaws, I think I would still put Flareon probably in the upper 50% of Pokemon. Now that's largely because a lot of Pokemon are just unusably horrible. But I really do think that Flareon is overrated and underrated. Even though it's still not that good. It's on the viability rankings. For design, I'm definitely a member of the Booster Club. I think Booster Club is a term. I've been mocking the phrase shaped like a friend, but I would definitely say that Booster is shaped like a friend. If you were to buy an Eeveelution chair or something that you could hug, you gotta go with Booster, right? This thing is so huggable. You might even use G-Max Cuddle on it. Ho yo. Number 1 in terms of fluff factor for sure. An easy number 1. An easy E-Victory placement in terms of the fluff factor. Something that almost... In fact, almost all of the Eeveelutions have some pretty severe balding, right? They sacrifice all of their hair. They sacrifice all of their hair as part of their... They sacrifice all of their hair as part of their Eeveelution Ascension. It's only Flareon that gets even fluffier. I think that's everything for Flareon, right? Anything else we want to say? I think that's it. Everybody okay with Eevile? I think so. Okay. Believe it or not, they took some shortcuts when constructing Booster's tower. Turns out it wasn't exactly up to fire codes, so it burned down. And even though Flareon has Flash Fire, it somehow died. I guess it was crushed by the rubble. But like a phoenix rising from the ashes. But like a phoenix rising from the ashes, we were gifted. Well, the phoenix rising from the ashes was literally Ho-Oh, but they did leave, I would say like a phoenix rising from the ashes, we got Entei, but the phoenix was Ho-Oh. So maybe they just left us with the ashes. Entei. Do I have to actually search? I think I have to actually search Entei. Entei, the Flame Emperor. Oh. Entei, the Volcano Pokemon. Known in Japanese as Entei. So N is fire or blaze, Entei is actually the honorific of Emperor, so it's the Flame Emperor. This is not only a title claimed by the Pokemon Entei, but it actually appears in other media as well. If you play Fire Emblem Three Houses, in Japanese, they keep talking about Entei, the Flame Emperor. It makes the dialogue really funny. For the Paradox form here, Gouging Fire, we've got Ugatsu Homura! Homura from Smash! Homura is Pyra's Japanese name. I'm guessing Ugatsu is Gouge. I feel like you'd get incapacitated for more than 5 seconds if you got gouged by this thing, though. Oh, I need to change the aspect ratio. Oh, I have to mention that you could actually PP stall with... I guess I'll mention it here. What's Raikou's hidden ability? Is it just... Yeah, they all have the same inner focus. Entei's abilities are shared between all of the legendary beasts. Has pressure, which does nothing. The only one who actually benefits from pressure actively is Suicune. Because Suicune doesn't die. So its pressure actually does run you out of PP. Whereas Entei just doesn't really do anything. All three legendary beasts share the exact same ability and hidden ability. It's kind of lazy. They all have pressure as their standard ability. This is completely useless on Entei, because Entei doesn't really stay in, and this is completely useless on Entei because Entei's probably not going to be sticking around very long. But it's actually kind of useful on Raikou, and it's really useful on Suicune, because Crocune has no weak. So the fact that you're actually burning twice the PP does actually eventually run you out of options against Suicune. Inner Focus doesn't really do anything. Inner Focus might actually, of the three beasts, Entei probably gets the most use out of Inner Focus out of the three beasts. Not because of the flinch protection, but because of the intimidate protection, and Entei is actually a physical attacker. The Phoenix Flame did increase your BST and reshuffled your stats. 115 HP is some pretty decent bulk, also very good when paired with Flare Blitz, although, as we'll discuss, you actually might not be using Flare Blitz. The Phoenix's Flame did impart a stat boost. 115 HP is some pretty decent bulk, very important as a buffer for your flame. The 115 HP is a big boost. The 115 HP is a pretty big buff. It's an important buffer if you intend to use... It's an important buffer against the recoil of Flare Blitz, but as we'll discuss soon, you actually don't really use that move on Entei, even though it's something that Flareon lusted over for 2 generations. 115 attack is actually 15 less than Flareon, so you did go a bit catabolic in the blaze. 85 defense is fine. 90 special attack is fine, although you're not going to be using special attacks. 75 special defense, oh no, it's my lowest stat! And 100 speed, while not impressive on its own, is a huge buff. And 100 speed, although not impressive on its own, is a huge boost from the Flareon form. I would say 100 speed is usable, whereas 65 is definitely not. Where's the Sacred Fire? There it is. When it comes to moves, you're an Eeveelution adjacent, so I hope you like fire moves. When it comes to movesets, when it comes to the moveset, you're an Eeveelution adjacent, so I hope you like fire moves. Could do some scarfed eruption cheese. Put those fangs to work. Try and put those fangs to work with a crunch. Maybe try and Nestle crunch it up. The TMs and the TMs aren't that much better. Bulldoze? Dig? Oh, you can go on a stomping tantrum. Yikes. Luckily for Entei. When it was touched by the Phoenix Flame, not only did its stats change, but it was also imparted. Not only did its stats change, but it's the only Eeveelution compatible with the Ho-Oh Holy Blood. An ancient genetic memory was awakened. It's literally a holy weapon, Sacred Fire. Seinaru Hono, the Sacred Flame. This thing may as well be Volflame. This is one of the best moves in the franchise. 100 base power. 95 accuracy. Couldn't let it be too powerful, right? We gotta give it a 5% miss chance. 100 base power. 95 accuracy. Very careful. 100 base power. 95 accuracy. Very, very pinpoint balancing here. Don't want to make it too powerful. Physical fire move. Sacred Fire inflicts damage with a 50% chance of burning the target. Wow. I mean, it's no Sizzly Slide. But I would say that despite Entei's overall not too impressive stats, I mean, it's no Sizzly Slide. But I would say that overall, the Flame Emperor, I mean, it's no Sizzly Slide. But do you want proof of the Flame Emperor's divine lineage? Here it is. It's one of the only Pokemon in the game that can wield the Sacred Fire. Gotta get the stat window. Here we go. In-game Entei, not very accessible, same as Raikou. In-game Entei, not very accessible, same as Raikou. In-game Entei, very difficult to get your... The Flame Emperor, kind of a recluse. Very hard to actually obtain in-game. The Flame Emperor, like many of his ilk throughout history, lived a sequestered life away from the public. Lived a sequestered life, cloistered away from... Lived a sequestered life in his cloister. Not the water type, because he'd be weak to that. I'm saying that it's kind of hard to get this thing in-game. One of the roaming legendaries, super obnoxious. But in Pokemon Coliseum, it's actually the first of the beasts that you can obtain, so you might actually get some use out of it there. You can also just immediately give it a Fire Blast TM. I'm not sure I would bow down in deference. I'm not sure I would kneel in deference to the Flame Emperor. But I think we can at least say that it reaches the heights of... Vile. Sacred Fire is completely bonkers. Sacred Fire is completely bonkers. It makes Scald look bad. Scald. One of the most broken moves in the franchise. It's just bad Sacred Fire. Issue is that the Sacred Fire is stapled. Issue is that you need to be of the Flame Emperor lineage to actually wield Sacred Fire, which means you have to use Entei. It is probably not worth it. I wouldn't say it's a complete joke in competitive, but it is nowhere near the competitive apex. I wouldn't say it's a complete joke in competitive, but it is a far cry from the upper echelons. I wouldn't say it's a complete joke in competitive, especially after obtaining the Sacred Fire Holy Weapon, but it is a far cry from the upper echelons occupied by the other legendary beasts. The other legendary beasts were legit good. Entei is just okay. The Flame Empire barely even conquered its own... The Flame Empire barely even expands its reach to the lower tiers. The Fire Nation lost because of Entei. Some final nice things to say about Entei. It probably has my favorite design of the legendary beast. I really like that its flowing mane is a lot like a smoke cloud billowing out of a volcano. And for some reason, it was the main character of the best Pokemon movie, Pokemon the third movie. Mystery of the Unknown? I think it had a completely different Japanese name. I think it was the Crystal Tower. Where is it? Do I just search like mystery dungeon? Mystery dungeon, mystery of Mew, a lot of mysteries. I'm just gonna Pokemon movie. If I just search movie. Pokemon movie. Hey, here it is. Spell of the Unknown. Okay, it turns out the Unknowns actually cast a spell. It turns out it wasn't really mysterious. The Unknown just cast a spell. And then... Japanese name is... Oh my god. Gekijouban Pocket Monster. Suishou to no Kote. No, Ko-o. Oh my god. Japanese title, this is pretty intense. Gekijouban... Japanese version is pretty intense here. Gekijouban Pocket Monster. Suishou to no Ko-o. So, basically like... Silver screen debut Pocket Monster. Lord of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Exarch. The Crystal Exarch. Turns out he's also a Final Fantasy character. Why was the Entei in that movie so powerful? Because it wasn't actually an Entei at all. Why was the Entei in that movie so powerful? Well, because it was total fanfic. It wasn't an Entei at all. Most famous movie from that line. If that is what you wish. Unfortunately... Beyond the Illusions. Unfortunately, Viable Entei. Unfortunately, E-Viable Entei is just an illusion. So here in reality, the line is a bit different. E-Viable Entei? You wish. You wish. There we go. Did I say most famous movie from that line? Whoops. Most famous line from that movie would be, if that is what you wish. But unfortunately, the E-Viable Entei was just an illusion. If we see beyond the volcanic smoke and mirrors, and meet up with Entei here in reality, the line is a bit different. E-Viable Entei? You wish. There we go, how's that? Fair, I think there's a lot of movies where someone says that line, but it's like a key line in the third movie. Entei says it a lot. Spoilers for this 25-year-old movie. this girl's dad gets kidnapped by a bunch of unknown who sort of transform him into an illusory Entei, and his whole mission is to... He just has, like, he doesn't quite remember who he is, but he knows that he wants to protect his daughter. And he has these, like, wish-granting powers. So his daughter will ask for something, and then he'll answer, if that is what you wish, and then make it happen. I think that's the end of that music track. Until she asked for a mom, well, you can't just Pokégen up a mom. You have to steal one that already exists. Preferably one of a main character so that he can get roped into the story. Espeon time? I'm gonna make a prediction here. I'm gonna make a prediction here that the next Eeveelution we're gonna rank is...
It takes a high IQ to comprehend my true power. Evolve to...
Eevee! Oh, I should use Future Sight here. Now I'm just a plain, normal Eevee, but I'm gonna use Future Sight here. What's the next Eeveelution we're gonna rank?
It takes a high IQ to comprehend my true power. Evolve to...
Eevee! It's Eevee! Even though we're filming this video from Pokemon Prison, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? It's Eevee. And also, Eevee literally is a Fire Emblem character. Although she's definitely not a psychic type, she's the opposite. She's a physical knight. I just have to search Espeon. There it is. Change the aspect ratio. Here we are. Espeon! The Sun Pokemon. Abilities are synchronize. Abilities are synchronize. If you get status, it then inflicts the same status back on your opponent. Not particularly useful, especially when compared to Magic Bounce. Magic Bounce, top 5 ability in the franchise? Insanely broken. Magic Bounce is as if you... Magic Bounce is basically as if you equipped yourself with the Mirror Shield. Maybe Espeon actually is Eevee. Magic Bounce is like equipping the Mirror Shield. Maybe Eevee really is Eevee. If an enemy uses a non-damaging move against you, Not only does it not affect you, it gets bounced back to them. This doesn't take you an action like it would with the actual move Magic Coat. It's just a passive aura that surrounds Espeon. It uses its psychic powers to just redirect your own attacks back at you. It just uses its psychic powers. It just uses its psychic prowess to just redirect your own effects back at you. Probably better than Magic Guard, because a lot of the effects mitigated by Magic Guard, they just don't even affect you because they're never applied to you. They're applied back to your opponent. Absolutely bonkers. In terms of stats, Espeon is the... In terms of stats, Espeon is great value Alakazam. Same sweeper, same glass cannon spread, fewer stats per serving. HP, attack, and defense are all absolutely pathetic. So in terms of... So this is the least physically capable... So this is the least physically capable Eeveelution, which is kind of ironic because Espeon is all about sports, right? And this thing is physically inept. This thing has read all of the books, though. 130 special attack is crazy. I guess I'll take 95 special defense. And 110 speed is really, really good. In terms of in-game, this is probably more useful than Jolteon's spread of 110 special attack, 130 speed, because the 130 speed is kind of overkill, and you actually do appreciate the extra power of 130 special attack. Despite describing this as great value Alakazam, Alakazam is really, really good. So even the great value version is definitely worth a purchase. Despite that huge IQ, despite its huge brain, Espeon has a PhD in psychology and nothing else. Despite its huge brain, Espeon has a PhD in psychic phenomena and nothing else. I hope you like psychic attacks. Be sure to check out Shadow Ball coverage on Espeon. Grass Knot, Dazzling Gleam, Power Gem. Like, this is okay, I guess. Dazzling Gleam, Grass Knot, Power Gem. Dazzling Gleam, Grass Knot, Power Gem. This is like okay, but keep in mind that this is as good as it gets. Back in the day, it didn't even have these sad options. It had nothing. When it comes to in-game, I think Espeon is overall the best by quite a lot. It's not a starter type. And psychic types aren't super common, so you might actually consider becoming friends with your... It's not a starter type, and psychic types aren't super common, so you would maybe take a daylight stroll with your Eevee to acquire Espeon. It's got really, really good stats. The best stats for in-game out of any of the Eeveelutions. You want to hit hard and fast, and no Eeveelution does that better than Espeon. What really makes Espeon, in my opinion, the definitive best Eeveelution for in-game? What really makes Espeon, in my opinion, the definitive best Eeveelution for in-game? I might even go so far as to say it has the best performance of any starter ever. Would be using Espeon as your starter in XD. It's pretty good in Pokemon Colosseum, but it's sort of on par with the... Now, it's good in Colosseum as well. It's by far... Now, it's good in Colosseum as well. Now, it's good in Colosseum as well. Now, it's the best Pokemon in Colosseum. Now, it's the best Pokemon in Colosseum, but in Colosseum, your opponents sort of fight back. You still kill everything with Espeon. Now, it's the best Pokemon in Colosseum, where it's a duo starter with Umbreon, who's useless. So Espeon's got to do all the heavy lifting. But Espeon in XD is basically Pokemon Sigurd. It is so unfair. You have to do, I think, one story battle with unevolved Eevee. Then you get access to your promotion item, the Sun Shard. Couldn't be the Sun Stone, because we gotta make it extra confusing. Your Eevee already loves you. Your Eevee already loves you because of your rich friendship Your Eevee already loves you because of your rich friendship backstory. Your Eevee already loves you because you're not an edgelord protagonist anymore, you're just a little kid. You apply the Sun Shard, and then you have a 130 special attack, 110 speed Pokemon who's beating up like Ledybuzz. You apply the Sun Shard, and congratulations. 130 special attack, 110 special. You apply the Sun Shard, and congratulations. 130 special attack, 110 speed. These are basically end game ready stats. You could face the Elite Four with those, except you're not fighting the Elite Four, you're fighting Ledyba. better than Final Form starter, better than Final Form starter stats, instantly, at the beginning of the game. I don't think any other starter actually has that performance. I don't think any other starter in the series has an advantage that big. It's pretty nuts. In terms of competitive, even though Espeon has really good offensive stats, Psychic is kinda bad. Can't affect dark types at all, and you get annihilated by U-turn, which is everywhere. And back when Pursuit existed, they would pursue you. So your fate was sealed if you were ever against a dark type. Luckily, you don't actually have to attack with Espeon because you're a magician. Magic Bounce is totally busted. You can switch into an incoming status move and basically use it for yourself in addition to getting Espeon onto the field. And as part of the vast and it's just a subset of the insane functionality of Magic Bounce. But if you use Espeon as part of a baton pass chain, well, all of the phasing moves that could disrupt your chain, well, those get bounced too. Unlike Jolteon, who was immediately a baton pass superstar. Espeon needed to sort of bide its time until it actually gained. Espeon did actually need to bide its time and study up on how to actually cast Magic Bounce. But once it actually learned the ability, wow. Bannably powerful. Bannably broken. And just like with Jolteon, even though Magic Bounce Baton Pass Espeon is focused on cheesy support strategies, it still has 130 special attack. You can't just ignore it because it could just kill you. All of this high praise, I think we can award Espeon. All of this high praise, I think we can award Espeon.
Victory!
An Eevee victory. Espeon ratings are on the rise. It might actually be better than Jolteon. Just because of the Ore games. A definitive Eve victory. Espeon ratings are on the rise. Usually has very good in-game performance, usually has very good in-game performance, A or S, and just in particular, the XD starter factor. It's literally a Sigurd Stomp. Usually has very good in-game performance, either A or S, and in XD in particular, it's actual Sigurd status. There's nothing your opponents can do. The most ahead of the power curve starter in the entire franchise. For design? For design? For design. For design, Espeon is the first Eeveelution I'd describe as a little creepy. Often its mouth is not really visible, which reminds me of that horror story. I have no mouth, but I must scream. But I think that's intentional, because Espeon doesn't really need to speak, right? It's got telekinetic powers. It's got the wiggly forked tail. It's got the psychic gem in the center of its head, kind of like a third eye. I think you could actually... I think that if you had to guess... Espeon's type, you would definitely say it's a psychic type. I think it does a really good job of conveying that it is a psychic type, while you can still see the echoes of the Eevee that it once was, before its third eye awakened. Of course it's a psychic type, it's pink. I guess so, yes, also it's pink. I kind of wonder why Psychic is associated with pink. I think the other colors were like taken. Dark-type didn't exist yet. Lavender. The moves were pink, but the moves weren't pink, right? Oh yeah, we could say that. I'm not really sure why the psychic type is associated with the color pink. But we'll just say it's because your brain is pink. I'm not really sure why the Psychic type is associated with the color pink. If you associate Psychic with Magic, you use mana, and mana is usually blue, but that has to go to water, so you could say that it's pink because they're very brainy. And of course they had that show, Pinky and the Brain. And Brain was also pink, even though that wasn't his name. Purple would probably be a more fitting color for Psychic, but I think that was already taken by Dragon. Oh yeah. Purple is probably... Maybe purple would be more fitting for Psychic, but purple is already taken by Poison and Dragon. Yeah. Maybe purple would be more fitting for Psychic, but there's a lot of types clamoring for the purple space. We of course know that purple means evil, apparently. Maybe purple would be a more fitting... Maybe purple would be a more fitting color for Psychic, but there's already a lot of types clamoring for that purple design space. We got Poison. This purple is kind of icky. Ghosts are kind of purpley and spectral, and dragons have this really regal deep purple. Light purple lavender is Psychic, deep purple is Poison. I would say that Psychics look pretty in pink. Another of my favorite classes is identified with... I would say that Psychics look pretty in pink. Another of my favorite classes... I got it. I would say that Psychic types look pretty in pink. And hey, another of my favorite classes is associated with the color pink.
I will bring honor to my father and my kingdom.
Forget about shaped like a friend. Espeon is shaped like a pal. Adin. Warcraft paladins are pink for some reason. Okay, there we go. I think I missed a microtransaction while I was talking about pink. I did, sorry. John Anon with a $2 microtransaction. Oh boy, a tier list just for me? Thanks, cheese. And they have an Umbreon PFP. And we are about to talk about Umbreon. There's too many graphics. I found it. Gotta make sure it's on evil. It is, okay. Paladins are, of course, good guys. Paladins are, of course, good guys. But anyone. Paladins, of course, are good guys. But even the most virtuous among us can go bad.
The sun sets and a hero rises. Evolve to
Buraki. I gotta get rid of this overlay. Hang on. I'm stuck in the Dark Knight class. Ah, here we go. It's the other Gen 2 Eeveelution, Buraki. Let's go ahead and explain this now. So it's black and lucky. So Buraki. Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokemon. Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokemon. Same Synchronize ability as Espeon. Probably gets more use out of this than Espeon does, because Umbreon is a defensive Pokemon. One of the ways you can get through defensive Pokemon is to inflict them with debilitating status like Toxic. But if you shout mean things at Umbreon in the COD lobby, he says the same things back to you. So it's just toxic all around. Inner Focus makes you immune to flinching, so if you use Umbreon in doubles, which it does see use in, you'd probably want to go with Inner Focus to avoid getting faked out. COD Lobbies is how it got its Japanese name. I was considering making a joke about that, but I think that's a bit too much. Now here's the base stats. $10 macro transaction from John Anon. I gotta find the bandits.
More! More! No such thing as too much booty! We're gonna be eating like kings tonight!
Thank you for the $10 microtransaction. Oh no, he's ranking me! Because they have a Umbreon PFP. Will it be my Buraki day, or am I gonna be dark and homeless oblivion? Mercy cheese, mercy. Well, you don't have to be too scared, don't worry. Remember, we are counting competitive as well. Base stats for Buraki here. 95 HP, pretty good. 65 HP is terrible. Oh, that's attack. Alright. Stats for Buraki here. 95 HP, that's actually pretty good. 65 attack is terrible. Ooh, 110 defense. Hey, that's kind of a lot.
Break yourselves upon my body.
60 special attack is also awful. Oh, highest stat? Special defense at 130.
Your magic shall not save you.
And 65 speed is terrible. In terms of offenses, you can forget about ever trying... You can forget, based on these stats, you can forget about ever going on the offensive with Buraki. With these stats, you can forget about ever going on the offensive. You can consider yourself Buraki to get like a 4-hit KO. Forget about attacking. At least with your own attack stat. There's just too many graphics. Found it. Things aren't all gloom and doom for Umbreon, though. This defensive stat spread, 95, 110. Things aren't all gloom and doom for Umbreon, though. This stat spread. Things aren't all gloom and doom for Umbreon, though. This defensive stat spread, 95 HP, 110 defense, 130 special defense. This is one of the best in the game. This is crazy. Almost always, defensive Pokemon are deficient in one of these three. To give them sort of a chink in their armor that you can try and target. But Umbreon on defense is very, very difficult to break through because it actually has a pretty good HP base. It has a good defense base. It has a really good special defense base. And there's no quad weakness because it's a monotype. This is where we fight. This. I actually don't know what to say. Umbreon will hold the line. You can count on Umbreon to hold the line. Give them nothing. Maybe give them, well, maybe give them the toxic status. In the generations where Umbreon could actually learn toxic, could you imagine if this thing was, I believe it was originally supposed to be a poison type, but could you imagine if it was a dark poison type? This thing would be, like, unkillable. Despite being a denizen of the dark, it is actually dual maybe give them the badly poisoned status, at least in the generations where Umbreon actually learned toxic. I think it was originally supposed to be a poison type. Could you imagine if this thing was actually poison dark? It would make Drapion and Alolan Muck look like chumps. Alolan Muck actually goes pretty hard, even though it's very soft and goopy. Poison Dark Umbreon would be immortal. Because one of the main counters to Umbreon is to Toxic it, since it itself is not a poison type. Despite being a denizen of the dark, Umbreon does actually have a light magic rank because, wow, it can actually heal itself with Moonlight. So you have reliable recovery. With this defensive profile. If there ever is a Ghost-type Eeveelution, we know that it wasn't an Umbreon that died. This thing is very, very durable. Umbreon still gets Toxic? Oh, it does. There were some generations where it lost Toxic, right? Oh, maybe not. We can fix that pretty easy. We don't have to redo everything. Where is it? Did it lose it in Gen 9? Well, maybe give them the badly poisoned status with Toxic, assuming you don't get the 10% mischance. Oh, it did lose Toxic before the DLC. Okay. We've still got it. That's fine. I can just fix that with that take. In addition to being able to heal itself with the... In addition to being able to Holy Light itself, Umbreon is also a member of the Make-A-Wish Foundation, so you could also Wish Pass, which does work because Umbreon is quite slow. In addition, a nice additional perk of being a devious dark type is that you can't be pranked. If a prankster Pokemon tries to goad you on with a taunt, all prankstered moves completely fizzle. All prankster moves completely fizzle. Prankster moves against dark types don't just lose priority, they completely fizzle. They don't work at all. Oh, it's just a prank, bro. Too late. They're about to take a walloping. But I thought Umbreon only had 65... but I thought Umbreon only had 65 attack. Turns out turns out bad attack doesn't matter when you just cheat. Stab foul play is absolutely disgusting. It definitely feels as unfair as a dark type move should. Even Pokemon with a mediocre attack stat get completely obliterated when you turn that attack stat back on them with a 95 base power stab option. Absolutely brutal. So in a way, Umbreon is the only one who's able to cheat the... In a way, Umbreon is the only one who's able to cheat the Eeveelution stat spread, because it doesn't really have 65 attack. It has whatever its opponent's attack is, which is probably going to be higher than 65. And you can just fill your other 3 move slots with powerful support options. Is that everything we talked about? I think that's everything we need to talk about for the moves. Talked about the immunity from pranks. I think it's everything, right? $2 microtransaction from Jonanon, who says, I wish for riches for you, cheeses. Make a wish foundation. If you wished for $2, it came true. Thank you. Took 2 turns to respond to that, though. Some darkness does cloud. Unfortunately, even though Dark Cloud was a good game, unfortunately, the dark clouds may be... Unfortunately, some dark clouds may be hampering your Moonlight recovery, even though Dark Cloud was a good game. We haven't talked about Umbreon in-game yet because it is hot garbage. We haven't talked about Umbreon in-game yet, but even though it's not a poison type, it is trash. The only thing that Umbreon offers is defensive utility, which for your in-game playthrough is completely useless. So it's unfortunately disqualified from E-Victory, because you would never ever use this thing in-game. Even in Pokemon Coliseum, where you're handed Umbreon for free, it's not quite a It's not quite a white elephant. It's not quite a white elephant, but it's definitely a trick. Or what is it? Even though in Coliseum you're gifted an Umbreon for free, even though it's pitch black, it's more of a white elephant. You want to box that Umbreon ASAP, because all it's doing is sucking the EXP out of a much better partner for Espeon. Oh, but you could set up Reflect with... Oh, but Umbreon could draw fire for your partner in Oh, but Umbreon could draw... Oh, but Umbreon could draw fire for your partner in a double battle. Here's an idea. How about you have 2 offensive partners that kill both of the enemies, then nobody takes any damage. Ooh. The targeting AI of Colosseum also always targets the Pokemon that takes more damage, so because Umbreon doesn't actually have any sort of taunt effect, it just kind of sits there on the field doing nothing in Colosseum, so it's a very, very bad choice. Caveat to Umbreon being a complete dud in-game is that if you're doing some sort of challenge run like a Nuzlocke, where safety is very valued, it doesn't get much safer than 90, 110, 130 bulk, right? It doesn't get much safer than 95, 110, 130 bulk, right? You might actually walk the dark path. You might actually walk the dark path with your Eevee if you're doing a Nuzlocke. Dark Knight is a tank class. But that's all of the bummer news. But that's all of the bad news for Buraki. It's pretty legit in competitive. Decent support move pool, very, very hard to kill. I think it's only a good dual typing away from actually being a meta staple. Unfortunately, Pure Dark as a defensive typing, not the greatest. Even though its other traits are very nice. Unfortunately, Pure Dark as a defensive typing, not the greatest. Really wishes that it could pull some pranks of its own. If it had either Prankster, if it had either or both of Prankster or a really good defensive secondary typing, like Steel or Poison, I think that Buraki might have what it takes to actually be like a metagame superstar. As is, even in competitive, I would have to say that Buraki is only viable. For design, I would say I would say that Umbreon, for design, I would say Umbreon has a sleek aesthetic. For design, Dark Knight is my favorite FF14 class, and Umbreon doesn't actually equip armor like this in the games, but I still like Umbreon. The best part of Umbreon's design is unfortunately completely lost in the modern games, but if you play one of the Nintendo 64 games that actually look better than modern Pokemon, you can see that Umbreon's rings actually glow. There's like an undulating shimmer to them in the dark. Unfortunately, the best part of Umbreon's design is kind of lost due to the crap factor of the modern Pokemon games. But if you play one of the actually good-looking Pokemon games, like the N64 ones that somehow look better than 3 console generations later, Umbreon's design literally gets a chance to shine. If you're a Sonic fan, and I have to imagine there's immense crossover between Sonic fans and Eeveelution fans because they're both the most obnoxious groups on the internet. Umbreon collects all the rings. The golden rings on its body actually have an undulating glow. It's kind of hypnotic. Really, really cool, and that's something that's just completely absent from the modern games. Imagine being in a dark room, and then suddenly, whoosh, the glowing Umbreon rings. Are you in trouble? Probably not, because Umbreon has 65 attack. I think that's everything we have to say about Umbreon, right? And Umbreon also probably loves you because it evolved through friendship. Unfortunately, doesn't appear to be friends with Professor Oak. I think there's a clip of Professor Oak being attacked by Umbreon, so we can put that there. Another $5 microtransaction from Jonanon, who says, well, it's a text shrug, but I can actually shrug. Probably use my hands, right? Better ranking than I thought I would get? Really? Bless you, Cheese, for your boundless mercy on my bountiful bulk and super support, but abysmal force. I think maybe people think I don't like... I guess you could get the impression that I don't like Umbreon because I always rank it very poorly, but I'm always talking about it in the context of in-game playthroughs, where Umbreon's good traits, which it does have, it has insane bulk, they're useless. In the context I usually rank them, but when we do actually get to consider where Umbreon's traits are valuable, yeah, it's very good. It's fine. I think I'm pretty happy with these rankings so far. Very nice that we had a clear top contender. Because usually people argue about who's the best, but of course in this case it's really obvious. I don't know how you could possibly deny. When you pay, you definitely win.
You peasants, tinkering with stones like the children you are. Let me show you the pathway to true power.
Thank you to the mighty Patreons. If you want to evolve into a mighty Patreon, check out the link in the description. Alright. Only 3 left. How long have we been going? Wow, only 6.5 hours. So I'm predicting an end time of... We might not even reach 9 hours. So it's probably going to be a shorter one today. We can also look at comments on the Magikarp video afterwards as well. Alright. Have you eaten your greens today? Have you eaten your greens today? I know this appearance. Have you eaten your greens today? One of the things I realized after becoming an adult, I know I'm dressed like this, but I'm 31. And speaking of 31, as an adult, I guess I could just eat ice cream every single day. And I thought that's what I would do when I was a kid, but I actually don't even want to do that. I actually choose to eat vegetables. More music. This one I think is new. There's actually a restaurant near me called King of Kale. And I will willingly leave my house and go buy a salad. This is something I never thought I would do, but sometimes it's actually the highlight of my day. I say this because I want you guys to know that I actually like vegetables IRL. Alright, let's talk about Leafeon.
The forest fights back. Evolve 2.
Leafeon.
Good boys and girls eat their vegetables. Good boys and girls eat their vegetables. But do they use grass types? My advice. Good advice to eat your vegetables. Using a grass type? How do we say this? Don't fight with your veggies. Fish are food, not friend. Or no, fish are friends, not food. Maybe grass is food, not for fighting. I'm not sure. Don't play with your food. Oh yeah. Yeah, we can use that. We can use that. That's a good idea. Advice to the kids out there. Eat your vegetables. Leafeon is a character in a video game. Advice to the kids out there. Eat your veggies. But Leafeon is a character in a video game. Don't play with your food. Oh, we can use that. Okay. $2 microtransaction from John and I says, can we not talk about them, please? Unfortunately, we have to, even if you don't want to. And $5 microtransaction from N8. We could consolidate that with this C's action.
Come here, booty!
Maybe it's a Caesar salad. I don't care where Leafeon goes, it's got the coolest design and I love it. We'll talk about that, because I actually don't like its design that much. I don't dislike it, but it's probably my least favorite of the ones we've done so far. We'll go more about that later. It's not my least favorite overall, though. Let's get Leafeon. At least it's not Sylveon. I'm glad you don't like Sylveon either, Prometheus. We're going to talk about Sylveon's design for a very long time. I just hate the fairy type in general. Me too! I mean, I'm saying it now as a bit of a preview, but most of the Sylveon... It should never have been added. Did you see what I said about the... Are you like a psychic type? I guess we're just thinking on the same wavelengths, because spoilers for when we talk about Sylveon. I don't really have kind things to say about it, but it's also, like, not really even about Sylveon itself. It's just about the fairy type, which Sylveon is the representative of. But we'll save all that for Sylveon. We gotta eat our veggies first. Leafeon, the verdant Pokemon. Leafeon, the verdant Pokemon. Well, I never did Verdant Wind. Leafeon, the verdant Pokemon. Well, I never played Verdant Winds, and this thing is weak to flying anyway. Abilities are Leaf Guard. Hey, remember hydration? What does verdant mean? It's a shade of green. It's like very vibrant green. Abilities are Leaf Guard. What Leaf Guard does is blocks status against you if it's sunny. Remember hydration? Leaf Guard. Abilities are Leaf Guard. What Leaf Guard does is it blocks incoming status if it's sunny. Of course, if you're already status, then Leaf Guard does nothing. Remember hydration? Hydration cured status in rain. So if you were already status, you could purge it off, but it also effectively purged incoming status because he would just get healed at the end of the turn anyway. So Leaf Guard is just a way, way, way worse version of hydration, and it doesn't combo with rest the same way either. Hidden ability Chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is actually quite a good ability. It doubles your speed in Sunshine. So all you need to really take advantage of this is the stat spread and moves to do so. Do you think that Leafeon has the stat spread and leave? Do you think that Leafeon has the stat spread and moves to take advantage of this powerful sweeping ability? Well, stats-wise, almost. This stat spread is actually kind of good. 65 HP is bad. 110 attack, that's actually pretty good. 130 defense is really good, although you're a grass type, so you take double damage from a bunch of stuff. 60 special attack is terrible, but your 60 special attack is terrible, but your off-attacking stat being a dump stat is totally fine. 65 special defense is bad, so it's actually... 65 special defense is bad, so this thing gets... 65 special defense is bad, so this thing gets incinerated by any sort of special pressure. But 95 speed is actually fine. And under harsh sunlight, this 95 speed doubled is going to outspeed almost everything. Most swift swimmers or chlorophyll Pokemon are actually naturally very slow, to the point that they can lose to... 95 speed is actually very good, especially when doubled by chlorophyll. A lot of the swift swimmers and chlorophyll Pokemon are actually naturally very slow, so even when you double their speed, they're still at risk of being outraced. They're still at risk of being outpaced by Choice Scarfers. But Leafeon, under the sunlight, is blazing fast. Good chance. With 95 speed, there's actually a decent chance of getting the first strike, and if it's sunny, you are definitely getting the first strike. So Leafeon goes first. Oh, Then what? All of the Eeveelutions have lackluster move pools? This move pool. All of the Eeveelutions have lackluster move pools. The harsh sunlight completely evaporated this one. There's not even a move puddle. This is unacceptable. I hope you like level 50 Leaf Blade, because that's all you're getting. I hope you like Razor Leaf on Evo and level 50 Leaf Blade, because that is all you're getting. Can we make a bad harvest joke, or is that too insensitive? Leaf Blade's got a high crit rate. This is a critical crop failure. I hope you've got some grains in reserve, because we're not eating anything this year. At the time of recording, this is actually very topical, because the rice prices in Japan are insane. Can you guess why? It's actually not because there's any rice. It's because of collusion between large rice It's actually not because of a shortage of... It's actually not because of a shortage of rice crop. It's basically all market manipulation by one major entity that controls the rice supply. That's not really Leafeon's fault, but it still makes me upset. That's not really Leafeon's fault or anything, but... That's not actually Leafeon's fault or anything, but... Shouldn't that be illegal? Shouldn't that be illegal? The rice people make the laws, so no, it's not. To give you an idea of how bad it is, it's actually cheaper to buy... To give you an idea of how bad the rice prices are, by the way, it's actually cheaper to buy imported rice from America. In Japan. It's not really Leafeon's fault, but it is grass-type adjacent news, so I'm gonna complain about it here. Here's the TMs. Here's the TMs. If you thought there was anything worth using here, sorry to disappoint you. No, not the case. The best you're gonna get? The best thing you can do is pop in Boktai, put the power of the sun in your hand, and start solar blading things. Set your solar blade on stab, and hope that it's not resisted, but it probably is. Oh, Boktai. More like... Boktai. More like Bok Choy. Boktai. Bok Tai. More like bok choy. Can we make a salad out of this thing? Get any sort of value? Manual grassy terrain for classic grassy glide. I don't know, what else can we say about this thing? Anything about Caesar salads? I mean, Caesar was killed by blades. Caesar was a salad. Still live guy? Yeah. How's your workday been? Caesar was killed by blades. Caesar was killed by blades, and he was a salad, so... Caesar was killed by blades. He's a very famous salad. How do we say this? Caesar was killed by blades. You know, he was a very famous salad. Caesar was killed by blades as well. He was a very famous salad. I don't think Leafeon quite lives up to that legacy, though. And besides, we've already got a Flame Emperor. We don't have... And besides, we already have a Flame Emperor. There can be only one. And besides, the throne is already occupied by the Flame Emperor. Leafeon isn't even in the line of succession. Success is the last word I would use to describe Leafeon. Despite the actually pretty reasonable stat spread, Leafeon is almost entirely killed by, I guess I'll say, the worst monotype of any of the Eeveelutions on the list. Yes, worse than Glaceon. Very underwhelming on defense as a monotype. Grass is very underwhelming on defense as a monotype, and it is hopeless on offense. You would never use this in-game. You would never use this in-game. Grass is one of the starter types, so it already faces competition from that. Grass isn't terribly uncommon or useful. Grass is one of the starter types, so already it faces stiff competition. Grass is one of the starter types, so already Leafeon is facing stiff competition from anyone Grass is one of the starter types, so already... Grass is one of the starter types, so anybody who actually thinks grass is a good type, they're just gonna pick the grass starter, which means they're not gonna be picking Leafeon. And grass is pretty terrible in-game anyway, so there really is no reason to ever go Leafeon with your Eevee during your in-game playthrough. Nicest thing we can say about Leafeon in-game is that its Evo condition, the... Nicest thing we can say about Leafeon in-game is that its Evo condition, the Mossy Rock, is usually located decently early in the game. If you can access Eevee, you can almost certainly access Leafeon. You can, but you probably wouldn't. In terms of competitive, no. In terms of competitive, well, here's a competition that you guys can participate in. Try and come up with a use for Leafeon, because I can't think of anything. If you can, go ahead and post a comment. Get this thing out of here. Evicted. If you're gonna set up Sun, you have so many insane options. So if you go through the effort of setting up Sun, and you get in Leafeon, what do you actually get? Solar Blade. There it is. You have one kind of okay option that does half damage to almost everything. What? It's fast and has both Swords Dance and Leaf Storm. That seems like a setup you normally like. These are the people that think Leafeon is good. Like, they're making my argument for me. I didn't say I like it, just that's your whole thing, fast attackers. It's not fast. Requires setup, and why would you use Leaf Storm? It's a physical attacker. Sunny Day Solar Blade is a force to be reckoned with. People who think that Leafeon is good, you guys need to raise your standards. Play an Alliance Bannerman, draw a minion, give them all +1. People who think that Leafeon is good or even acceptable, you need to raise your standards. Play an Alliance Bannerman. Draw a minion, give all minions in your hand +1/+1. You're gonna need more than +1/+1 to get use out of this thing. If you're going through the effort of setting up Sun, there are so many better payoffs than Leafeon. How is Leafeon worse than Eevee? Because of partner Eevee and 9 Evo boost, that's why. What coverage moves would you give to Leafeon? I really don't think coverage moves are the... I really don't think even coverage moves can save it. That's one of its issues. For sure, it would be better. But you're still working from a grass monotype. It's not... The best way... Grass is ass on offense. That's beyond any form of debate. But grass does usually have pretty powerful support options. And ironically, the most support-focused type here is far worse at support. And ironically, the most support-focused typing here is ass at support. And ironically, the most support-focused typing here, Leafeon and grass, and ironically, the most support-focused typing here is the one that needs support. It needs sunlight, and it itself doesn't offer anything. It can't do the leech seed cheese that... It can't actually seed the enemies. It doesn't actually get any of the funky grass stat manipulation that actual worthwhile grass types get. It doesn't actually get any of the... It doesn't actually get any of the pollen. It doesn't actually get any of the powerful pollen that other actually useful grass support Pokemon do. If you have hay fever, you don't have to worry about this thing. Doesn't even get... Doesn't even get aromatherapy, even though it does exude kind of a strange odor. We've collected some samples of Leafeon musk. Go ahead and take a deep breath. Of that tropium haze. Leafeon is grass steel type, with spore and leech seed. Back in reality, it's on the streets, evicted. For design, I would probably say that Leafeon is my least favorite so far. I don't dislike it, but I feel like it's kind of incomplete. It kind of gives me like cordyceps infection vibes. Like Leafeon got leech seeded, and it's kind of in the process of hopefully not going the Parasect path. But I sort of feel like there's a Mega Evolution full bloom Leafeon that we don't quite get to see. It's kind of like you just took Eevee and you threw some chia seeds on it. Yeah, you could also say that its appearance doesn't quite match its stats. It sort of feels like it would be one of the more defensive Eeveelutions, and it does have 130 defense. Nah, I think that it's I think that it's an okay I think it's an okay match. Because its highest stat is defense. So even Flareon has more redeeming qualities? Oh yeah. If it's defense and speed swapped, it'd be great. Are you talking about Leafeon or Booster? You gotta be talking about Leafeon, right? Problem isn't that it's too slow. It's already pretty decent at manipulating its speed with Chlorophyll. The issue is that it doesn't actually do anything. There's really no saving Leafeon. There's really no saving Leafeon within the constraints of the Eeveelution framework. As it is, it's undercooked. As it is, it's undercooked. And it's a grass type, so if you cook it, it just dies, because it's weak to fire. Who ever heard of a cooked salad? I guess chopped salads are a thing. Leafeon, unfortunately, after thorough evaluation, I have to say that your lackluster monotyping and unacceptable move pool are not a good fit for my team, or anyone else's team. And for that reason, I'm gonna have to chop you. And for those reasons, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to chop you. And then we can put the, from the Food Network show, Chopped. You can just be one of the judges. Chopped. Alright. Are we ready for Glaceon? Here we go, Glaceon time. Is this a real thing? Hang on, let me look this up. I think it is. Oh. Hyozan. Tayona Keizai no Kibo. That's not what I meant. Hyozan no Ikkaku. No, that's not what I meant either. Television Osaka move. What? Hang on. Hyozan Moderu. What? Okay, what? This is not working. I feel like there was some sort of Japanese economic term that had to do with glaciers. Hang on here. I know this amazing East Asian economic theory is what you guys are here for in this Eeveelution tier list. Water Mountain. This is the Ice Mountain. You can see it's the Ice Mountain because up in the upper left, you got the little extra line. Oh, I think I literally searched Glacier Age, which is not quite right. Hang on. It's Employment Ice Age, not Glacier. That's what it was. It's not literally Glacier. That's embarrassing. Okay, so it was a term, but I searched the wrong cold term. Ice Age. It's, Employment Ice Age. What did they call it? Shushoku. Okay, that's what it is. This combos with the rice prices from Leafeon. Okay. And I think that maybe that's why he's actually going to get evicted. So when we talk about why he gets evicted, it's because he couldn't get a job because of the Employment Ice Age. There we go. Maybe it's getting a little bit complicated. Alright, how do we introduce Glaceon here? We do have the Glaceon graphic as well. Do you feel a chill? Something like that. I don't know. Cold front coming in. First line of the Glaceon graphic is what killed the dragon types. Forecast. Just something about cold. Something about Garchomp getting one shot. Ice to meet you. We can do something about chilly reception. I'd say give our next Eeveelution a warm welcome, but it's an ice type.
What killed the dragon types? Evolve.
Messed up because the music was on. I'd say give our next Eeveelution a warm welcome, but it's an ice type.
What killed the dragon types? Evolve 2.
Glaceon. Probably more appropriate to give it a chilly reception. It's Glaceon. Chilly reception is a real move, right? It sets snow and switches you out? There's a reason it works like that, by the way. In Japanese, when you make a bad joke, the reaction is you say, "Samui," cold. So bad jokes in Japanese are said to be, like, freezing cold. So I think it's Slowking telling a bad joke and then fleeing the stage. That's how that move works. Fun fact, the only reason why I'm talking to you here now is because I gave a Japanese speech in a speech competition that was all about bad Japanese puns. And that led to me moving to Tokyo and working in TV, which eventually led to me making a YouTube channel where we get to talk about Glaceon! Glaceon, the fresh snow Pokemon. In the music, they literally just said, "Dosyo, what should we do?" Abilities are Snow Cloak. This gives you evasion in Hail, or in the current generation, Snow. I think this is banned because it's just too cheesy, too RNG. Does nothing if there's no snow. Hidden ability Ice Body. It's like Rain Dish, but cold. So if it's snowing or hailing, then you regenerate 6% HP a turn. But you're an ice type, so you die in one hit, so this is actually not that useful. In terms of stats, we've got 65 HP, bad. In terms of stats, we've got 65 HP, 60 attack. In terms of stats, we've got 65 HP, that's bad. 60 attack, really bad, but it's your off-attacking stat, so it doesn't matter too much. 110 defense, that's actually really good, but you're an ice type. Wow, 130 special attack, that's actually insane. That's really, really good. 130 special attack, stab ice, wow. 95 special defense is, it's fine, but paired with 65 HP, that's very bad. And 65 speed is way, way, way too slow. Oh! The guy in the music is really happy, but I'm not. Well, glaciers aren't exactly known for their impressive ground speed, right? For moves, I hope you like ice moves. For moves, I hope you like ice coverage. Ice is a really good attacking type, and that's all you're getting. Oh, what about Water Pulse? Oh, but what about Water Pulse? And yeah, and maybe you could do some Shadow Ballin' on Espeon. There are two pretty easy fixes to Glaceon that would make it a zillion times better. I don't know why this thing's 110 defense. Swap that with speed. Isn't ice supposed to be frail and shatter? But what might be even better than that, considering the change to snow, is just give this thing Slush Rush. With the snow defense buff, on top of 110 defense, and possibly even screens. With the snow defense buff, even with only 65 HP, this 110 defense actually becomes pretty formidable, especially if you manage to also set up Aurora Veil. And with Slush Rush, patching up the speed, and allowing you to fire off blizzards off of 130 base special attack, that might actually make Glaceon worth considering? For in-game, Ice is a very rare type, usually confined to the late game. For in-game, Ice is a very rare type, and it's usually actually For in-game, Ice is a very rare type, usually confined to the late game. This sort of made sense in Gen 1, where it was actually very powerful, but that's just been continued for the other games, even though Ice really sucks overall. Even though the Mossy Rock that allows you to access Leafeon is usually early game, the Icy Rock that allows you to freeze yourself into a Glaceon, it's usually late game, which makes Glaceon's availability very bad, the worst out of any of the Eeveelutions. So even though you could theoretically get some use out of 130 special attack ice moves. So even though you could theoretically get some value out of 130 special attack ice moves, which are very strong, that's not happening because Glaceon is basically not in the game, and also you died before attacking because you have 65 base speed, and you're an ice type, so you take double damage from everything. The icy... The overworld Icy Rock. The overworld Icy Rock is actually earlier than the Mossy Rock in XY. And in the modern games, it's actually just an ice stone that you can pick up and apply to your Eevee. And in the modern games, the evolution is actually just an ice stone item that you can pick up and just apply to your Eevee. Oh, I got it. In the modern games, the ice stone is actually just an item that you can hold. In the modern games, the ice stone is no longer an overworld object. It's literally just an evolution stone. And you can pick it up. You just put it on your Eevee. Oh, your Eevee got a boo-boo? Make it feel better with a little bit of ice. Oh, whoops! It evolved into Glaceon. Oh. What's the competitive outlook? What's the competitive outlook for Glaceon? What's the competitive outlook for Glaceon? Does it break the meta? No. Turns out, doesn't even make it past the icebreaker stage of meeting teammates, because no, you would never use this thing. Way too slow, way too frail. It's got 130 special attack, but it never actually gets to use it because it's dead. This thing has been a deadbeat for 5 generations. This thing has been a deadbeat for 5 generations. This thing has been a deadbeat for 5 generations. We are serving it an eviction notice. No thanks. This thing has been a deadbeat for 5 generations. We are serving it an immediate eviction notice. Is it better or worse than Leafeon? Is it better or worse than Leafeon? Is it even worth attempting to argue over this? We're already at the bottom of the barrel with both of them. I could potentially see a universe where, under snow, Glaceon does something. I don't think there's any sort of weather condition. I don't think there's anything in the forecast that could ever make me use Leafeon. So, I guess I'll go with Glaceon. Really grasping at straws to try and find things that are good about Glaceon? In Pokemon Conquest, the final boss of the main story. In Pokemon Conquest, the final boss of the main story. In Pokemon Conquest, the final boss of the main story, Oda Nobunaga. Really cool guy. Well, you can make him even cooler if you hold off your starter Eevee's evolution up until basically the end of the game, and then you choose to go with the Glaceon Eeveelution. It's kind of a waste because you really should be going to Jolteon. It's kind of a waste because you really should be going to Jolteon or Vaporeon way earlier. But if you decide to delay your promo, you basically turn your Eevee into Cold Roy. And pretty much the only upside of Roy is that you get to... And pretty much the only upside of going the Cold Roy promo path is, like Roy with the Binding Blade, you absolutely clobber Nobunaga with your own PRF, Icy Wind. Nobunaga stands no chance. Now, of course, you could just use a different Pokemon to do this. You don't need to... Now, of course, you could just use a different Pokemon to deal with... Now, of course, you could just use a different Pokemon to deal with Nobunaga. There's no need to hobble your otherwise best Pokemon just for the final map. But you could. But you could, and that's more than what Leafeon does in Conquest. For design, I think they did a really good job differentiating Glaceon from Vaporeon and Suicune, even though they all have kind of a similar blue hue to them. Ironically, even though Suicune is literally the mascot of Pokemon Crystal, I think they did a great job making Glaceon appear to have crystalline features. It's sort of like a living snowflake. I really like the diamond ears. Very, very elegant. That's probably the word I would use. And I would say that the ice type is often associated with elegance. So I'm overall quite a fan of Glaceon's design, even though it's kind of simple. I think it's simple, sleek, and elegant. And yes, it kind of looks like it's wearing a cute little hat, and for some reason people are obsessed with characters who wear hats. Watch out for Killing Edge Glaceon. Is it more that it has a hat or that it has bangs? Maybe it's more that it has, like, bangs. Let's look at the actual art. Oh, it's kind of like bangs. It's an Ushanka. What is that? So it is a hat? It is bangs, right? R.I.P. hats. It's also... Even though And even though Glaceon is another Eeveelution that has shed its fur, it does actually have a hairstyle. It's almost like it has bangs, which are very cute. Very unfortunate that we had to evict Glaceon. Very unfortunate that we had to evict Glaceon. Get a job, you bum. Oh, it's actually not Glaceon's fault. Very unfortunate that we had to evict Glaceon and kick it to the curb. What's wrong with you? Why don't you get a job, you bum? Well, I hope you're not tired of Japanese economic policy talk. We talked about rice prices with Leafeon, but there's actually an ice term that goes with unemployment in Japan. Are we centered? We're not centered. There it is. Once upon a time. Once upon a time. What killed the job market? The Ice Age! Or in Japanese, the Shushoku Hyogaki. So apparently between 1994 and 2004, as a result of people using too many water types in the bubble economy, there was a real lack of job prospects in Japan. So there's some trivia for you. Even in the IRL job market, water types are better at using ice moves than ice types. Oh, let's see if we can... Are we back on the right scale? Not quite. There you go, that's probably fine. Yeah. And that's probably the last thing we'll say about Glaceon, right? Bubbled. Although the employment ice age thawed in 2004, and Glaceon has only ever existed in the post-Daipa job market, which is 2007 and beyond, so... Actually, yeah, get a job, you bum. You got 4 feet? You got 4 feet? Well, that's 2 pairs of bootstraps, and yet I don't see any at all. How lazy can you be? Okay, there we go. That's probably the last thing we'll say about Glaceon. Alright, final Eeveelution. As of the date of recording, it's Gen 9, the final Eeveelution added to the game, it's Sylveon. Now usually when you make a wish in Pokemon, you get 50% of your... Now usually when you make a wish in Pokemon, you get 50% of your HP back. What do we say here? It has to be something about wishes. Maybe be careful what you wish for. Oh, I see. Now, usually when you make a wish in Pokemon, you just get 50% of your HP back after a brief waiting period. Now, usually when you make a wish in Pokemon, you get 50% of your HP back after a one-turn audit period where they need... Oh, audit period? Yeah, okay. Now, usually in Pokemon, when you make a wish, you get 50% of your HP back after a one-turn audit period to make sure that your... After a one-turn audit period to make sure that your recovery request goes through all of the proper... After a one-turn audit period to make sure that your recovery request... This is very difficult to say. After a one-turn audit period to make sure that your recovery request is processed through the proper channels. There it is. After a one-turn audit period to ensure that your recovery request is processed through the proper channels. First try. But back in my day, when I thought of wish, something else came to mind. Oh no, maybe. But back in my day. But back in my day, you could wish for anything. No, how do we say this? Oh, I got it. But back in my day, when you made a wish, some fairly odd things could happen.
I wish I had an overpowered type.
Evolve 2.
Leafeon.
It's Nymphia! It's Sylveon, the fairy-type evolution. It's Sylveon, the fairy-type Eeveelution. Any Sylvan Learning Center fans here? We're about to learn about Sylveon. There we go, that's all the intro for Sylveon. $5 microtransaction again from John Anon, who says, let's adore or scorn Sylveon, one of my favorites. I see the Fae. Will the fairies rejoice with Cheese's favor, or will they be cursed with his fathomless spite? Well, I'll tell you right now, they're about to lose PP. Sylveon. I feel like this is too... Oh, I shouldn't have changed the aspect ratio. That's not what I meant to do. I'll reset it, and... I guess I have to change the size of the window. That's what I want to change. There we go, okay. I feel like it's... No, you can still see everything, right? Why is it so much bigger? Alright. Sylveon, the intertwining Pokemon. Refresh the website? Refreshed. Oh, you're right. Refreshed. Thank you. Sylveon, the intertwining Pokemon. Sylveon, the intertwining Pokemon. Japanese name, Nymphia. You've probably noticed by now that although in English we have a formula for the Eeveelutions, they all end in Eon, there isn't the equivalent for the Japanese names. The only ones that have any sort of pattern are Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon, all end in Fia. The only ones that do have a pattern are Leafeon. The only ones that do have a pattern are Leafeon, which becomes Leafia, Glaceon, which becomes Gudacia, and Sylveon, which becomes Nymphia. So they do have the same cute ending sound, but only for the most recent three. Kinda weird. I almost wonder if they realized how... I almost wonder if it was a reaction to how popular the Eeveelutions were. And so they decided to also copy our unified suffix. Abilities are Cute Charm. This is a 30% chance when you get hit by a contact move by an opponent. Abilities are Cute Charm. This is a 30% chance when you're struck by a contact move from a Pokemon of the opposite gender to inflict them with the infatuation status. So that's a 30% chance that an opponent... So 30% chance... So less than 50% chance that your opponent is actually the opposite gender and not the same gender or genderless. They have to actually use a contact move on you, so that's another less than 50% chance, because it has to be both physical and contact. I guess it doesn't have to be physical. Then they have to actually be using a contact move on you, so that cuts out almost all special attackers. And then there's a 30% chance that you actually inflict them with infatuation, and then if they're infatuated, it's a 50% chance they lose their turn. So calc all of that out, and what do you get? Not happening. Especially when you have the hidden ability Pixelate. What Pixelate does is it changes your normal moves into fairy moves, and also gives them a power boost. I do believe it's 120%. Oh my Japanese name is Fairy Skin, the fairy skin. It's kind of creepy. Remember when the skins used to come from the game and you didn't need to buy the DLC? Oh wow, it's actually a 30% power boost. Oh no, they did nerf it to 20, so I'm fine. Used to actually be a 30% power boost, but I'm not wrong because it did get nerfed to 20%. Moonblast did not get nerfed, though. We're going to talk about that later. Sylveon extending its feelers. Is this why it's the intertwining Pokemon? This is horrifying. This is like that thingified dog. Felt. Here are Sylveon stats. Here's Sylveon's stat spread. 95 HP, pretty good. Attack and defense are both atrocious, so very, very weak physically. 110 special attack, that's pretty good. Hey, highest stats, special defense.
Magic shall not save you.
No wonder this thing is so popular. And 60 speed is terrible. In terms of moves, it's an Eeveelution. I hope you like fairy moves. In terms of move pool, it's an Eeveelution. I hope you like fairy moves. Well, as we'll discuss later, you probably do because, hey, fairy's really overpowered. TMs aren't gonna help you much. When it comes to viable coverage moves, it's a fairy tale, right? When it comes to viable coverage moves, about as realistic as fairy tales, right? When it comes to viable coverage moves for Sylveon, when it comes to viable coverage moves for Sylveon, even through TM, when it comes to viable coverage moves for Sylveon, even through TM, I would describe them the same way I would describe most fairy tales. Not most. When it comes to viable coverage moves for Sylveon, Oh, I got it. When it comes to viable coverage moves for Sylveon, even through TM, well, you'll find them in the same area. Okay, I got it. When it comes to viable coverage moves for Sylveon, even through TMs, I would say you'll find them same section as the fairy tales. Fiction. There we go. Okay, now we're here in the correct aspect ratio here. I mean, I don't even know what coverage options we could talk about here. Magical Leaf? Psychic? Magical Leaf? Psychic and Psyshock? You can catch it Shadow Ballin'. You can catch it. You get Magical Leaf, 60 base power. You get Magical Leaf, 60 base power. Psyshock. Non-stab Psyshock. Could always go Ballin'. Could always go Shadow Ballin' on Espeon. And then I think we'll go to what we did previously, where you'll find the viable coverage moves in Fiction. Apparently you had Mystical Fire. Apparently you had Mystical Fire only in Gen 8, but there's since been a Witch Hunt. No more Mystics. For in-game, you're probably not going to be using Sylveon. It's not the worst thing ever, but it is very slow. It's not the worst thing ever. 110 special attack is pretty good. But its speed is horrendous. It is, I think, literally the slowest Eeveelution at 60. That is not enough. Not completely unusable. Not completely unusable. But if you're trying to just sweep through your opponent, which is generally what you do, not the worst thing ever. Not the worst thing ever, but if... It's not the worst thing ever or anything. It's not the worst thing ever, but for most in-game playthroughs, you just... It's not the worst thing ever or anything, but for in-game playthroughs, you just want to sweep through everything, and with 60 base speed, you're not doing that. How about Sylveon in competitive? How about Sylveon in competitive? A major disadvantage of every Eeveelution is that they're a monotype. They depend very heavily on that monotype for their viability, and it turns out, when you have the best type in the game, it goes pretty far. pretty much entirely on the back of the fact that it is. Pretty much entirely on the back of the fact that. Pretty much entirely on the back of the fact that it is a completely busted fairy type. We can say that this thing is viable. It's not particularly good in singles, but what's... It's not particularly good in singles, but what makes Sylveon a menace in doubles is that it is just shrieking at you non-stop. Hey, 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 don't you love Eeveelutions? It's my hyper voice. Because of Pixelate hyper voice, this thing non-stop assaults your ears with a very powerful fairy type attack. Not only does hyper voice become stronger than Moonblast because of Pixelate, because it is a sound move, it gets some additional benefits. This ain't Monster Hunter, there's no earplugs, so even if you're behind a substitute, you still can't escape the shrieking from Sylveon. And Sylveon in recent times gained a megaphone because of course Hyper Voice is a sound move. That means that if they apply the throat spray, you cannot deny the volume of this Hyper Voice. And recently Sylveon gained a megaphone. And although Sylveon doesn't have a Mega Evo, it does gain a megaphone in recent generations because Hyper Voice is a sound move, and that means that if you warm up your throat with some spray, using Hyper Voice then gives you +1 special attack, so it not only makes your Hyper Voice even stronger, it also buffs up any other special move you want to use, as long as you're on the field. Is Throat Spray one-time use? Yes, one-time use within a battle. Anything else we have to say about Sylveon gameplay-wise? I don't think so. So then we have to just talk about the design and the fairy type. It's quick to evolve. It's a friendship. I like how it's obviously better than everything else here, but we're ranking it down out of spite. No, my personal opinion doesn't matter. If it were up to me, like just on vibes, as the kids would say, it's dead last. I really dislike this thing. But no, I'm putting it here because I think that's where it belongs. Not even friendship, it's affection plus a Noah Fairy move. It's actually quite good. We can mention that it's just fast to evolve in Gen 6, but the other ones, they're all fast to evolve. Because you just use the stone. And friendship usually isn't that hard to raise with Eevee. And it is friendship starting with Gen 8. In its debut generation in particular, Sylveon gets a bit of an availability boost because it evolves through affection, not friendship. So you can just play some mini games with it, and as long as it knows a fairy move, it evolves almost instantly. But friendship isn't that hard to raise, and the elemental stones are literally instant. And since affection was removed, it's now just a normal friendship Evo. You just have to also know a fairy move. So I wouldn't say it's any more available than the other Eeveelutions. Okay. Alright. We gotta talk about the design. Is Prometheus still here? I'm kinda scared. You gotta show the feelers image again? Oh, we will. Alright, let's talk about Sylveon's design. I'm gonna lead with a disclaimer here. These tier lists are not scripted, but I do generally think of what I'm gonna say about each entry before I actually do the list. And I sort of realized that, regarding what I'm about to say, you could kind of mad-lib it. And I realized that what I intend to say about Sylveon, you could kind of mad-lib it, switch around the subject, and it would sound like I'm talking about something else entirely. So I want to be firm and explicit. YouTube, don't ban me. Everything I'm about to say, I literally am talking about Sylveon and Pokemon and nothing else. Okay, so I really detest not only Sylveon's design, but also everything that it stands for. Starting with the color scheme, reminder here, we talked about the design of all of the other Eeveelutions as well. It just happens that I like almost all of the other Eeveelution designs and color schemes, and I just don't like Sylveon's. I get that they have to differentiate it from Espeon, and Espeon is pink, but this, like, pink and baby blue combo, I'm just not a fan. I don't know anything about color theory. I'm sure there's a way to, like, scientifically explain this, but it feels like some colors go better with others. But it feels like some colors, like, sort of naturally go together. Like, gold and green, I think look really cool. Black and red, every edgelord's gotta have some black and red characters. And I just think that pink and blue, whenever I see this, it just kind of I can't, like, explain it. I get kind of, like, Concord vibes. Like, I can't say why I don't like it, but I just feel like I don't like it. I can put a color chart on screen, and I think you can see on this part that these colors do actually go together. I just personally am not a fan. Whenever I see this color combo, the only thing I can think of is cotton candy. Really reminds me of cotton candy, but I don't like cotton candy. It also feels like something... It also feels like a color combo that maybe a child would do. The child probably is drawn already blue on the sky, right? And then maybe they grab the pink crayon, and then they draw Sylveon. In that sense, you could actually say it's a very successful color scheme, because it does feel very, like, childish and whimsical, which is a perfect fit for the fairy type. And it does distinguish itself from Espeon. I think Sylveon also suffers from being the only Eeveelution that never appeared in a game with good animations. It's very possible that I might actually really like Sylveon if it had some sick animation like Umbreon's glowing rings. But Sylveon has only ever appeared in Gen 6 and beyond, where every Pokemon looks super washed out and lifeless. I don't know if Sylveon is supposed to be... Sylveon's probably supposed to be cute, but it also really creeps me out, especially those, like, soulless, empty eyes. And I think we've seen in the anime that it's flesh ribbons? And I think we've seen in the anime that its flesh ribbons are actually, like, prehensile, and they can reach out and grab you. I almost wonder if it's supposed to be creepy like that. Because fairies aren't actually all fun in games. Maybe this thing is supposed to make you a little uneasy. Their flesh tentacles? This really is the thingified dog. Oh my god. You should read what the Pokédex says about the ribbons. Uh-oh. Where's the Dex? By the way, the fact that I'm getting all of these Stellar Idol Project ads doesn't have to do with the fact that I searched Sylveon. These are on the other pages too. Stellar Idol Project! Oh, here it is. It sends a soothing aura from its ribbon-like feelers to calm fights. I mean, that doesn't sound too bad. When this Pokemon sights its prey, it swirls its ribbon-like feelers as a distraction. A moment later, it pounces at 60 base speed. By erasing enmity-erasing waves from its ribbon-like feelers, Sylveon stops any conflict. Wow, perfect for aggro control in your FF14 raid. Enmity erased! It emits a soothing aura from its ribbon-shaped organs. It wraps these appendages around quarrelers to instantly restore calm to the situation. Okay, so what's happening here is actually very friendly, but the way it's described is like a horror novel. Get along, or else I'm gonna suck the fluids out of you with my ribbon appendages. Get along, or I'm gonna suck the fluids out of you with my ribbon organs. I do have to say that I do have to admit that a lot of my... I do have to admit that a lot of my disdain for... I do have to admit that a lot of my enmity towards Sylveon here, I guess I haven't been touched by its ribbon organs, enmity not erased, has to do with the fact that Sylveon is sort of the scapegoat for my general dislike of the fairy type as a whole. Which is not Sylveon's fault. All of the Eeveelutions are, of course, very strongly identified. All of the Eeveelutions are certainly contenders for mascot of their type, but usually they lose out to another more representative Pokemon. Any Eeveelution that shares a starter type, they're gonna lose out to a starter. However, Sylveon is the fairy type Pokemon. It was literally the very first fairy type revealed in an art piece where it's clobbering Hydreigon. And I am sorry, but I just do not vibe with fairy types. It is my least favorite type in the game by far. Fairy type was introduced for a reason. Fairy was introduced for a reason. It's an anti-meta typing. Fairy was introduced for a gameplay reason. Fairy was introduced in Gen 6 for a gameplay reason. The Gen 5 meta was dominated by buff dudes on dragons. The Gen 5 meta was heavily dominated by two things: dragons and buff dudes. There was a meta called Drag Mag, where you just loaded up on dragons that all just spammed outrage. The only way you could hope to stop them was with a steel type, because steel was the only type that resisted dragon. However, that's where the mag part comes in, because Magneton magnet pulls to keep the steel type in, then you eliminate them, or you just get some buff dudes because they can punch right through steel. Zillion dragon types, zillion fighting types. The reason why I don't like... There's a couple reasons why I don't like fairy types. The first is... How do we do this? There's a couple reasons I don't like fairy types. The first is just that I don't vibe with them, as the kids say. They all tend to be very, very cutesy. And while there are some cute Pokemon that I really like Swinub. I know it's Swinub, but I really like Swinub. I like cute Pokemon. But I don't really like most of the cutie patootie fairies. It's just not really a style that appeals to me. And the other issue is that Fairy was introduced in Gen 6 explicitly as an anti-meta type. What were the meta types going into Gen 6? It was Dragon, it was Fighting, and it was... The meta types for sure were Dragon and Fighting. What are my favorite types? Well, my absolute favorite is Fire. But below that, I would probably say my favorite types are Dragon, Fighting, and Dark. I think that Game Freak actually did a very good job of establishing the power of both Dragon and Fighting types just throughout the gameplay. Throughout Gens 1 to 5, Dragon types were always very, very rare. Throughout Gens 1 to 5, Dragon types were extremely rare, typically endgame or even post-game. Dragon-type trainers you almost never fought. And a large part of what made dragons so imposing in-game was the way that Dragon interacted with the type chart. Dragon is a good type. What are its resistances? Fire, water, grass, electric. What are the starter types? So no matter what starter you pick, even if you stomp the entire game with your starter, you get to Lance, and suddenly, for the first time, your attacks don't work. You're in the Pokemon big leagues now. These are beasts you've never encountered before. Unless you traded the freshwater for the Ice Beam and you picked Blastoise, in which case, Lance stands no chance. But maybe you didn't know that. The world itself, the Pokemon world itself, supported dragons being the best. Not to mention that the coolest thing in Pokemon, including all spin-offs in anime, Pokemon Conquest Nobunaga. Come Rayquaza, black as night. It doesn't get cooler than that. Rayquaza is his backup, by the way. Shiny Rayquaza is his backup, by the way. He also has a Zekrom just chillin'. Fighting type also had its own glow up. Fighting type also had its own training arc, where it was absolute dog water in Gen 1. Trash. But through hard work and perseverance, it got stronger throughout the generations. Big power spike in Gen 4 with close combat. And in Gen 5, they added a bunch of busted fighting types. And that's when they also really solidified the link between fighting types and heroism. Fighting is depicted as the heroic type. Even if you're weak, you can work hard and you can become a hero. Dark types weren't exactly on top of the Gen 5 meta, so I'm gonna be honest, they really just caught a stray. with the fairy type weakness. I think it was kind of unfair. But if dark types are evil, which they literally are in Japanese, then I guess fairy types have to beat them. If Dark type wasn't exactly a huge meta force in Gen 5 the same way that dragons and fighting types were. So I'm gonna be honest, I think they just kind of caught astray when it comes to being annihilated by fairies. But if dark types are supposed to be evil, which they literally are in Japanese, and you have a type that is pretty closely associated with light, fairy types, good guys, then you sort of have to make the dark types lose to them. My Pokemon... Oh, is that the music still going? My Pokemon... You could definitely consider my Pokemon tastes to be... Now, even though Vanillite is my least favorite Pokemon of all time, you could definitely consider my Pokemon tastes to be very, very vanilla. My favorite Pokemon is Charizard. I just like Pokemon that I think look cool. It's the dragons. It's Machamp. It's dark types. I like Shadow the Hedgehog. I do have an affinity for all of these very standard, cool, edgelord Pokemon. I like Nidoking. And the fact that all of those Pokemon not only lose to, but get utterly humiliated by fairy types. I kind of take it personally. It almost feels like a repudiation. You like that word? I learned it in middle school social studies. It almost feels like a repudiation of the old order. The Gen 1 to 5 order that they built up, dragons on top, and maybe if you train hard enough, you can hang with the dragons. And they just threw all of that in the trash can where you can find a Great Ball with fairies. New best type in the game, and it's not even close. New best type in the game, fairies. Don't like it? Too bad. Because fairy types are so blatantly overpowered, you see them everywhere. It's not just something you can ignore. I think it's also part of the reason why I sort of fell out of love with competitive Pokemon. It's certainly very childish, but back in the day, when you watched a competitive battle, it was like dragons blowing each other up with, like, outrage. And nowadays, it's just like fairy types shrieking at each other. I'm sorry, but this is just not something that I'm really interested in watching. It also just feels like there's tons of fairy type favoritism. It also just feels like there's tons of fairy type favoritism. When they introduced fairies, they also nerfed some of the staple elemental moves. Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Surf, Flamethrower, they all got a 5 power decrease from 95 down to 90. They're still good, this is mostly a symbolic change. But they also introduced Moonblast, which is sort of a fairy shifted version of these moves, but it has 95 base power. Why? It's just because Game Freak loves fairies. So that's why I'm furious at fairies. It's not really Sylveon's fault. I think Sylveon is perfectly fine. So that's why I'm furious at fairies. It's not really... So that's why I'm furious at fairies. My ire, that's the Dragon Mastery skill. My ire isn't really directed at Sylveon, it's just the type as a whole. And unfortunately for Sylveon, it is the mascot of the fairy type. If it were up to me, I do think that Dragon probably needed to be toned down a bit, but I probably would have made Fairy just a Dragon resist, not an immunity. And I also would make Fairy weak to normal. I think if you did those things, Fairy would actually be quite balanced, and it would really help out normal types as well. Alright, so hopefully that whole rant didn't get too spicy, but I think it was important to have a disclaimer there. I literally am talking about Sylveon and fairy types. I also think that the introduction of fairies as a super hard counter to dragon has really devalued dragon types as part of your adventure. Dragons used to be super rare, sequestered to the very end of the game, and if you wanted a dragon type somewhat earlier, your best option was like Drudagon. But since fairies are there to keep dragons in check, they now just kind of dump dragons everywhere. One of them can literally fall out of a tree and bonk you on the head. Oh wow, it's a dragon. And it's gonna take 30% of your donations. Don't trust Apple. Why should fairies be weak to normal? Because fairies are imaginary. Welcome to real life. Normal. But more because normal desperately needs a buff. I like the apple dragons. I like them conceptually. I think they're very cute. I just think that they've really just sort of devalued what used to be a very exclusive club. I think you could make them like later game and even stronger, and I would actually like that more. Anything else we want to say about Sylveon and the fairy types? I hope nobody was too upset by that. I know that it's kind of childish to just like dragons and fighting types because they're cool, and dislike fairy types because they're cute and they beat you. Very childish, but this is a child's game. I think apple dragons are kind of stupid design-wise. I think it's fine because it's like you find a worm in your apple. That's what it's based on. I think it's fine. I like it. $5 microtransaction from Hammer of Subtlety. Very subtle. Biggest victims of fairy is psychic type. Does just about everything fairy does, but better. How the mighty have fallen. You mean fairy does it better than psychic, right? I do agree the mighty have fallen, even without pursuit. Yes, okay. Thank you for the microtransaction. No, I agree. Psychic is pretty sad. Nothing else that we have to say about Sylveon, right? I have to give credit for Fairy for giving Poison and Steel an offensive buff. I'll give the credit to Poison, but I don't think Steel needed to be better. Is there... I feel like there's a thing clip where somebody... It's not quite you shake somebody's hand and then their hand comes off. There is a thing clip where a hand, like, detaches. I'm kind of I want to say to Sylveon, like, no hard feelings, let's shake on it. And then it cuts to a clip with the thing, like, assimilating someone. Oh, I think I know a clip that'll work for that. Okay. That's the very childish pro-dragon and buff boy anti-fairy rant. But no hard feelings, Sylveon. It's not your fault. It's the fairy type as a whole. I'm sorry. No hard feelings? Let's shake on it. It's called a handshake. So you put your paw here. No, the paw doesn't go to my face. No, not to my face. Not to my face. And then I know a clip that'll go with that. The rant wasn't even that bad? I think I'm just being paranoid. I really don't think it was that bad. I just hope that people don't misinterpret it. Because you could mad-lib what I was saying and it would sound like I'm talking about something else. But I swear I'm talking about fairy types and Sylveon. That's it. And I just don't like the color scheme, I'm sorry. Even though I do think the color scheme actually fits the design. Cheese versus baby face. Pronouns. Okay, I think that's our Eeveelution tier list. It only took 8.5 hours. What's the next typing you'd like to see an Eeveelution of? We were robbed of the Dragon type Eeveelution in Gen 9. When you finish the boss battle with the Eeveelution trainer, she literally gives you Draco Meteor. I think it's a pun on it being called Starfall Street. But there should have been a dragon. There should have been a dragon-type Eeveelution in Gen 8, and its gimmick should have been, like, Draconic Force or something. And, like, they can pierce fairy immunity. Call it Dragon Vein. Everyone loves Fates. Alright, so we've got... Wow, we have 4 more hours. This was so fast. It should evolve at level 35-40 to mimic late evolving dragons, only if you give it more stats. They should have a dragon-type Eeveelution. It evolves at a high level because it's a dragon. It has better stats than the other Eeveelutions. And it gets a signature move, Bad Ending, that's super effective against fairies. And it gets a signature dragon-type move called Bad Ending that's super effective against fairies. Dragons get slain in fairy tales. Not in this one. Die, Sylveon. That would be fun. Yeah, basically a draconic freeze dry against fairy types. But unfortunately, we never got this dragon-type Eeveelution. Dragalion lost. Does this mean we can do a just chatting stream for the remaining 4 hours? Almost. We do have to wrap this up. I do have a plan to do that. So actually, remember this order of Eeveelutions, because we have to reconstruct this. Someone screenshot. Hope you enjoyed all of the new Eeveelution graphics. I'll play the new Sylveon one, because, I mean, we're not really going to get use of it after this, right?
I wish I had an overpowered type.
Evolve 2.
Leafeon.
Nymphia. Okay, so I did plan this ending ahead of time. And that's our Eeveelution tier list. Hope you enjoyed it, and I don't think we left anything off of this, right? I'm sure people will complain anyway. Eeveelution tier list? Well, what happened to Charmeleon? Eon? What about Kecleon? Hang on, can somebody post all of the Eons in chat? I only need like 3 or 4. Kecleon, Charmeleon, maybe like... Actually, that's probably enough. Lumineon, don't worry about that. Here's our Eeveelution tier list. Hope you enjoyed. And I don't think that we left any off, right? We got all of the... Just the guy, okay. No, I have a plan for this, okay. This is our legacy, apparently. And that's our Eeveelution tier list. Hope you enjoyed. Feel free to disagree in the comments. What I don't want to see is people complaining that we didn't rank everything that was relevant. Excuse me. Where's Charmeleon? What about Kecleon? What about... How do we say this? I think that mostly works. Comedy comes in 3, so okay, I got it. What I don't want to see are comments accusing me of forgetting Eeveelutions. Excuse me? What about Charmeleon? Excuse me, you ranked Flareon, but what about Charmeleon? What about Kecleon? What about Lyon? Is that Lion? Oh, it is Leon. Oh, it is Leon. What about Leon? Look. Fine. As a concession to you pedants. Fine. As a concession to you pedants, Bug is a terrible type. We'll go ahead and rank one more Eon for you guys. Choose files. Submit. Oh, it actually saved. I bet none of you thought of this. Here's Finneon. Finneon, the wingfish Pokemon. Swift Swim or Storm Drain. And if you go the extra mile to unlock the hidden ability, you could get Water Veil. Oh, these stats. This might oh, these stats are basically unevolved Eevee, right? I guess the water typing is better than normal. Oh, I like that line. This thing needs to take a swift swim down the nearest storm drain. Get this thing out of here. Oh. This thing needs to take a swift swim down the nearest storm drain. Next time you flush, maybe take advantage of that opportunity to get this thing off your team. Although it evolves into Lumineon, I'm not sure I would call this much of a glow up. What the hell is this? 460 BST really isn't that bad. And even though there's 3 stats that are 69, I wouldn't call this nice. Even among the C tier. Ugh, no water type believes it's responsible for the C tier. Not a single stat over 100. And both of its attacking stats are hopeless. And both of its attacking stats are hopeless. This is basically a... And both of its attacking stats are hopeless. I think that an actual IRL fish might be more useful in combat than this thing. And I'm not even talking about a... And that fish might not even be in the water. So how do we rank this Eon? Ferb, I know what we're gonna do today. We're putting Finneon dead last. Congratulations, Leafeon, you're no longer the bottom of the Eon tier list. Now you might be wondering, why did we rank this Eon out of all of the potential neglected Eon candidates? Well, it's so that at the very end of the tier list, we could say... Finn. And that's our ending, so we're done. Finn! And we can go ahead and even add in Fire Emblem 4 and 5 Finn. We love Finn. I'm unsubscribing for that one. Come on, Finn. No Finn fans? Ah, boo. Come on. Finn worked so hard. Finn he's one of the most available characters in all of Fire Emblem. I think he only loses to the White Wings. He's in like 3 games. He's the only character that's in Fire Emblem 4 Gen 1 and 2, which are basically different games. And he's also in Fire Emblem 5. Took a lot of bravery, thank you. Unfortunately, I couldn't talk about giving Finneon the Brave Lance because I wanted to keep the Finn thing to the very end, but if Luminion actually had a Brave effect where it got 2 actions per turn, I actually don't even know if it would be any good. Because it would just die before acting most of the time. And I think even if you gave it like a Choice Scarf Surf, and you surfed twice, that's like the same power as a surf from a normal Pokemon. Like, it's so bad. My name is Finn, this is creeping me out. Hey, you're really good in FE4 and 5. I'd probably give Finn like an A in both. Finn's really good. It would take a miracle to make Finneon good, and Miracle is Finn's skill. He's way better in FE5. Yeah, I agree, he's better in FE5, but he's pretty solid in FE4. Like, that Brave Lance is serious business. What does A correlate to? 4 stars? Yeah, I would give him 4 stars, I would say. Alright, it's been almost 8 hours, so we can do comments. The actual Eeveelution tier list portion is concluded. Hope you guys enjoyed, and thank you for joining. I can't give you a definitive answer for when this is actually going to be finished. Because I actually have to go to Johto. I have to take kind of a surprise trip to Johto. And I have to get ready for Crooks for Cash. Or Pray to Win this week, hopefully this weekend. So no edited video coming up. But I will be working on this in the background. And that involves me, you know, cutting out all of the retakes and everything. And what else? I have to cut out all of the retakes, and then, you know, actually add in all the things. Maybe late June. Yeah, late June is probably a good estimate. But if, almost always, the final video ends up being just about half the length of the live, that's sort of how it works out. And our first hour, we didn't do anything. So this was, you could say, a 7-hour tier list, so probably 3.5 in the final, which is on the longer end. I do have an easy way to get B-roll, because for almost all of these, we used the relevant Eeveelutions in Super Eevee version. So I just put Super Eevee version footage. So I think we can probably expect this final one to be about 3 hours. Probably the longest of the archetypes so far. Which does make sense. I think it's going to get a lot of views because, oh my god, people love the Eeveelutions. So there may or may not be a shorter edited video. But I just did an edited video, the Magikarp one. So this might actually be the next one. If there's going to be another edited video, it's probably actually going to be a Fire Emblem one. It might be, I hate the Constitution stat. Because I think I would talk about why I personally don't like the Constitution stat. But I also think the Constitution stat is overhated. And I don't really think it's as sexist as people are saying. Even though it kind of is, a little bit. The main thing that I think does make the con stat, like, super sexist is female aid being lower, which makes no sense. Why are they on smaller ponies? Very strange. If I can find it. Got it.
Beat it, chick!
I think it's an issue that people see very prominently because the Pegasus Riders have horrendous con. And the Pegasus Riders are all girls. It is Lucina getting star KO'd, yes. But most female units actually have kind of okay con. Specifically, even in the skies, the female Wyvern Riders, Milady and Vida, their con is fine. They have like 11 con. And Lances are very heavy compared to their con stat. Yes, the female Pegasus Riders do get weighed down by most Lances, but they are actually really, really fast. So the fact that they do get weighed down isn't really relevant because even weighed down, they're still faster than almost everything. And I think I saw brought up as an example the fact that Marissa has less con than Joshua as like an example of GBA sexism. It's true that Marissa has less con than Joshua. Josh has 7. Marissa has 5. You know what other character has 5 con? Guy. It's literally a Guy issue as well. Marissa isn't bad because she has 5 con. She's bad because of everything else. And 5 con doesn't help. He's not that guy, pal, trust me. He's not that guy. Yeah, Guy is also literally starving, though. I do think that the con stat is very, very... The one thing that I do think the con stat is very good at is telling stories. I think it does that very well. In particular, in Fire Emblem 6, through the 3 mercenaries. So of the 3 mercenaries, it's Big Deke, It's OJ, the little hero. And, well, she's literally a hero, Echidna. So the only one of those who actually has good con is Deke. Deke is huge. He's literally Big Deke. He's got like 13 con. Why does Deke have... Why is Deke the only one who has a competent con stat? I think it's selection bias. It's because he's the only one who's literally a mercenary. He's a mercenary because it's his job, and he's really good at his job. So he has a really good con stat. He's already sort of passed the selection process. Probably the other mercs who weren't as beefy, they probably just died in the business. It's kind of just survivorship bias that Deke is huge. Then you have OJ, the little hero. His con sucks. Unpromoted, he has 8 con. He is smaller than everyone else on his joining squad. That includes Wendy. OJ is scrawnier than Wendy. So OJ's backstory is that he failed the exam to become a knight. He's Captain American. He's like Captain Americaning it with the hero's crest. He's not buff enough to actually be a hero. And when he promotes with the Knight's Crest, he doesn't get that much buffer. He only goes to 9 con. But that actually does fit with the story they establish of the legendary sword in Elite, the Durandal. The original wielder of the Durandal, Roland, the little hero, was too small. He got weighed down by Durandal. So I like that OJ is kinda scrawny. He represents me. He's literally me, for real, because I'm small. So I like OJ in that sense. And I think Echidna is a very good example of female con done right. Yes, for a hero, she's kind of small. She has 9 con, which is the same as promoted OJ. But the thing is that she actually is really fast. She has like 16 speed. I think the reason why people make fun of her is because she equips the Steel Axe by default, and that's something that no man or woman should equip. It's horrible. That's why she looks bad. The moment you get that cursed thing off of her, she's actually really good. And her super speed makes her really flexible. I sort of like that she has bad con. Because she gets around that by fighting smarter, not harder. She can equip a sword, use all of her speed, and be super swift and skilled. But if she needs a bit of extra punch, she can leverage her excess speed, wear herself down a little bit, and not the Steel Axe, equip a Hand Axe, an Iron Axe, or a Killer Axe. Any of those would be a legit option for her. I also really like that the exact same 9 con for OJ is kind of pathetic. Like, you would expect more. But that same value for Echidna actually makes her really impressive, right? Because we expect the female units to be scrawny, but Echidna's not. She's actually pretty buff. I like that sort of storytelling, even though the 9 con value is the exact same for OJ and Echidna. And it plays into her story as a Rebel Alliance leader. If I had to describe the 3 FE6 mercenaries and heroes sort of in one sentence each, I would say that Deke is a mercenary because he's a professional. He's literally a mercenary. OJ is a mercenary into hero because he wants to be. It's sort of his dream. He's doing it to support his family as well. But it's definitely aspirational for him. And I would say that Echidna is a hero because she has to be. She was forced into it by circumstance, and she rose to the occasion. Very heroic. And these are probably things I would end up bringing up in the con video. So the things I'd want to talk about in the con video are... The things I don't like about con are that it's one of the only stats that just feels like a penalty. It's a very feels bad stat. You either just have enough con, in which case you just don't think about it at all, or you don't have enough con, and it just feels really unfair. It never feels like a bonus, it only ever feels like a penalty. And there's no getting around it. It is a penalty that is more often felt by female units.
Beat it, chick!
Even if that penalty doesn't really matter, because many of these female units, specifically the Pegasus Knights, are actually really, really fast. So it's just a gameplay mechanic. They're not really slow, even though they suffer from the con penalty. It also can't be fixed by getting lucky. I don't know if I like or dislike that. I think I actually do like it, because if your con represents your size, you actually can't change your size. Doesn't matter how much I work out, I'm always gonna have bad con. I'm very small. There is the issue of differentiating con from strength. The line does get very blurry. Sometimes there is no line. In Teleus, weapon weight is mitigated by strength. The only thing that con does is it affects shoving. And it affects Colossus, lol. But I think con being immutable, something that you're kind of stuck with, does make characters like OJ more relatable to me. So I don't know if I dislike it or not. We also have... You do think that con adds needless complexity to speed calculations? It's not really fun in terms of gameplay either. We do have a very easy introduction. So I bought a red coat. And the purpose of the red coat was for a... The purpose of the red coat is for the Fire Emblem stat tier list. Because in the Fire Emblem stat tier list, the whole thing is going to be delivered to you guys by the Spellbreaker, representing, you know, the best stat in the game. Which is, of course, Resistance.
Your magic shall not save you.
But as a happy side effect of buying this very fancy red coat, it happens to look a lot like the costume of a very famous Fire Emblem fan character who has an infamous rant about weight. So there's our intro for the con video. Female units. How much weight can you handle? Steel weapons are like a poison to those without enough constitution. Can you use the His World MIDI? Oh, of course. Who is this exactly? It's Kellic. From The Last Promise. It's gonna be a fun intro. How much weight can you handle? And that's gonna be the intro. Low con must be fairy types if steel poisons them. That's actually why fairies are weak to steel, right? Because the Fae, to them, steel is like a poison. Anyway, I brought up all of this con video stuff because my mom may or may not be able to help me film this. I probably want my mom to help with some of it because she's a trainer, not a Pokemon trainer, like a human trainer. She's literally a personal trainer, so she could give me like an official con evaluation. Hopefully I can pick up these books. We also need to talk about in the con video why, like, what even is spell weight? Because I don't think spell weight makes any sense. Casters are also weighed down by their weapons, which are their tomes. The straightforward answer to what is tome weight would be literally the weight, right? These books are so heavy that the mages can't use them. I think that's ridiculous. We know that mages canonically have bad cardio. In that cutscene, when Mia says, "Soren, always lost in your books," that's more than just a jab at him. That's more than just a jab at him reading a lot. The Tellius mages have less move because they literally have bad cardio. We know this because Tormod, one of the Tellius mages, he has really good cardio because he always runs with his Laguz friends, so he literally has more movement. But are you telling me that even though these pasty nerds have poor cardio, you're telling me that they're so scrawny, they literally cannot pick up a book? No. That's ridiculous. There's no way that spell weight is literally the weight of the book. That's very silly. So what else could the spell weight actually represent, right? If we're getting kind of metaphorical, it could be that the spell weight is like the difficulty of the spell you're casting. But no, that's probably going to be spell rank, right? The higher rank spells are more difficult to cast, right? Could be that the weapon weight is... Could be that the weapon weight is maybe the length of the incantation. I think that's probably what makes the most sense. So heavier spells literally take longer to cast. You have to read them out, and that slows down your attack speed. I think that probably makes the most sense. The issue with that is, why in the world is that mitigated by the diameter of your biceps, right? Why does that interact with Constitution? So I feel like the best way maybe to represent a Constitution stat for spellcasters, maybe it would have to be like their like memory stat. So maybe if you're better at memorizing things, like RAM, your rapid access memory, maybe if you were better at remembering things, you wouldn't have to reference the magic so often, and you'd be able to cast faster. And that would almost be a reversal of Loot's issue, because Loot, of course, is an absolute twig.
Beat it, chick!
But she is a prodigy. So if this was a speed reading / memorization competition, then Loot would actually have very good con. So those are my thoughts on the con stat overall. This video may or may not be coming soon-ish. Probably not. But eventually. And I think that could make for a fun video. Yes, and Nino would still have bad con because she's literally illiterate. But you could also say that it gives her good con, because she did everything by memory and mimicry. So maybe she doesn't need to read at all. That actually might kind of be an interesting, unique mechanic for Nino, that she doesn't actually need weapons to attack because she's memorized the spells. I still don't think that would make her any good. What about worst unit ever? What about Sophia? I don't think Sophia is the worst. I mean, she's down there, but worst unit in the series is probably like FE12 Bantu. I think FE12 Bantu is worse than Sophia. Sophia, we did train her. By the end, she was able to do things. Wasn't anywhere near worth it, but it was possible. FE12 Bantu, I think, is actually hopeless. We can go to maybe 10 hours? How do we feel about that? Another like 45 minutes? 10 hours is a nice clean ending. I should check, hang on. I have a Slack notification. Am I slacking? Who messaged me? Oh, it's fine. I don't have to respond to this. I do want to thank you all, especially for, not only for just watching the Magikarp video, we're going to look at those comments now, but also for joining the anime interview premiere. So currently, our compilation video of the anime interviews is by far the best performing video on that channel. It's all thanks to you guys, and it makes me look a lot more competent at our meeting tomorrow, so YouTube professional. Thanks a lot for your help. And I think if you actually are interested in what goes into the production of anime and you're interested in the thought process of the directors, these are like legit videos. They actually are very, very good if you're interested in that sort of thing. And the production value is much higher than this channel. It's actually made by a full team of professionals. I just happen to also be there in the background. That entire operation so far, though, is just an endless money sink. I think they've probably spent in total probably over $10,000 for a channel that has, up until now, generated nothing, because we're not even monetized. I am very happy to say that this channel is not currently hemorrhaging money, which is great. We can even thank an Eevee for that.
You peasants, tinkering with stones like the children you are. Let me show you the pathway to true power.
Thank you to the mighty Patreons for your contributions, keeping this operation afloat. Even though I have to eat 10,000 yen each time I evolve into Patreon. Better than sacrificing 1,000 psychic types a day, right? Alright, let's see. Let's see if we can get to the comment section. We'll just do 45 minutes of comment answering, and that'll probably be the end for today. Don't want to go to content. I actually want to go to community. Here we go. See if we do this. How visible is this? It's Not quite the right size. But I think we can fix that pretty easily. My wife's pet carp died this morning? Oh no! Oh, this is actually almost the perfect size. Let me just do this. No, not quite that. I want to... It's Alt, I think. I'll just make it a little bit bigger. Maybe move it up a bit. Scroll down. Yeah, okay. And we'll just do comment reading for the last, like, 45 minutes of this, I think. And then we'll end at 10 hours. A nice, clean ending. And then I can have 2 extra hours. Maybe I'll go for a run. I could even jerk, I think. Because jerk closes at 7:30. So I could run there and grab the jerk. I might actually do that. I just have to quickly check to see if I missed any messages from my mom. Hang on. My mom did send me a message. Ah, okay. I see. Okay. Major changes coming up. I need to... It's actually very interesting. So there is a family registry system in Japan. It's called the Koseki. And I sort of don't exist. So I can't wield the family holy weapon because I'm an American. But after this procedure, which is literally me like using a stamp, I will actually finally be eligible. I will actually be considered a real Japanese person. Not quite. I'm still an American, but I will be considered as part of my like lineage, which means that they can't kick me out. I mean, they can, but it's harder for them to kick me out. So even with a fake job like YouTuber, it makes it easier to stay here. So I have to do this procedure. And I think I have to go to Johto myself in order to accomplish it. So if Pray to Win isn't finished this weekend, that's why, because I had to go on a Johto journey. But it was pretty important. Wait a minute, that's not right. Why are we in the Ice Age? I don't quite have to go to Kyoto, no, but it is to the Johto area. Because that's where the family registry is based, as the kids would say. Alright, 40 minutes of comment answering, let's see. My wife's pet carp died this morning, so well-timed vid, I guess. R.I.P. Candy. Candy was a rare one. Sad. A hot bake here. Usually you do bake things in an oven. Hot Bake Kamari is usable. He takes hits, he deals damage. It's just not as good as everyone else. Blue Mage is my favorite class. But Kamari ain't it. Why is his blue magic his overdrive? Kamari is so sad, bro. K West. How many comments did this guy make? Why did he mention the dead carp last? I think that's what you would mention first. Oh, maybe it... Well, no, there was only an 18-minute gap between the dead carp story and the previous comments. Exhaust splash on raccoons, flee and use struggle on a different mon. Harden makes the fight too long. Oh, I see. The best switch train is using a Pokemon with self-destruct, no diluted XP for Magikarp, and you do it 5 times before needing revives. Setting that up sounds like a nightmare. I think I'd rather just use the daycare. Then experiment with high explosives. People say we have too many graphics, by the way.
Bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend.
Blasted. If you actually talk to the NPCs in Red, Blue, in Pewter, then being offered a junk Pokemon which will eventually become powerful is incredibly heavily-handedly foreshadowed. Really? I'm not sure what they mean by this, but I might just be missing something. So subtle I missed it. Hamler here. This is actually a comment on the training stream, not the edited Magikarp video. God, I need that Magikarp Struggle Fest as a GIF. What's the music that was used there? Do I actually have the Struggle Fest? I think I do. Here is something to believe in. No, I removed it because it was too long. The Struggle Fest is, it's the Magikarp Festival. From Pokken. Hey, it's Jet Black J. They changed their PFP. I generally enjoyed the Magikarp video. I wish you did touch on daycare. So many of the games have them, and you can get most before the second or third gym. It's so strong that it's not even fair, especially if you have a rare candy, because at level 19 you can instantly just evolve even in Gen 1. Each step is 1 XP, right? Gonna need to go on a cross-Kanto journey for this one. I literally just came here from leaving a comment on the Magikarp video, then it should show up pretty soon. Refreshed. Yeah, that's you. Wumboed. If only Game Freak implemented a system where you gain extra XP for being underleveled. Hey, they did do that. And less for being overleveled. Hey, they did exactly that. This would make grinding a lot faster and prevent overleveling at the same time. Like that'll ever happen. Think balance. So black and white, pal. Oh, hey, it's Prometheus. It's definitely just commenting because he's in the stream. I hate Magikarp because enemy Gyarados are really annoying to fight, especially with Intimidate. It also helps Snivy that Gyarados isn't in black and white too because he isn't there to wall you. This is black and white 2 Snivy propaganda PowerPoint. Better be really spicy. I don't really see how I could be convinced. Even though I did respond to this, it doesn't show up. Or it still shows up. Very annoying bug. I actually didn't mind Universal XP Share until they decided to make it mandatory. I agree with this. In the 3DS games, it's almost like an unofficial hard mode to play with it off, since the games would be balanced for a party with it on. Can't allow players to choose. Because they might choose wrong. I think taking off the experience share toggle, just one of the most baffling decisions they've ever made. I just don't understand. If the issue would be, like, idiot kids turning it off and making the game too hard, just have it on by default, right? I think it is on by default. Just have it be a choice to turn it off. I just don't understand. Because they recognized that it was an issue. That and removing set mode, here's my conspiracy. I think they removed set mode for technical reasons. Not that they couldn't literally implement set mode. I mean, it's Game Freak, who knows. But I think the reason why they require you... Oh wait, no, this was something else. Okay, I have no idea why they removed set mode. What I was gonna say was, I think that they removed the hide animations for technical reasons. I think they need to have animations on because they're trying to hide the lag. And they need the battle to take up more time. I think that's why. I don't know about set mode. So, now I have to have a level 100 Magikarp. Make sure it's shiny. As an extra flex. Go with human there. Didn't you also say they removed Pursuit because of technical reasons? Yes, I 100% believe that Pursuit was removed because they just couldn't get it to work correctly. Pursuit is the only move that takes place in the, like, pre-switch phase. As your opponent is switching out, they get pursuited. Because it's the only move that works that way. It just causes a bunch of issues. It would cause Acid Rain in Generation 4. They just cannot get it to work. So I think that's why they removed it. I think. If I was... This is a segue. If I was to give Weavile a signature ability, I would probably give it one called Relentless. That applies the Pursuit effect to all of its attacks. So the idea is that you're switching out, but Weavile is so fast it hits you anyway. Instantly banned, of course. Because this is basically just bad Shadow Tag, but Shadow Tag is ridiculously broken, so... I think this is a bad idea, but I also think it's a cool idea. Yeah, and yet somehow Dragon Darts is still in the game. Maybe they're not really that bad at programming. Isn't that Gumshoe's ability? No, Gumshoe's ability is Stakeout, right? It's if you switch in, so if you switch out and then switch in, he hits you extra hard, right? Because he's like waiting there to ambush you. Gustavo here. Bro, cheese, I just did a Clefable run in blue. This is actually a comment on the Charizard review of my Gen 1 tier list. I did a Clefable run in blue, and with this thing of the fast experience group, you end up at like level 40 after the Rock Tunnel and reach the Elite Four at like 70. I didn't even beat all the trainers or grind. I think the level difference justified Clefable to be above the Nidos. Doesn't need an item to win a KO almost everything. The Nidos are medium slow, I think. Ooh. Alright, let's check out these AI comments. Clefable is still just a cute pink thing. It just beats up the entire game. Okay. I know you're trying to get the Nidos into the top tier, but you can't fight the power. Big Clefable in the fairy lobby. Here at work, they've infiltrated the AI. I don't think we need these AI comments. Blatantly overpowered. Even without fairy favoritism. Shard red, because I spelled it wrong. But Nido's are top tier there. I think he's just saying that he wants Clefable at the very top, above Nidoking. Which, that's not the craziest idea. Back to the Magikarp video. Been watching your Engage VODs. Ooh, those are old. And Kamari reminds me of Lapis. Nice armor piercer, then you get Orin in the next chapter, right before the first armored enemy. Also, Staffbot trainees are sweating right now. Lapis. Did you mean Lapras? Justice for Lapis. Why is a Myrmidon the Smash Weapon tutorial? It's really sad. So there's a weapon class that was added in Engage. They're called Smash Weapons, and they're like great swords, really huge weapons. And they have special mechanics tied to them. If you use a Smash Weapon, you always attack second. Even if you initiate the attack, you still get hit first. And as the trade-off for this, these Smash Weapons have really high attack, they're really strong, and they smash your opponent backward one space. And if they collide into a wall or another enemy, they get stunned. I have no idea why the in-game tutorial forces you to use a Smash Weapon on a Myrmidon, a fast, frail sword fighter. The whole point is that they strike first, maybe get a crit, and then they double and maybe get a crit. Smash Weapons also can't double. I could not think of a worst character to use for the tutorial. So it just makes this character, Lapis, actually look like Lapis, the word piss with 2 S's. It makes her look horrible, even though she's actually pretty good. Like, her stats are actually just kind of better than the Lord dude. I don't even remember his name. It's like Pokemon Pearl and Diamant or something. His stats are actually kind of bad, it's just that his class has good stats. So as long as you keep him in that class, he's okay, but if you reclass him out, he's kind of bad. Funny enough, I was happy to buy the Magikarp. I could spend time switch training with other trainers, got it earlier than usual, and if I didn't pick Squirtle, it was a solid water type. Are we sure Magikarp was a scam? Have you heard the tragedy of Darth Silver Great Axe, Vander the Wise? It's not a tale they would tell you on hard mode. I think there's also the fact that some people may have learned using the Pokedex. If you see a Pokemon in a battle, including trainer battles, you can look up where to find it in the wild in the Pokedex. People would fight the rival, see Gyarados, scroll down and notice it's adjacent to that weak fish they bought earlier, or fished up with an old rod, and realize by pattern recognition that Gyarados not being found in the wild and adjacency in the Pokedex means it's an evolved form. And until they had stones to check with, may as well try to grind it. Not every kid will notice a difference in XP curves either. Either way. Well, okay, analysis video! Thanks for uploading. No. I rate this analysis 3 stars. Okay. only okay analysis video. I'm never letting Sagacious Zoo in my Jade Empire party again. Any Jade Empire fans? Remember BioWare RPGs? I was there. Said this because their username is Sagacious. At least you didn't say the Pokeball it came in was solid gold, although it would have been a dope throwback in Let's Go. I know the response to this. It's just gold-plated! Look, it even comes in a solid gold Pokeball. It's just gold-plated! Kind of like those gold plates, kind of like those gold-plated... I think they literally were gold plates. Kind of like those gold plates from Burger King. I have the Charizard one. There are still casuals that don't know Magikarp evolves into Gyarados. Really? Like Hajime from Hololive? They've got to be acting. It still works because the Switch brings people that have never played Pokemon before. The question is, what's going to happen with the Switch 2? Close the gates. The casuals must be kept at bay. Maybe they can catch a Magikarp in that bay. When I played through BDSP, I constantly had to keep half my team boxed up at all times, because otherwise the forced EXP share would make my whole team grossly overleveled. Also had to keep stuffing them with herbs. 2, to avoid getting the broken friendship bonuses. Wow. People in defense of the forced EXP share will go on about how horrible grinding is and how the forced EXP share is needed to avoid that oh so dreadful grinding. But surely there's a better way for them to avoid having to do a single optional battle than to force everyone else to run full overleveled teams unless they go out of their way to mitigate such a broken mechanic. Sad how herbs lowering friendship is the only way to counter the mechanic. Such a bitter reality. Fishmonger? That's my IRL job. Ooh. Don't tell Masada. But I might not be. Unlike you, I might not be an IRL fishmonger. It is kind of sad that you have to lightly abuse your Pokemon just to get around an in-game mechanic. I think it's shown that most players, when given the choice to be good or evil, like in all of those role-playing games that have both choices, I think the vast, vast majority of players, like 80 to 90%, choose to be nice.
I will bring honor to my father and my kingdom.
That being said, I think it's still important to have the bad options, even if people don't choose them. Because if there is no option, then you're not really choosing to be nice, right? You just are nice. And usually the evil options are kind of just depraved, right? It's like, hello, would you like to buy a Magikarp? pay 500, take the Magikarp for free, kill them. Like, okay. The evil option is just a little bit too extreme. The 5-finger discount. My guess is that it still exists for the running joke of the fisherman with a team of 6 Magikarps. I have no idea if that's still a thing in the newer games. I stopped at Gen 5. I should have stopped at Gen 5 too. You haven't missed much. As a businessman, Masada only sees the benefits of universal experience share. Too money-minded. $12 ago, so this was and this is a comment on the post announcing the Eeveelution tier list. NGL, for those of you not in the know, that means not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, I have as much indifference towards the Eeveelutions as you, Cheese. I mean, given the vitriol of some of our lines, I'm not actually sure I would say I'm indifferent to them. I probably would say I'm below neutral towards them, unfriendly for most. I just think they're overrated and underhated, but I don't mind most. Put Eevee here. Oh, you're right. No, Nintendo NGL is actually Nintendo Games Live. What about VGL, Video Games Live? Where did I go wrong? I think the worst offender of the shared XP is in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Not only do you not have to use Pokemon to level them up, you grind by catching Pokemon. How would that look to a new player? Every gym you fight, your entire team has brand new moves that you never once used. I don't know what these moves do. Read the description? I'm 5! I don't know what half those words mean. I finally beat Surge because I was lucky enough to have a Diglett and kill him with Scratch. Now I'm at Erica. Oh good, I have all new moves again. I have to relearn how to use my Pokemon again. Oh, hopefully replacing Thundershock with Double Team was good. It sounds strong, like it does twice as much damage. You get the speed advantage, you get to double attack. With your whole team.
May the gods protect you.
May the gods protect you. Let's go. Fixes this. Because you can't even enter the gym. Unless you fulfill criteria that makes it almost impossible to lose. Even if you just button mash. That's one way to design a child-friendly game. As a kid, I knew Magikarp evolved because Gyarados was on the next spot in the Pokedex. I relied on the Pokedex a lot to check which Pokemon evolved or not. I just winged. What did I do? The Prima Strategy Guide. I guess that's pay to win. VGL sounds like VGC to me. No VGC in this house. Feebas brings the whole concept of suffering to get a good Pokemon to the extreme. It was extremely hard to even acquire, unlike Magikarp. It had basically the same stats and moveset of Magikarp, but it can learn TMs. And the evolution method was quite absurd, maxing the beauty contest stat. And it became a held item trait evolution, even worse than the original evolution method. Confession time. I've never caught a Feebas. confessed. I think this guy already made a comment, right? The Toon Link PFP? They did. Is this Toon Link? It looks like Toon Link. When people think of how bad the slow level up rate is, they think of Magikarp. They never complain when it's on Arcanine or Legendaries because they one-shot everything anyway. It's the switch training and the 20-turn KO that Magikarp's Struggling Dratini's Rap did that was the real issue. And the time it takes for your Magikarp to get to level 15, Growlithe is already in his mid-20s. My question is, why is the Electrike line in the slow EXP group? That's why Manectric and Electrike always feel like absolute garbage. Because they're in the slow experience group. So even though their stats are like kind of whatever, like they're fine, they're always going to be lagging behind in levels because they're slow XP. For whatever reason. I always thought shared battle experience was like 60% for each Pokemon, a little bit more, 70% even. It didn't even feel like half, it seemed like I was getting more, but I just checked and yeah, gens 1 to 5, it basically evenly splits, no extra experience. I was literally using an EXP share in a ROM hack a month ago to try to speed up level gains for my team. I guess that was just a waste of held item slots. You could think of it as 350% total XP, which is still a huge amount for free. What a deal. The solution is to abolish EXP, the concept, like the fan game Pokemon Salt and Shadow. Trust. The EXP is to blame. Be sure to salt your Magikarps. I guess we'll add trust. I have no idea how abolishing XP would work. I like Universal XP Share because it allows for higher level gameplay. My first Pokemon game was Hard Gold. I was kind of dumb and didn't realize I could grind levels off the Elite Four rematch, so I had to painstakingly get my Typhlosion to level 100 off of level 40 or something Tangela's. No fun. Oh, he literally means higher level. As in, like, level 1 to 100 higher level. I see. That's why I think Universal XP should be a late game unlockable. To evolve to Gyarados, that's why. So why does Magikarp exist? But why did he splash across the road? Wait, Shin Megami Tensei mentioned. Let's go! Oh, go! By the way, if you are a Pokemon fan, don't play Shin Megami Tensei 5. You'll never be able to go back. I have played Persona 5, which is the same mechanics, right? I mean, in terms of gameplay, obviously it's a lot better than Pokemon, but we all have an affinity for Pokemon, right? That's why we're here. Don't play Fire Emblem. They're very different, but I think most would agree that Fire Emblem is a much more fun game to both play and watch than Pokemon. There's just a lot more decision making. And I guess it helps that the characters are all like pretty distinct. So it's really easy to latch onto a character that's getting some crazy levels and make some stories out of them. I watched a friend play SMT5. the atmosphere was really bleak. I wasn't really a fan. Just felt really hopeless and sad the entire time, which maybe is part of it. I enjoyed Dark Souls despite it being kind of a bleak game. I just think Shin Megami Tensei 5 is just too much. The whole game is like a desert. Okay, well, these comments are... They weren't posted 2 seconds apart, but coincidentally, the timestamp they mention is 2 seconds apart. So, 1708, Shin Megami Tensei mentioned. And then, this is a totally different guy. 1710, Yokai Watch mentioned. Yokai Metaru! Set on! If we were to ever play a Yokai Watch game, we would just play it in English. The Yokai Watch gameplay we did have was in Japanese as an April Fool's joke, but we'd just do it in English. 305, extra sleazy. Someone called? What did I say at 305? I think I said making this deal extra sleazy. They even changed their name to extra sleazy. Has changed to be extra. I'll spell it right someday. Extra sleazy. Earthbound Mike, calm down. Earthbound Mike with 3 comments here. It gets waterfall when? I haven't looked at Gyarados in forever. You gotta get the splash right. Why would they give it the most useless move in the game? I think they think this guy's talking about Splash. Level 21, level 21, level up waterfall is a recent addition. So after Universal EXP share, they felt Gyarados needed a buff. Crazy. That's Gen 1 Hyper Beam, man. Clearly there was no recharge there. I'll tell the other viewers. Replied. I was aware of the carp ascending the gate. I do not know why. I was reading a lot at the time, but I could not tell you where I picked it up. I didn't start reading manga till the very early 2000s. I was a weird kid. Maybe it was magic. In carp form. In Gen 1, you put your fresh God Carp in Daycare on the way to Vermilion, and then you pick up your level 1890 God Carp on the way to Rock Tunnel. And they have the Carp Streamer. I didn't know this was an emote. Do you get enough steps in during that time? You need to run a marathon to get Gyarados. 1 XP per step. No one ever strays away from the Pokemon prison for long. Convicted for fishy sales tactics. We'll be ranking the Let's Go Eevee separately from regular Eevee. No, we ranked vanilla Eevee. along with partner Eevee. What? The carp banner is a standard emoji? What do you type for that? If I copy paste it, does it work? Whoa! But that doesn't tell me what the actual command is. Is it just streamer or like banner? That one could be useful. Magikarp Diem, seize the day. Magikarp Diem. What was baddie bad in Japanese? Waru waru zone. The bad zone. What's this? The bad zone. It's called Carp Streamer U plus 1F38F. What in the world? Do most of your friends like Pokemon to the extent that you do, or do you have to hide your power level to fit in? Do I even like Pokemon? I don't think so. I would say they're both gamers, but I don't think they're Pokemon fans. They do know generally about stuff. Like, they know that Magikarp evolves into Gyarados. The YouTube emoji is labeled as flags. Okay. If I just type flags. Oh! Jeez, if I had to leave the stream because I must get ready for work, am I still in danger of getting ghouled? We're going to work at our YouTube channel, right? In the YTC Institute, so you're safe. When I was playing Pokerogue, I used to just slap on a Magikarp on my team when trying to win ribbon for powerhouses like Sunflora and Cricket. Ah, okay, in air quotes. It was amazing, used to 90% of the fights with Dragon Dance and was still extremely helpful in the other 10% with Intimidate. Is there anywhere where Gyarados is actually bad? Let's use the flags now. What? My flags! But they worked when I typed them earlier. Do I have to copy paste them? Bad news, lower the flags. Flagged. Forced EXP share in SV was so bad it required me to make 3 separate Nuzlocke teams just to create more of a challenge. And I rotated said 3 teams for the gym's star arenas. Modern problems require modern solutions. Maybe the Nuzlocke format needs to be adapted to different games. Okay, no, stop making the games worse. Just have the option to turn off EXP share again and or way to stop gaining experience points and nothing else. Any other solution is just worse. Back in my day, we had to earn our XP. Back then, but kids these days wouldn't understand. Even though they're singing this kind of strange song. Skipped. $5.15. This game does not have AI. What does that mean? AI did not exist in 1996. Are they like trolling? You guys remember that AI used to mean something else before 5 years ago. Is this an AI comment? Somebody actually accused my Magikarp video of being an AI-generated video, which is wild. They called it AI clickbait. We called the programming. The enemy trainers used AI. This has got to be like a little kid who doesn't know that this is just what we called whatever governed the behavior of NPCs. It's AI. Oh boy, we secretly talking about real world problems through the lens of Pokemon, are we? Was there anything IRL political about the Magikarp video? I don't think so, right? I just made this video. Am I missing something? Maybe the struggle of our inevitable mortality. Oh, I can just use the ghost emote for this, right? Sylveon isn't just my favorite Eevee mon, it's one of my top 3 favorite mons, and you're not gonna like what I have to say about Sylveon. This is some fishy business for sure. Where does the apostrophe go in come on? Does it go here? Yeah. Come on, pal. I'm just looking out for you. This special offer won't last forever. I know Gyarados is more iconic for it, but I really think that Caterpie was the first Pokemon carry. Those first 2 stages got, what, Tackle, String Shot, and Harden? Also had Dog Water stats, though Butterfree itself was worth the effort, though it aged out about the 75 mark of the game. The Jagan! Difference is that Caterpie levels super fast, and you get the payoff fast as well. So I do think they are different. The Gyarados makes the poison. I think we're almost to the end of the Magikarp comments. That's probably where we'll end. I'm insulted that you'll think that I would be disgusted by red bean paste. No, Caterpie is not in the slow XP group. It levels up much faster. But surely you're an American. And all Americans are a monolith. Well, I have a 50% chance that this person isn't American, because the viewers are about 50% American. Pokemon Gemerald. Gemalarm! Fun trivia I learned from a J-Rose video. There was an event distribution for Gen 1 games in some Japanese universities where they gave a Magikarp with Dragon Rage. That would have made it useful during the early grind. We did review. We did see the Dragon Rage Gyarados, or Dragon Rage Magikarp, in the Magikarp Black Market meme review of the training stream. Only went to college for the Ragers. Dragon Rage, Dragon Rage. It's almost time for Dragon Rage. Come along, take 40 damage. I never know how to end that. I usually buy it for 2 reasons. I'm a Nuzlocker, so free encounter, basically. Is it? Isn't it on the same route as the grass below it? If it's not, then I guess it's free. I'm lazing 500 is nothing. A single regular Pokeball is 200. I know it's intended to be a scam, but it's so cheap. It's just a convenience fee more than anything. We love convenience on this channel. I still find it amazing. Every time you say something Chud related, it's like getting flashbanged. What does that mean? Like, Gem Alert? Is that Chud related? That's all I can think of. I think how con is the YouTube command. Not big on Nuzlocke, so I'm not sure how this plays into the encounter rules. I just know that Magikarp is like a completely bonkers Nuzlocke Pokemon because it's everywhere and it's so strong, so I think most people just ban it, right? Because otherwise, all you do is catch an army of Gyarados. I'm still wondering what these Chud-related flashbangs are. I don't really know what that means. Well, or making a working level curve in combination with an experience share that slows down when feeding EXP to higher leveled Pokemon. Imagine you want to fill out the dex, and while catching the underleveled Pokemon, this alone is enough to scale up to 10 levels beyond the curve because difficulty design isn't important anymore. They did it in Gen 5. Leave it to Pokemon to fix something, then break it for no reason. Oh my goodness, this is a... Okay, there's like a story here. Why did I evolve Magikarp? I distinctly remember having done it in my first playthrough centuries ago, but why did I do it? Magikarp is the thing that gave me a deep love for, well, the Magikarp effect in the first place. And I remember being anal about catching everything in each area before moving on, sure, but I never bothered to evolve them, just catching them. I can't be the only one. Why did we bother grind for Magikarp without any information about why it's a good idea? I can't remember my thoughts at the time. Suspicion that something was up, that a Pokemon without any attacking move was sketchy. Sunken cost fallacy? I paid for it, I must be good. Why? Oh, and then we've got the story arc here. I remember. Water type. I started with Bulbasaur, and Magikarp was the only water type I found. Type diversity, that's it. That's why I did it. Force diversity. It turned out to actually pay off. Magikarp Diem. I like how this is like a mystery novel, and they even solve the mystery. Kamari is my favorite water starter. Follow Kamari on ComX. I can't believe they changed the name of Twitter to ComX. One day ago edited. The thing isn't that switch training is bad, but there is a Pokemon you can get not much later who's a much better trade, Abra. They're harder to catch and to train, but after a few levels, and they evolve way faster than Magikarp thanks to being in a better XP group, they become the mighty Kadabra. Kadabra dominate Gen 1, it's fast, it's strong, and its Psychic is simply unresisted, well, except by other Psychic types. It's frail, but that's rarely relevant. True. You'll never get Alakazam, but that would be overkill. Or you could wait and trade for Mr. Mime in Red and Blue, but Kadabra is better. I actually might even say that Mr. Mime is better, because he gets Thunderbolt. And you get trade XP. I've never switch trained past Gen 1. It's awful. My Switch. Thunder's having access to Pin Missile obviously makes it the best one. Allow me to pin this comment. Pinned. Oh my goodness. What in the... Okay. I think a similar problem of convenience fever and ruining the Monster Trainer fantasy come from Gens 8 and 9, instant move relearning. Evolution is definitely a big one, but learning your most powerful attacks is a part of the fantasy plus balance. True. So when I can go catch a Growlithe and then evolve it and instantly gain access to Flare, Blitz, Extreme Speed, Play Rough, and Crunch at 0 cost, it kind of firstly breaks the game, makes basically all other fire types worthless. There's Booster. So they actually typed this after I updated the emotes. And there's no satisfaction getting an Arcanine Gym 1 makes your starter feel like a chump. I agree. Like, remember when Stone Evolutions had a trade-off to consider? It's just all upside now. We did talk about that in the Eeveelution list. Gardevoir and Gallade is like the perfect comparison. No sense in dealing with Ralts the Reluctant. Hey, I said Ralts the Reluctant in this video. For 30 levels, when I can get a level 16 Gallade and have every slicing move I would ever want, with a side of sharpness to boot. RIP balance. What's even more egregious about making it feel less like you were training a squad of Pokemon is that originally, you know, when it felt like actual training, the series motto was gotta catch 'em all, which is not so much about the training, but more about the exploration and discovery of Pokemon. But now that training just does not feel like training, the motto has become train on. Really? Is that the new motto? Well, the motto had to change. Because you literally can no longer catch them all. The Japanese motto, as far as I know, has always been Pokemon Getto daze, which just means caught one. Or like Pokemon, I caught one. No, increasing Carp's level to evolve isn't it. It's making it an endgame mon. Wouldn't making it a high Evo make it an endgame mon? I mean, if they mean make it endgame availability, then you're gonna have like a level 20 Gyarados at the end of the game. That's not gonna do anything. You sure your dad wasn't talking about Coltrane? I guess the musician. Is he a musician? No, he would literally count. Coltrane cars. Forever. I doubt he knows who Coltrane is. I don't know who Coltrane is, because my dad's not American. My dad's Egyptian. I don't even know who Coltrane is. I'd have to imagine he's some sort of English language speaker, singer, If he's a singer. I'm just assuming he's a singer. What would his name be? Like, James? I'm just guessing English names. John? Jazz musician. Okay, so he doesn't sing. His name is John, see? Of course, yes, John Jazz. Famous musician. Okay, so he's not a singer. Hey, your dad's Egyptian too? Hey. Ahlan. Good video. One tell I'd like... See, not just okay. One detail I'd like to add regarding Gen 2 is that Game Freak actually put real effort into counterbalancing how much easier it was to get Gyarados. Special tech stat that Gyarados was given was a huge downgrade of 60 compared to its effective 100 from Gen 1. And since water moves are always special attacks in Gens 1 2, this meant that there were often several better choices for water type attackers than Gyarados. True. 90% of players aren't going to get much out of its flying typing offensively either, since it doesn't learn any flying type attacks outside of Hidden Power, good luck with that one, which has its type and base power randomized. It still puts in good work in Gen 2, of course, and it improves in Gen 3 while keeping the same downsides, but once moves were no longer physical or special based on their types, the one downside that was left, Magikarp being useless until level 20, was pretty minor. I agree pretty strongly with the idea that Magikarp should have to level up a lot more before evolving, at least level 40 IMO. I agree. As it is, Gyarados is an absurdly broken and pretty easily obtained Pokemon in the mid-game that stays good throughout the entirety of the late and end game, even in Gens 3 to 5. I haven't played Gen 9 yet, but it sounds like Gyarados is pretty accessible in the early game now as well, which is terrifying, honestly. You can get Magikarp within about... without even leaving the tutorial, actually. So yeah, it's still completely busted. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is actually, so this is probably the last comment we're gonna answer. We'll refresh and answer those comments, and that'll be the end, I think. I've always considered the Magikarp salesman a pretty good deal. Magikarp's evolution was spoiled to me by the anime. In fact, looking at Bulbapedia, that episode aired around the same time the games came out in the US, and well before Christmas, if you were like me and had to wait to play them. I actually played them in Japanese early because my Japanese aunt gave me Pokemon Red in Japanese. Turns out, these games are pretty easy, so you can beat them even if you can't read a single thing. So by the time I got my mitts on the game, I already knew Magikarp could become something cool. Now consider the salesman sells you a Magikarp for 500. You get the old rod for free a bit later, but you still need a Pokeball. Magikarp is easy to catch, you have an okay chance of YOLO balling it with a single Pokeball, but not a guaranteed chance. Still, even if you assume it only costs you one ball to catch, that sets you back 200, which means your loss on buying the salesman carp is 300, the cost of a single potion, which, even at that point in the game, isn't that much money. And in return for that 300, you have much more game to naturally level Magikarp through Mount Moon and visiting Bill. If you drop your Magikarp in the daycare, even 4 levels in Mount Moon saves you money. And if you are like me and just switch train it, if you get an old rod carp, but the time it evolves, by the time it evolves, it might still be levels behind your team if you get it with the old rod. But if you've been training it from Mount Moon, it is unlikely to be that far behind when it does evolve. Anytime I want to use Dose on my RBY or FRLG squads, I always buy the carp from the guy and start early. This is the Magikarp economic analysis we need to clear the carp salesman's name. Alright, we'll refresh, answer any new comments, and that'll probably be it for today. Oh, there's a few. Nah, I can't believe Cheese would use AI to make this video. If he wants to do his videos right, he should leave it to a human. We humans have to stick together.
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
I know there's some members of the Discord, link in the description, who have chosen to start playing through FE9 in advance of us doing it on the channel. And they are discovering firsthand why playing through FE9 is gonna get me cancelled. The racial tensions are out of control. Lab Agent Ash is currently playing through it, so you can hear it from the horse's mouth. I'm not calling Agent Ash a horse. I'm saying that mounted units are really, really good in FE9. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like, they do not shy away from it at all. Straight up, kill these subhuman scum because they're different from us. I would rather be ruled by these guys, because even though they're tyrannical and abusive, at least they're humans like me. Oh my god. Couldn't make this game today. Stefan Chapter is next. Hey! Have you learned about the branded yet? I'm not sure if he himself tells you that he is one. I think he does. They'll be explained soon enough anyway. Is FE9 a DS game? It's on the GameCube. Need to watch still, so I might edit after doing so, but the reason why Magikarp are still around is obviously the shiny Gyarados and Ditto breeding farm I've got going on, where I hatch every egg before boxing them, then I train them all up to level 5 and release them. I've been doing this since 2010, and you can rip the poor daycare Ditto out of my cold, dead hands. I'm overpopulating the ocean with Magikarp until either every other species is choked out or carnivorous mons are so utterly overfed and useless that any 10-year-old can catch strong-ass ocean encounters with a simple Pokeball from the shore because they can't move away. I will drown the world in Magikarp, and then everyone will realize that the fish is the greatest gift to mankind from Arceus himself. I think he might have thought this was like a theory video about why Magikarp still exists in the wild. Which is not what my video was about. But those theory videos are pretty popular, right? This ecological approach is not quite the same angle my video takes. Well, maybe it should be angler, it's a fish, right? We can react to this, right? It's pretty funny. No one has said anything about the branded yet. Oh, okay. Well, you'll learn soon enough, but it's probably why Stefan is so bonkers OP. Although just being a branded doesn't necessarily make you strong. No spoilers, though. When we do FE9, I think we will try and avoid most spoilers. There are some really huge story spoilers, especially that happened in Radiant Dawn. We're not going to talk about any of those. Probably the only spoiler that we're okay to talk about openly is Grail's fate, because, like, he's an FE dad, right? He's toast. I wonder how the Lunatome works. Nice try. The guide says he has a catty sword. He does. He's very catty. It's kind of vague which exact sword he has, though. Alright. I think we're free. Shadows of Valentia music. I wonder how many people are going to recognize the running scene from the Iron Price graphic during the Iron Man. I mean, it's from a Fire Emblem Heroes commercial, right? So I guess I myself have spoiled this.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
Whoops. Why did he forget about the weapon triangle? Here, use this blade.
That was my niche, but I threw it away. The only franchise I need is right here.
Hopefully after actually watching the Grail scene, the very strange delivery of my lines makes a bit more sense, because that's also how he does it in the cutscene. I think because they have to try and match the lip sync, so it just ends up being very weird. Ike! Stay back! 4 minutes until the end. I hope the enemies don't have swords. Yeah, that'd be a disaster.
Man, I really hope none of the enemies have swords.
Gonna be interesting to take your hero on Boyd the buff. I mean, can you guess what I think of Boyd? It's a desert chapter with items in the sand and Lugus everywhere that you can't kill or else you lose bonus XP. Yeah, you probably should kill them, because the Lugus are worth a zillion XP. They're also really easy prey in their untransformed state. It's probably actually worth it to kill them. Although story-wise, you're really not supposed to, right? Probably a high 3 stars, one of the better infantry units. I'm not sure if this would surprise you, but I would actually say that Boyd is 4 stars. I think he's the best infantry unit in the game. Which, yes, means that I don't give a single unmounted unit 5 stars in Path of Radiance. My Boyd is above average on attack, speed, and defense. Well, those are the stats that matter, so congratulations on your 4-star Boyd. Weren't you saying early on that you thought he was too weak? Boyd's main weakness is that he starts in a speed deficit. Because of the way weapon weight works in FE9, where your weapon weight is mitigated by strength, because of his initial, not even noodle arms, but because of his initial sort of scrawniness, he's actually weighed down by the iron axe he starts with. But if you get both strength and speed on a level up, that's +2 AS. Once you are buff enough to actually wield your axes without speed penalty, which doesn't take that long, he starts doubling and never stops. Stefan might be a very close second best. I think Stefan's very interesting. I intend to give Stefan 3 stars. Probably the most ahead of the curve unit ever. He's basically a reward for buying the strategy guide. You literally get endgame stats before even the midway point of the game. Issue is that everything else about him is as bad as it gets. He's sword-locked and foot-locked in a game where both of those things are very, very bad. So I think Stefan is a fun thought experiment. What if you had just completely absurd whack stats on a very bad template? And I think you would get 3 stars. I'd say that 1-2 range and axe access is that important in FE9. Alright. It's been 10.5 hours. One of the birds stole Jill's vulnerary, though. Can't trust those sneaky subhumans. That's exactly what they would do, isn't it?
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
Glaceon is my favorite Eeveelution. It was even in my Karen Challenge team, so seeing it in the bottom tier sucks, but I get it. You were watching the Magikarp video, right? I mean, it's not the worst. It's barely better than Leafeon, and let me tell you, people were telling me to put Leafeon above it, so this incredibly sad performance is actually with some favoritism. You did one-turn Astrid and Gatry shoved. Are you training Astrid? I love Astrid. Astrid is my Tellius waifu. Mia is a contender, but they kind of nerfed the Swordmaster outfits in Radiant Dawn. It's probably an upgrade to the outfits overall. The Trueblade coats are really cool, but I like the FE9 Swordmaster costume. Shame about FE10 Astrid? What are you talking about? Astrid's not playable in FE10. I've been funneling the extra XP to Astrid after I promoted Mist. Paragon also applies to bonus XP. And once Astrid catches up with your other units, which doesn't take long, she's still elite. She's still got Paragon. So not only does she quickly catch up, she quickly surpasses others. Astrid is a very, very fun trainee unit. Four stars. That's true, Astrid wasn't in FE10, just like how Devdon gets, or Danved? Just how Danved gets replaced by Devdon, who's not the same. Astrid got replaced by her evil twin. Astrid. It's not even the same character. FE9 tier list is probably going to get pretty spicy. It may include a bonus Japanese racism tier list. It might actually be required to explain some of my takes on the game.
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
Be sure to tune in to our Fire Emblem 9 streams for the GameCube. For kids. The FE9 streams are going to be spicy as a whole. I mean, you've already seen some pretty wild lines. I think Agent Ash can attest. Just me reading out some of the things these characters say is gonna be pretty spicy, even with no original input from me. This ain't post-Awakening Fire Emblem. The Lagoos are all gonna be 1 and 2 stars? I think some would make it to 3. I think some would make it to 3. 1 would make it to 5. No prize for guessing who. But no, he doesn't have to engage with Lagoo's weaponry. He can contribute even untransformed, and when he transforms, stuff gets really silly. Raisin is not only an ambassador on behalf of Lagoo's, he's an ambassador for anyone who doesn't like dancers. I mean, why would I bring a dancer if I could just bring a strong unit instead? Okay. If I can't sell you on a 1-to-1 refresh, how about a flying dancer that quadruple refreshes all adjacent units? Are you sure you don't like Lagoo's? Now, Raisin doesn't actually dance, he's a singer, but you know that even CEO of Racism Shinon, when nobody's looking and he's alone in his tent, he whips out the Raisin remix tape and listens to it. You can't deny the quadruple refresh. Now, although quadruple refresh is really crazy, it's not quite 4 times as good as a single dance. Because let's be honest, when you're doing a 4-person dance that actually hits 4, probably 1, maybe 2 units have the front row seats. And those are the units you really wanted to refresh. And you had 2 that they kind of got the crappy nosebleed seats. They're in the back. Maybe they can't really hear that well. What were the lyrics? Oh, I'm not really sure. So they also just happen to get refreshed? I mean, you're not going to say no. But very rarely is a quadruple dance actually going to give you 4 actions that you really wanted. I mean, it's still obviously one of the best things you can do in the game, but it's not just 4 times the value of a dance. It's like 2.5 of a 5-star action. I think Raisin's pretty close to 6 stars. The only reason why I don't think he is his availability is not great. He joins at basically the halfway point, which is pretty standard for dancers. But he's probably, I would say, the 2nd best dancer in the series. I think only Azura is better than him. Azura might actually be 6 stars. He actually sings Black Tar, and that's why all 4 units get away from him with their turn refreshed. Guys, it's not racism, guys. It's not that they can't stand the Lagoose.
Hello? Is this thing on? Is there anyone out there? Am I all alone? I need a bigger axe.
Raisin actually would not need a bigger axe. One of the things about the Herons is that they're very, very frail and dainty. So there's no way he could use any sort of axe, not even the hatchet. Do you think Ashnard is the worst final boss? Yes. I think he's the worst final boss in the series. Marcia, really good. Marcia, best unit in the game. Or Titania. She's had her funny moments too. You haven't met her brother yet, have you? Her brother is one of the most hated characters in the series. Uh-oh. Let's just say that viability doesn't exactly run in the family. Likeability certainly doesn't. Speaking about flying quad dance, how about Bleth in Engage? But the Byleth dance is your engage attack, right? So it's only 1. But I think with Raisin Transform, you get like 4 turns of consecutive quadruple dance. You just got her, brother. The recruitment was hilarious. She's like scolding him, right? What's the best unit in the series? I would probably say Sigurd. Which is why when I called XD Espeon Sigurd, that's really high praise. It's either Sigurd, Robin, or Seth. FE12 Medius comes close. I'm guessing to worst final boss in the series, right? Ah, you're right, but Sethwith's Coliseum, not XD. Alright. How do we end this? Because I think we are done for now. Not going to be in the final edit, so it's actually just ending the stream. Oh, FE12 Medius. Right, FE12 Medius is the one, the new mystery one. I was thinking of the completely cracked Shadow Dragon Hard 5 one. I would turn the Shadow Dragon one, it's pretty okay. Did you just ballista him? It's so hilarious that the Coliseum Pro Tag gets a cool name, and the XD one gets Michael. Is Wes a cool name? It's kind of cool. I wouldn't say Mike is uncool. It's just ordinary. You probably know a lot of Mikes. But Mike was still distinct enough they were able to make a movie like Mike. Of course, they're referring to Michael Jordan, who's more famous than the average Mike. A lot of Michael Jordan coverage on Espeon. Alright. Thank you guys for joining today. Hope you enjoyed constructing this Eeveelution tier list, even though I'm not a huge Eevee fan myself. I think we still did have a lot of fun discussing the Eeveelutions. I don't think we left any stone unturned, right? Even though there's no rock-type Eeveelution. Like, we covered basically everything. Can probably expect a 3-ish hour premium once everything is done. Gonna take a while. Don't expect it before the end of the month, especially because I have to go on these Johto journeys. But hopefully next time I see you guys, it will be in the Pray to Win Black and White 2 playthrough streams. Unless something goes wrong, in which case you won't, but that is going to be most of my focus for the rest of the week, once I'm done with Johto journeys. And there we go, the music ended. Well, thank you guys for joining. Several of the Eeveelutions evolve through friendship, I think. Which ones do? It's Espeon, Umbreon, and I guess Sylveon, but I probably won't be evolving into a Sylveon because I don't think it's very friendly after the things I said to it. Well, one of the ways you can increase friendship is to pet your Eeveelution. Why wouldn't you? They're shaped like a friend.
Why are you poking me again? Poke, poke, poke. Is that all you do?
I cast one with nothing, which for 1 cheese mana at instant speed allows you to discard all viewers. Why would you ever play this?